arriving at the ground all time. Good morning, welcome to Lord's Round of Cricket. A reminder the play will start on time at 11 o'clock, providing no further 11. The 104 overs to be bowled in the day's play. Lunch today will be 10 past 1 and tea at 4 o'clock. Play to start on time, providing no further 11.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's Day 2 of this County Championship match in Division 1 with myself, Kevin Hand, Mike Selby's alongside us for the morning session. I am delighted to say the cloud cover overhead has let go a little bit of rain this morning, but not too much to trouble us. So we're pretty happy that we're going to be starting on time this morning. We'll be saying hello to Mike in just a few moments. But first of all, 113 for 6 yesterday. Kent having been put in only half a day because of the rain. We're not expecting interruptions today. Fingers crossed on that one because there is a bit of cloud cover, as I say. Let's see what action we did have, though, on day 1 at Lord's. Edged, so there's the first runs. Giving a little bit of airtime again for Murta and giving the opportunity for Crawley to lean into that one. Lovely shot. Short. Put away by Compton. He's into double figures. Edged. Now, hands on heads. I don't think that would have carried to a fourth slip. Lovely shot. Crawley over the top of it. Bowls him! Gets one to go back up the slope, Murta through the gate. Wily old stuff from Murta. Edge gone! Eskenazi has the catch. That was a sharp one as well to his right shoulder. An excellent catch by Slip. Edged gone. Third ball of the morning for Higgins.
Continue that progress.
Oh, bowls him! Down the slope, Ethan Bamba. Goodness me, he hasn't left the spot this morning. Full, straight and gone. He's played all around it, Billings. We just saw it the ball before. That bat face coming down, and this time he plays all around it. Murta has a second, Middlesex have a fifth. Just giving a little bit of width, giving the treatment. First runs that Murta's conceded after lunch. First boundary for Everson. Edged, no third slip. Oh, Compton played a long way away at that one. Overcompensation perhaps from Helm, just goes too straight. That's beautiful timing by Everson. He's into double figures. Immediately onto the spot and immediately into the wickets. 3 for 14 from Bamba. Everson's gone for 16, 92 for 6. Up in the air, all the way for 6. Huge pickup into the onside. Well, Stewart leaving us in little doubt as to how he's going to approach this. Well, that was day 1. Unfortunately, truncated day here at Lord's. Again, you can see the picture there. Bit of grey sky hanging around over the back of the pavilion. We'll be keeping a close eye on that all day long, certainly all morning long, but hopefully it'll brighten up as day goes on. Right, let's have a further look back on yesterday. You can see the players are out, the umpires won't be far behind. The man of the day for me, and the man of the season so far with the ball for Middlesex for me, has been Ethan Bamba.
Ethan Bamba, thanks for joining us at the end of day 1 against Kent. Ethan, first and foremost, particularly well bowled yourself today. Once again, shone at Lord's.
Oh, thank you. I'm not so much on, but I feel good at the moment, and I'm pleased that I'm able to. So far, I've been able to put some innings back to back to back, and I just feel like I'm really enjoying it. I'm having a great time out there. I mean, that's easy to say when it's coming out your hand, all right. But I am genuinely really enjoying my cricket, and hopefully making a positive impact on the game as well.
Ethan, you played in that fantastic win here last week against Nottinghamshire. How much confidence did the side take out of a win like that, bringing that into a game like this against Kent?
Yeah, I think a massive amount. Obviously, I had a huge part to play with the bat at the end of that game, but no, the lads were brilliant. I think actually the thing that was most pleasing, genuinely from a perspective of a bowler, was the way that there was no there was no thought really about whether we were going to chase it or how we were going to do it, other than we were going to do it, and we were going to do it in the way that we knew we were capable of. And the kind of application, the positivity, the clarity with which the guys went about it just gave us so much confidence watching. And I think that is, we spoke about that being a really line in the sand in terms of how we want to play in Division 1 and what we're capable of, but also the way we need to carry ourselves to do that. And to kind of stamp that kind of authority on a team of Notts quality is something we can take huge confidence for. The lads were fantastic. So hopefully we can carry that forward.
Absolutely. Ethan, different captain playing under this week.
Yeah.
Stephen Eskenazi takes the reins. Toby takes a break as part of the club's rest and rotation policy of all the seamers. Obviously Tom Helm and Mertz coming in for this one. How good is it that we've got a full complement of seamers all kind of willing and pumping and ready to go?
Oh, I think obviously that's fantastic, and a massive credit to the work all the lads have done and the staff in terms of like S&C and stuff as well. But to have Tim and Tom to come in, that is two fine bowlers, and so it's, as you say, it's just like when you have that at your disposal, it's then the coaches can make the decisions that they want in terms of the balance of the side, and I think we all have immense confidence as a unit that in the range of skills that everyone has and what they can deliver.
Plays ended early here today. The rain is falling as we look out there now. It was an important toss to win this morning. Obviously it's been a dank, dark day all day. Winning that toss and electing to bowl was a great way to start proceedings this morning.
Yeah, really nice to win the toss, and I think we were speaking about the Notts game there. It gave us an opportunity to go with that same very aggressive attacking mindset out onto the field. And I think actually you saw a lot of the confidence there when we hadn't necessarily blown them away in the first hour, but actually we bowled exactly how we wanted to. And then Tim doing what Tim does, but we just had that confidence and that trust in what we were doing. And that brought results later down the day, and a big job to finish it off tomorrow.
You mentioned Tim there, Ethan. Obviously Tim's taken on a slightly different role this year. He's working more as a player coach. How much have you found that to be of value to your own game, learning from someone like Mertz?
Yeah, I've always felt immensely privileged since I first joined the staff here to be around some fantastic bowlers, and Mertz has been a massive person that I've lent on from a personal perspective. Now obviously he has a slightly more official guru role, and that's great. I think it's something, it's nice from a perspective of his teammate and hopefully friend to see him really enjoying that and learning that alongside the great skills that he already possesses. He's so fantastic with people, so that's never an issue. It's obviously being a coach of anything, you need to learn stuff, and he's just, he's doing that in a great way, and I think all the lads are really enjoying having him around.
Good to hear. Well, Ethan, you finished the day with Kent's 6 down. You've both played a part in making that happen, with Higo picking up the other wicket. I guess it's pretty straightforward, really. The plan tomorrow morning, pick up those last 4 wickets and then set about building with the bat under bright blue skies, hopefully.
I hope so, yeah.
Ethan, thanks ever so much for joining us. All the very best luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Ethan Bamba. Such a start on and off the pitch, and there he is, ball in hand once more for Middlesex. 3 for 26 from 11 yesterday. Really was a star of the show again for me. His figures throughout were spectacular. He did get deposited for 6 at one point into the tavern by Stewart, just to mess around with those figures a little, but nothing that will really perturb him. It was a stunning day of bowling from him, and when he returned after lunch yesterday, it was an hour into the afternoon session, he was throwing the ball on a wicket with that first ball. On his return, as he picked up Everson for 16, but Stewart's still there on 16. That's 6 to his name. Compton 38, 127 deliveries for Compton. 206 minutes of this Kent innings so far. Kids Day at Lords, by the way, today. You'll hear that on the effects mic, adding to the hubbub around Lords, which is lovely to hear. But here we go on day 2. It's Bamba around the wickets, Compton. And on the spot straight away. 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And long leg in position. And that's where the noise is coming from. 2,000 kids throughout the day will be filtering in to Lords. It's always a great sight, always a great day. It just adds to it. Even this morning they were in early for the warm-ups. half an hour, 40 minutes ago. And even at that point, just added to the atmosphere around the ground. Man who always adds to the atmosphere wherever he goes. Mike Selvey, good morning.
Good morning everyone. You know, you get these annoying alerts on your phone for things, and I got another annoying alert this morning telling me 1 year ago today, picture, but it was a picture of the kids in a year ago today, and I remember the noise from them was ferocious, because we had a function in the top of the mound stand. But Ethan was kind of, they took to him because he was fielding down there all the time. And every time we go, they're chanting his name. They had a wonderful day out.
It really does add to it. I think it's brilliant and needs to be done more by the county. It's easier said than done, of course, but it's just great, even if just a couple of them ever come back to Lords again. But certainly, it's a day you look back on at school and remember you went. Lovely ball from Bamba. Immediately around the wickets, Compton this morning. Found the edge on a couple of occasions, never to hand yesterday though.
Just gone off the pitch down the slope, hasn't it? You know, I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't see what kind of movement there was, but I look at the scores and I think there must have been a little bit about. I saw the replay of the wickets.
That's a lovely shot. It's Kent off the mark on the second day. Moves Compton into the 40s. Just given a little bit of width. Asking him early this morning, do you fancy the drive? Are you equal to it?
Right thing to do to err on that, err long rather than short, but it's a desperately short boundary, isn't it? Down towards the tavern.
That's where Stewart was a danger, depositing 6 already. You can well see him teeing off at some point if required. Be a bat, fortunately for Compton. He's a single to end the over. 43 for him, 118 for 6, Kent.
Yeah, it's just a flick, isn't it? You haven't got to get hold of anything. You miss it or carry way back there. It's tricky, and it's another of those conundrums, isn't it, about playing at Lords. You know, you've got the slope contender, but also you've got the short boundary and the long boundary and different winds and all those things. So there's a puzzle. Always a puzzle. The wind's from the east today, oddly enough, which is strange, and you get no inkling of that from the clouds that we can see moving, B, the flags, which are going in totally opposite direction to those. We see from the actual wind, which is neither.
Here's a man hoping to bowl like the wind. When he got it right yesterday, Helm, he was irresistible. He'll admit he didn't get it right as often as he would have liked. But when he was good yesterday, he was very good. Throwing the ball this morning from the nursery end. Good stop by Simpson, taking a bit of pace off it, which will save the boundary, I think. Long leg's going to get around. 2 byes, which is harsh on Simpson. Way down the slope.
A little bit of concern about Tom, isn't there? Because, you know, this was his 3rd game now, and he won't have got 3 wickets, 4 wickets in that.
He got 4 in the first, didn't he? 2 in either innings, and then he got 1 up at Northampton.
Yeah, which for bowler's quality isn't the return you're looking for. Yeah. What I've seen, particularly when I saw him bowl at Northampton, it's down to consistency, isn't it? It's down to, you know, I can remember 1 over I watched him bowl, and he's bowling right, he's bowling a good lick, but he bowled 6 balls, 5 of which they didn't have to play at, and you can't do that. You can't do that. So far this over, we've had 1 that they let go, 1 that went for 4 leg byes down the leg side, or 4 byes, was it? 4 leg byes, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, his figures yesterday: 13 overs, 2 maidens, none for 42. He's the most expensive economy by far yesterday at 3.2. Only Bamba at 2.5, and again he was a little unlucky. That's gone up this morning with a couple of runs. What was he? 3 for 26 from 11 overnight, and again of that 26, there was a 6 thumped into the tavern by Stewart just before stumps. So Helm across the day was comfortably the most expensive yesterday. The question I guess I'd ask of you, Sylv, is if you've got a 4-seam attack of Murtagh, who's going to put it 3/4 of the way up off stump consistently, Bamba similar, Higgins, a bit of swing in there as well for Higgins. Do you have that 4th seamer who's got? Is he sent out with a slightly different role? We saw him try to rough up Compton yesterday, but I'm not going to use that as an excuse for him, because equally there wasn't enough balls in the right areas consistently enough, which was the word you used. He's going to take a wicket now, isn't he? That's the single taken. Compton on 44.
To me, there's a little bit of confusion as to what he, maybe with Tom, as to what he wants to be or tries to be. He is capable of bowling faster than anybody else in the club. No question about it. He's a 90-mile-an-hour bowler. When he wants to, does he want to be a 90-mile-an-hour bowler? I would say that that's the link that's missing in the Middlesex attack is pace, and he can provide that. Now, is he not providing that in the pursuit of trying to be economical, or trying to be, which he's not actually doing either? Is it pursuit of consistency? I mean, I'd like to see him bowl like 4 over bursts of quick as he can go. You know, do that.
There's the bumper for Stewart. That is a spectacular take by Simpson. Kids will have enjoyed that, hopefully, if they've seen it. It was.
Well, that's gone through. That's a quickish ball. That's what you're expecting, or at least I'm expecting from Tom Helm at his best.
I agree with what you were saying there. That's exactly where my mind was turning. In the quartet that's out there for this game, and probably for any given game with the bowling resources Middlesex have this year. 2 points that I was going to say on Helm. The easiest way that I'd put Helm's season so far this year is contrast it to the first 3 games of last year, when he was outstanding. And at that point, all the talk was, wow, how has he all of a sudden found this consistency? You know, the ability's always been there, the form has always been there. And I asked him about it at the end of one of the games. You know, the ability's always been there. You're in probably the best form, best consistency you've been in your career. How do you hold on to that?
I think he's often had trouble trusting his body.
Because what happened after those 3 games last year? Got a side strain.
Yes, but there's a but to this, right? And the but is, how much does he think that side strain would impact on him actually bowling? Are you bowling to protect that? You know, there was a conversation to be had, which was had. But the conversation was along the lines of, Tom, you've got a niggly, you've had a rib injury or a side injury, and you've got the residue from that, you've got the scarring from that, or whatever it is, right? And it's not going to be comfortable. So if you come along and say, look, I don't really feel fit enough to play today, you're not going to be any fitter next week, because you're going to have exactly the same feeling to that. So just get out and trust yourself. That was after Trent Bridge last year. Remember, he was terrible at Trent Bridge. And then what you saw after that was a transformation, because you suddenly think, yeah, they're probably right here, you know. And it didn't hurt him, and he did get through. That's the thing about fast bowling for a living. You know, the day you go on the field where you're saying, oh, I feel great, 100% fit, you're telling lies, because you never will. It's always something. And it's what you can get through, you know. Now, I would postulate it's more difficult to do that these days. For a variety of reasons. Diagnostics are different now. You know, going back to my time, you never doctors, you had a physiotherapist. Sometimes it wasn't even physiotherapists, and they were doing diagnostics and they were doing treatment plans and all such as they were, and all those kind of things. And if you got a bit of an achy back or whatever, you wouldn't really bother about it mostly. You'd say, oh, my back aches a bit today, but I'll bowl through it. And now, what would happen now often is, so I've got a bit of achy back, well, send you to the doctor, you get a scan it, they find a hot spot, or it's a stress reaction to that fortnight out. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't instances where that's a perfectly reasonable diagnosis, but it's almost like the default, because this bottom line.
And 21 for 6 end of the over.
So nobody wants to, quite rightly, wants to be the person who says, no, you get out there and bowl, and they go and bowl, and they get a career-ending injury. So there's that to it. The physiotherapists aren't no longer making diagnoses, because that's not their job. They treat. Treatment plans are given to by the doctors, and that's right and proper too.
You mentioned the short spell from Helm. Is that the way to go then? Because again, I go back to those 3 games last year. The other thing to note, those 3 games when he bowled really, really well. He had a man at the other end who was bowling short spells and was a strike bowler at 90 miles an hour, Shaheen Sharafridi. He'd come in, bowl short, sharp spells, out of the attack again, and let everybody else get on with what they're meant to do, that line and length, persisting.
Yeah, what you can't do is bowl short, sharp spells where they're only playing half the ball, so it's an even shorter, sharper spell.
So does that encourage him more, because he wants to make the most of it more? Look, you've only got a short spell, Tom. You've got 4 overs. Attack that off stump with pace.
I would say that if you're bowling really quick, then you bowl straight. Just bowl quick and straight. And I mean, it sounds simple, doesn't it? That's what I would do. I had the capacity to bowl as fast as Tom Helm, quick and straight.
And again, it comes down to the makeup of attack. You've got guys who can nag away, 4th stump, top of off, just keep going, persevering. Bamba, brilliant with the slope. Interesting, I thought he bowled a lot better from the nursery end yesterday, Helm. When he switched to this end, I thought he was able to find far more threat, particularly to the right-handers, I think it was. But equally getting it right to the left-handers from this end with the slope. That's the thing about Helm as well. He's got everything, hasn't he? He's tall, he's fast, he moves the ball. At 90 miles an hour, he's not gun barrel straight, as some are. The faster you become, sometimes the less movement you get, don't you?
I get slightly confused as to why sometimes his radar goes off, because actually he's pretty good. Everything is in a straight line. If you watch where it goes, everything goes down straight. He follows through straight, so everything's going straight. And if your arm comes over high and you're side on and you bowl the balls, your arm follows down the pitch, you're taking a variable out of the equation. You're taking line out of the equation. Then it's just a function of length, isn't it? And he seems to have all the attributes. And sometimes you go through spells where you don't take wickets and you wonder why I'm not taking wickets. Remember Umesh Yadav last year bowled beautifully. Couldn't buy a wicket, could he? It was just odd.
And the reason that we focus on Helm is because of that ability, because what we've seen him achieve over the years. Jeff Arnold's here. He was here yesterday. Tom's been in and around the England squads for a long while now. Injury has been cruel to him over the years. We've talked about missing the odd game here and there, but there have been those where he's missed significant amounts of time with back injuries, particularly in his early career. Just a single to end the over. Compton will keep the strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
I think, if you were picking your ideal side out of all the attributes that you have there now, Tom would be in your best side, in my view.
And he wouldn't be far. Tom Helm at his best isn't far from that England squad.
Shouldn't be.
From the England side, I should say.
No, he shouldn't be.
But again, the other side to it in terms of the short, sharp spells is, can he be a metronome? Which it's kind of been proved. He's 28 years of age now. He's 29. Well, in just a few days, May 7th. It's almost been proved he can't be a metronome, because that is what's lacking for him. So it's how do you best nurture that talent? This man, on the other hand, Ethan Bamba, he rarely leaves the spot.
I think watching Tom this morning after the first couple of deliveries, he's actually been pretty much on the mark, I reckon. So I wouldn't have any real grumbles about how he's bowled this morning. I think he's bowled okay.
And the fact that he's the man that they've turned to this morning, as there's the floodlights coming on, which hopefully we don't need to worry about too much this morning, but obviously something to keep an eye on. Hopefully that cloud burns throughout the day. But yeah, the fact that they've gone to... I mean, to be fair, if you're going to pick the best bowler yesterday, it's Bamba. If you're going to pick the second best bowler, it's a toss-up between Higgins and Mercer, which, not being cruel on Helm. But they've thrown the ball to him this morning and said to him, go on then, open up this morning, get out there, show us what you can do. So it's a real confidence from the coach.
Come on, Tom, go on, not the tail. You've got the tail. It's only 4 weeks to get bonus wickets, those fast bowlers wickets. Go on, go ahead and get them.
Lovely from Bamba. Beautiful length. Felt as though he just went a little wider on the crease there to deliver that one.
I think Ben Compton has the facility to play the line. So many batters, they see the ball move a little bit and they'll just follow it, and that's when the feather will be. But he picks his line and he plays that line and holds on to it. And if the ball moves, it misses the bat. Mostly.
So it stopped slightly on Compton. Whether Bamba would be interested or not for a moment. And the other thing, I think it was Alan Coleman was. Here's a look at that one. Just threw the shot a little early. Compton actually did well to check the shot, didn't he? Keep that.
Well, I think there've been a few trying to hit that mid-wicket, you see.
Patience has certainly been a key for him. 45 from 153, and again he hasn't offered a chance to hand yet in what has been a tricky game so far. Use of the feet. Alan Coleman, when he's been up here on the mic, has told us Richard Johnson likes his best 2 bowlers to set the tone for a session. Every given session, start of the day, after lunch, after tea, best 2 bowlers back on straight away, set the tone, set the standard. So it's really interesting that they've gone to Helm this morning. I think, great, and it shows all the faith and confidence that Middlesex have in Helm, and rightly so.
The great Richard Hadley used to say, I'll bowl you 24 a day, I'll bowl you 4 and 4, 4 and 4, 4 and 4. That's what I'll do. And if I've got 5 for spit in 4 overs, I'm only bowling 4.
One, 2, 3 for 6. Another maiden for Bamba. 3 for 31 from his 14, and that's a 5th maiden.
The temptation, of course, is always just one more, just one more. Can you do one more? Oh yeah, right. But actually, it depends who you are, what you are as a bowler, what you like doing, what you're capable of, your capabilities. But if you're experienced enough to know what your limits are and how to get the best out of you, I would contrast that kind of attitude, the Hadley attitude, to how they treated Jofra back when they just used Jofra as a stop bowler, and he's not that day.
Width and punished by Stewart. Goes hard at it. Short boundary, as you mentioned. There's only a point in position there on the offside. So as long as the edge isn't in play, he's only got one man to miss. That bad a ball, actually, was it? But that's what Stuart's capable of.
I always felt with Jofra Archer and Red Bull Cricket, they England, ECB, would have thought they got value out of him, but I don't think they got the best out of him.
That's a beaut from Helm. That's what we're talking about, the ability of Helm.
Yeah, that's a ripper, isn't it? After a bowled ball like that.
Well, that's it. It's nearly the perfect ball, isn't it? Just a fraction fuller taking the top of our stump, and that's as good as you get.
Well, yeah, so there's a fraction fuller, and batsman plays differently, of course. And you're right, but that was a ripper.
Now there we go again. Look at that from Helm. And that's where, again, this is why we focused on Helm. Sorry, I know you were mentioning Archer. Interestingly, though, they've got a 5-4 field here. And you look at the long leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, mid-on. So he's going to put in a couple shorter to Stuart. It also suggests that he is going to keep it very straight. We saw that first ball of the over driven for 4.
I kind of, when you just see two balls go through that I'm sure why he would be thinking about short ball. He doesn't need to do that.
Precisely.
Kind of telegraphed, wasn't it? It wasn't a very good one, but 2 small.
Well, the question was asked by a number overnight. You know, was Helm sent out and told to really bang it in? I think clearly against Compton they had a plan. They roughed him up a couple of times. Helm hit him. I think it just struck on the shoulder, whether the glove took a lot of the blow, but. I mean, there's enough happening on a good length for Helm that you'd feel he doesn't need to do much more. And there we go again. They've got the single for it, and they're going to get overthrows. Bamba. That's cruel on Helm. 4 overthrows it is. Again, we mentioned the offside field. There's only points there, so Bamba coming around at mid-on once Murtagh wasn't able to get in position to back up the throw. He only had 1 stump to go out there, Bamba.
Yes, he's not the swiftest man there to get position for backing up there. And I suppose you can't really criticise Ethan for having to go there. It was a tight run. It's not what Tom Helm needs.
We've got a ball to come of the over. There's an erroneous 6 in the bottom right of your screen, so ignore that for a moment. That should be a 5, and this be the final ball of the over. That's good again from Helm. They'll pick up a single to end the over, but it was a nice line. It was a 9th length. It's where he'll want to be. 133 for 6 will be the score in the moment. And there we go. 4 at the start. And the 5 is extremely unlucky, and there'll be 1 more to add. So it's a 10 off that Helm over, which doesn't help his figures, which again will be focused on. None for 55 off 16. And this man's done a very good job. Quite the name on the back of his shirt as well. He's well, the pitch is below the Edrich for this match, not below the Compton. The home dressing room here at Lord's rather than the away. His cousin Nick had some wonderful times here, and of course was part of the last championship winning side in 2016. His grandfather Dennis. Well, how long have you got? It was just somebody on the Middlesex balcony there. Compton's just settled them all down above the bowler's arm.
So he's challenging every ball, isn't he?
Irresistible yesterday, Bamba. Truly irresistible. It was the best bowling by a Middlesex bowler this season. There's Toby Rowland-Jones, second right, the Middlesex club captain now. Shank Cowshall just coming into the doorway. I think it was Joe Cracknell on the left sat down. Oh, it just squirts through. And man has to pick himself up. They'll take a couple. I mean, the Cook and Porter spells clearly for Essex was stupendous. Really good first game of the season, for which Bamba didn't play. Middlesex went with their most experienced senior side bowling attack, but all the way through the lineup really for that Essex game. Bamba hasn't looked back, and you do wonder, had Bamba had played in that game, how would he have gone?
How would he have gone? Well, I don't think he would have helped the top order. So I'll give you a little quiz at the end of this.
Terrible at quizzes, sir. There's the short stuff for Compton again. Just keep an eye on Compton there behind him. You'll see short mid-wicket comes into shot in a moment. It's Ryan Higgins. And backward square leg is Luke Holman. So there's two in there on the catch site of Higgins again in a moment. There he is. We saw Holden fall to Stuart Broad in the last game here around the wicket to the left-hander. He just kind of fell across the ball slightly and clipped it straight to the mid-wicket fielder. There was some brilliant field placing by Broad and Nottinghamshire in that game. Whether it's for the fuller one that Higgins has set down, but they're going to bang it in short as well. And they'll even put it on a length. Part of an era a bit before your time, Self. Dennis Compton and co. Compton and Edrich.
Yeah, indeed. And Dennis, I used to hear stories of Dennis from Harry Sharp, of course. Oh, he was genius.
And the over 135 for 6.
I think Bill probably rode in his wake a little bit. You know, in the great year where they 3,000 runs, I think people forget that Jack Robertson got absolute load. Listen, I'm going to give you 8 names here, right?
Oh dear, I'm not good at quizzes.
8 names, you'll recognise them. So I'm going to go Sutcliffe, Hick, Ramprakash, Hutton, Hammond, Ranjit Singh, Boycott, and Compton.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
They have something in common.
Going straight to obviously the nearest two for my cricketing knowledge, Hick and Ramprakash.
Well, they've all got, no, I mean they've all got something in common.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think what those two
yeah.
may have in common, which should extend beyond. Here's Helm again. Oh, that is a Jaffa. Let's have a look at that again. That was beautiful. And again, this is why we focus on Helm. With me also deflecting from the quiz straight away, but it's. I mean, that was what we were talking about in the previous over. Just that fraction fuller takes the top of off stump. That, as you say, the shot changes from the batter, but I mean, we've seen the two perfect deliveries in consecutive overs from him.
Yep, 3 actually. Yeah, it was very frustrating for him, but you know, another day they'll find the
So compensates slightly, goes a fraction straighter.
I'll tell you the connection, right? The connection is...
Oh, well, go on. If you need to give me a cue, go on.
Well, they are the only players in the history of English cricket who played more than 50 first-class innings to average over 52 in a career, right? Sutcliffe 52, Hick 52.23, Ramprakash 53.14, Hutton 55.51, Hammond 56.1, Ranjit Singh 56.37, Boycott 56.83, Compton 57.72. The 57.72 is Ben Compton.
Brilliant.
Ben
Brilliant.
Compton.
Brilliant.
Right? Now, nobody who's played that number of innings in English cricket has averaged more than Ben Compton. You look on that board there, right? Ben Compton and Zach Crawley opening the batting. Zach Crawley, career average 30. Played 32 test matches. Ben Compton, I can guarantee you, will never play a test match. Because he's not what we like. Okay?
At the moment.
Well, you've got a bloke who's 48 not out of 136 on a tricky pitch, and he's played, from what I've seen, immaculately.
He has, yeah, he hasn't. Yeah.
But doesn't that tell a story of a little bit of how the game is these days?
Well, his name was mentioned at the start of last summer, wasn't it? When things weren't quite.
Shed loads of runs. That's why.
Well, when things weren't quite where they are now for English cricket. English cricket was still recovering at the beginning of last summer, wasn't it? It's obviously on the crest of a wave right now. There's an edge and goes through past second slip. Would it have carried? It'll bring up Compton's 50. A rare edge found by Middlesex. It'll be the closest any edge so far has come towards the cordon. He raises the bat, 240 minutes, 165 deliveries and 8 fours, and he's really kept Middlesex at bay here with his perseverance. It's been a wonderful innings.
Yeah, it's technically proficient in tricky circumstances, and you know, not every pitch is played on test match flat pitch in the middle of summer, is it? Or abroad or whatever. I think for me, the idea that, see, Zach's played 32 test matches, okay, on the bounce, for a career test average of 27, okay? There's only Mike Brearley averages less than that, the top order batsman, and Brearley's, to be fair, had qualities other than that, right? And he didn't play them on the bounce.
Into the over, 140 for 6.
So they're kind of down now. They'll colours to the mast with him, haven't they? They've fundamentally, unless say Johnny Bairstow came back and they opened the batting with Johnny Bairstow, he's undroppable now. Doesn't matter what he does, because what they're saying to him is, well, you might get some runs for us one day and win us a game. One day you might, and they're also giving you license to fail as well. So it doesn't matter if you fail, because you might get some runs next time. Now they provided some great entertainment, and they found ways to win at the moment, which is fine. Now, is it raining?
I think it's raining. I was just signaling to the producer there. Go on anyway. For now, I think we're okay for the moment.
They're providing that, but they're actually saying to people like Ben Compton, what's the point in you playing the game? You're never going to get any better, or higher, shall I say.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Slipping down, says the umpire. A leg bye will be signalled. There's no bass involved, but sliding down. Slips out down the leg side from Bamba. And it'll be 4 leg byes, 145 for 6.
So I'll give you another example. Okay, you've got a 21-year-old who's gets a lot of runs, pokey cover drive, cuts well, good off his legs, good off his hips, lets the ball go well, good judgment, tootles along around 42 or 3 per 100 balls, right? Would he get anything inside? The answer is no, probably. Well, that's Alistair Cook. Doesn't hit sixes.
Oh, he's got him. Swats at one down the leg side. That's the end of Compton. He's gone for 52. 145 for 7. Middlesex have their breakthrough with a shorter delivery, and it's Bamba who's bounced out Compton at last. They tried it with Higgins, they tried it with Helm, but Bamba strikes again. 4 for 33 for him.
Nobody can indeed deserve that. Yeah, Ben Compton's average goes down.
That's a really good bouncer from Bamba as well, isn't it? It's not loose, it's not a long hop, it's not wasted. It's in at that right shoulder.
It's well directed, it's the right height. Too often bouncers either go too high or too low. He's just feathered it round off the glove, hasn't he?
It was the way Simpson went in the Nottinghamshire match, wasn't it? To was it Broad? It was from the nursery end. They had that leg side field set up, and Simpson feathered one through. But yeah, they've really gone after Compton with the short stuff in this game. But interestingly, Helm has probably not gone after him as much as anybody else has with the short stuff, which is rather bizarre.
Well, what I'd like to see is Tom just to have that one more over actually, and to just pick up a wicket too, and then say, well, you know, the tail's in, and get a little 3 for. I deserve 3 wickets here. I bowled really well for that.
Well, that was the thing about yesterday. Helm could have walked away with a couple of wickets in his spells that he had yesterday, because, as we said, there were balls like this morning, unplayable stuff from Helm. I always go back with Helm. We'll come back to actually Helm in a moment. Here's the new batter. Quinn making his way out for Kent, and well, what this will do for Stewart now will be interesting. Stewart's 26 off 30 and has gone pretty hard at it so far, but Matt Quinn, 30-year-old, only turned 30 in February, Auckland born. Well, there's the ground staff as well. At the moment we're fine. There was a short, sharp shower which passed through, and that's all we're really expecting today. We're not expecting heavy interruptions. So it should be 104 overs. As such, we're beginning the natural day's play now. There's still 96 to go. We've had half an hour. We've had the 8, so long old day. It's all right. The overtime's good stuff. But yeah, here comes Quinn, and he's on strike first up to Bamba. But it'll be really interesting to see Stewart's approach now, particularly with that short boundary. These teachers in the mound stand are going to have to warm their hands up, aren't they, if Stewart starts laying into a few. Three slips in place for Quinn. Oh, that's a lovely ball first up by Bamba. Thick inside part of the bat from Quinn's getting off the mark, which brings Stewart onto strike, the man who thumped Bamba into the tavern for 6. Career batting average for Matthew Quinn of just 10. He's got 150 in 69 innings, and he comes in at 9. We've all seen a fair old bit of Hogan over the years with the bat. I know that he'll go for a bit of the long handle at the end. Sagar, number 10, but all eyes on Stewart at the moment. Bamba, the 6 that he hit as well from Bamba, he pretty much picked it up from fourth stump, just lofted it into the tavern. Century to his name once in his first-class career against Middlesex at Canterbury in a pink ball day-night match, where he was the man of the match quite comfortably, rattled through Middlesex with the pink ball and then went out and smashed at Century under the floodlights the next day.
He does look to be a player who bottom hand and likes to it comes across the ball. Some of those balls from Tom, he was actually trying to play the wrong direction too.
There he goes again. There's the pick-up, there's the bottom hands, there's 6 more. Up towards Old Father Time, that one. Just in front of square, more towards mid-wicket. And Stewart rattles along to 32. It's the 150 up for Kent, 152 for 7 at the end of the 56th.
Yeah, that was kind of exactly it, wasn't it? Just a big bottom hand whip. Look at that, the old man coming on there to pick up a couple of bonuses. He's hoping, look.
Well,
I think I might fancy a little bowl now, skipper.
Although, will he fancy a bowl at that, man, Stewart? If you remember that Barker contest with the short boundary, this is exactly where the pitch was for a Hampshire match, the COVID year, and Barker kept on depositing Mercer into the mound in the tavern for a really innings-defining, or a match-defining innings.
Left-hander, I suppose. It's
yes,
left-hander, isn't he,
yes, he was. Yeah, he was.
So he has got a big leg side boundary here.
This is inside out for Stewart, but it's Quinn first up, isn't it? But yeah, as you say, but Mercer here, I mean, he bowled really well yesterday, and that was another thing. Middlesex started well with the ball in the first innings. It's the first time they've done so this year, really. Arguably the Nottinghamshire first innings, if that Duckett catch is held, it's a different game, isn't it? You'd fancy a different start, certainly, to the game.
Studious forward defence.
Yeah, how long did Helm had? He's had 40 minutes, and we're just about to see Stewart open up, and Helm's removed, so he's a little unlucky that he misses out at this point. So I think Helm to Stewart from the nursery end could have been interesting as well. Clipped away, and that's going straight, targeting the LBW. Couldn't get two.
Yeah, I think Helm this morning is an example of how the figures don't always tell the story. You look at his figures and you say, oh, he's been around the park.
Well, again, it's probably been one of his better spells of the ball this season.
Absolutely, yeah.
Bamba to Stewart will be interesting as well. I think, again, Quinn here will block out, won't he, for Stewart, and just try and give Stewart that confidence that he doesn't need to go too quickly at it. There's still 3 wickets standing. As long as there's 3 wickets standing, Quinn can perhaps be a little bit, Stewart can be a little bit more selective about the balls that he hits out against. When it's 2 down, you'd imagine, or 2 to go, Stewart will really go after it. Studious once more.
The key is to keep Stewart non-strike, isn't it?
I was going to go back to what you were saying about Alistair Cook. A penny for the thoughts of the man standing at second slip as well when you mentioned averages, because his average is 30, Sam Robson.
Yeah,
in Test cricket.
Yeah, it goes to show, you know, you talk about well, the other Compton, Nick, of course. Nick, I think, after all his batting partners, Alistair Cook since Andrew Strauss, I think the partnership with Nick Compton was the most successful.
Goes past the edge. Just really gave that one the chance to swing. Mercer put it up there outside off. Quinn following it, 154 for 7 into the over. How much confidence does that fill Stewart with seeing that last shot from Quinn? To be fair, that's Mercer at his best though, just drawing a batter into something.
You know, when you're looking at, you know, Sam got really 1-2 Test hundreds yet?
Sam got 1.
Sam got 1, and Nick Compton got 2 in not particularly lengthy careers. Well, Sam certainly did.
Robson just had that one year, didn't he? 2014. which he averaged 30. Scored 1 century and 150 in 11 innings. Jab to cover. First ball from Stewart. There's a long chat ahead of this over by Eskenazi with Bamba about the field placing. We've got the 2 slips. There's a deep third just out of shot. Deep point also out of shot on that offside. Covering a mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg.
I think he's going to have to hang the ball out there and hope it goes right across it again.
Yeah, I was going to say that he's angled back in on a couple of occasions. That's where Stewart's, gone with the slope, hasn't he? And
they're kind of putting the field back a little bit on the offside. They're hoping he's going to throw the bat at it.
Takes a step across, and he's timed that pretty well, but deep mid-wicket, well positioned. He'll just get a single. Field will be all change for Quinn now. Can Bamba pick up his fire for him? Again, at 8 down, as a batter, you're looking at standing at the non-striker's end thinking, well, this could be over in 2 deliveries, so I need to get on with it. But at 7 downs, you've got that reassurance to play your own game and keep going for Stewart. So picking up the wicket of Quinn, quite crucial here for Middlesex for progressing matters quickly.
It's not been that successful a morning, has it, really? You look at it now, we've had an hour and a quarter's play and just the 1 wicket to show for it in conditions that are still helping. The ball's a lot older, of course. The ball's nearly 60 overs old, but it's still doing enough. So they've kind of done well to rebuild a little bit from where they were.
Just looked up Nick Compton's test average. His was 28.7. He got 2 centuries, as he said, 2 50s in 30 innings. So he had nearly 3 times the opportunity that Robson did. Averaged 28. Had some really fine hours. One of them was in South Africa, wasn't it?
Yeah. Was that in Durban?
I think so, yeah.
I think he got 100 in Dunedin as well.
.40 in June, Nick Compton. Still only 39. Still be going in the tennis. First class average of 40 for Compton. 27 centuries and 59 50s for Nick Compton. Single there for Quinn. It's end of the overs. He'll keep the strike against Mercer.
Don't mind that, do you?
No, not at all. Didn't do badly, the old Comptons, did they? Who's next in line? 10 years between Nick and Ben. But all eyes on these two now. So Quinn will have strike. Stewart on 33. Lord's 50. Potentially for Stewart.
Patrick is Ben's dad, isn't it? Yeah. And he lives in Durban. And he entertained us all, us hacks to one Christmas Day. It was lovely time.
Imagine that's where Mercer's just going to try and leave that ball all over long. Nip a couple away down the slope. And he's Zach Crawley found, nip one back up the slope as well through the gate. But that's so Mercer, I'm sure, will just try and hang in there. 3 first-class games for Patrick Compton as well, wasn't he?
I didn't know that. I knew he was a journalist, but he was.
For Natal, he hit 150 in 5 innings. It's good for Mercer again. Not standing up tall to it. Just the one season, 79-80.
Oh, I was going to say, what year would that have been?
Richard Compton. 7 first-class games. Also for Natal. Two seasons for Natal. Actually 3 indeed, sorry. 78, 79 through to 1980, 81. Should be the father of Nick. That's 18 wickets. Again, he had a media career, didn't he, Nick? Richard.
Well, he was certainly in Dunedin when Nick got his 100 there. I remember that was his maiden 100.
Oh, I can swat at that one. In from Mercer, rarely spotted Mercer bouncer. I think it was because the South Africa century was the was that Mercer bouncer. Bad direction from Mercer on it. The South Africa one was on his final England hurrah, wasn't it, for Compton, for Nick Compton?
Yeah, it was the same game as Steve Fing batted out and got his 50 there.
The Watford Wall. So he had the Headingley match, didn't he, Compton, when he lost his place, Nick Compton. Then he got his place back, and I remember doing an interview with him after that, and just before he was recalled by England for I think it was the winter that he scored the century in South Africa, or it was the following winter, but he said, don't judge me on 5 days in Headingley. It was pretty much the line, where he'd had his battles clearly in Headingley that week, and he's made no secret, I don't think, Nick, of his internal battles. But don't judge me on 5 days in Headingley. I was in a bad place, and he did get another chance with England. Oh, lovely from Mercer again. End of the over, 156 for 7. And he pretty much took it as well, didn't he? As we say, that century in South Africa will be one of his finest moments.
Indeed. It was... what he showed, he was a temperament for playing Test cricket, as they wanted to play Test cricket then. Changing bowling, so we're getting back at the other one, isn't it?
Yeah. This will be interesting. Helm to Stewart. Helm will take it more naturally up the slope than Bamba. Bamba obviously has the ability to do it, but nipping the ball back down the slope was really Bamba's key, much like Roland Jones, whereas Helm will get that slightly shorter length, try and get the ball to nip back up the slope, which if Stewart tries to open up to the tavern, it could be quite good fun. I'm just looking to see where deep third is, and Higgins is down there quite fine at deep third.
Off the boundary.
Yeah. We're going to bring a second slip as well. Deep third.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, deep third won't go any finer. That's clearly the tactic, isn't it? Just slightly shorter length than Bamba. Outside off, nips back up the slope, and if Stewart goes for the grandstand, there'll be trouble. That one nips down the slope first ball. And it feels right, Helm to Stewart. Helm at Helm's finest hours, most consistently for Middlesex, are coming white ball cricket. Batters are trying to hit him out of the park, mostly T20.
The trouble with T20 cricket is white ball cricket is that you can go 8 or 9 over and come away saying I've had a good day.
Yeah.
It's a slightly different mentality, isn't it?
Good from Helm, respectful from Stewart. Well, he famously defended 5 to, well, here at Lord's, on 2 occasions he defended 5 in the final over of a game. One to win a game and one to draw a game. One was against Sussex, and I'm pretty sure the other one was against Kent.
He was an accomplished white ball bowler.
His slower ball is excellent, isn't it? But so masterful, so controlled at the top and the bottom of a T20 innings. Next side there, just a single out to deep mid wicket.
Well, there's so many different strategies you have to have in white ball cricket now. You know, the way the game the game has progressed to. I'd have had to have learned a whole raft of new skills.
Yeah.
You see.
Dragged away between mid-wicket and mid-on. They'll think 2. They'll take 2 happily. 159 for 7. Gus Fraser just about played 1 T20 or 2 T20s before he was done, didn't he, I think?
Did he really?
Let's have a look and see.
Did he?
I'm pretty sure he did. 2003 was the first. Wasn't that his last year, or was he done 2001? He'd certainly just turned into this century, hadn't he, Gus?
Must be that boundary line ability.
Side. Nothing from. Actually, I tell a lie, he didn't. I thought he did. I thought he played a T20. He didn't. Just the 46 tests and 42 ODIs, 290 first-class games, 336 list A. Took a few wickets along the way as well.
His career would have finished, wouldn't it, before T20 started?
Was it 2001 his last year then?
Yeah, well, T20 didn't.
2002. 2002 was his last year.
Yeah, 2003, 4 was T20, wasn't it?
Missed it by 1 year.
When they were devising T20 competition, they were trying to run it across, you know, almost like a focus group, which was fundamentally myself and some of my colleagues. Ian McLaurin, Lord McLaurin, who was PCB chair then, took us all on a trip to Valderrama in Spain. We all flew down to Valderrama and we played a bit of golf, and we were a captive audience for a couple of presentations which were really interesting about some things that ECB were doing. And one of them was about this new competition, which was going to be a 20-over competition. And one of the things we were tasked with was coming up with a name for the competition. And it was a brief to it, you know, it had to be attractive to kids, young people.
Could be close, just outside the line of off, perhaps.
And, you know, pretty much that. You to a particular audience, and particularly the kids. It was down the pitch and it's outside there. So there were various suggestions attractive to kids in those days. With 20 over competition, we thought 20 Benson edges. That would work.
Kids of the 1950s.
Yeah, well, yeah. Kylie Minogue in concert. that might work. And then 2020 came from it, and which became T20. I can remember thinking Pro 20. That was my colour. But that's where 2020 came from. Came from a group of hacks going down to Valderrama to.
You claimed the Pro 40 then today. I hope you got some royalties for that. Pro 40 came along not long after.
It did actually, didn't it?
There we go. Mid-off is deeper than usual. Tom Helm. Just see the head of Ethan Bamba's about to disappear there. down at deep mid-on. It's a deep cover point signing autographs. I think it's Max Holt. Deep third.
Quite deep enough, are they? He wouldn't have had to get hold of much of that for it to clear to chip the infield, really. The infield set back, but is it far enough back?
He's a powerful man. You want to be running into it rather than running backwards, don't you?
Yeah.
Interestingly nudging and nurdling here now. Stewart, 35 from 42.
Of course, he keeps the strike, doesn't he? So just one ball there.
He's just got at it, the non-strikers, and there he goes again. A couple of big sweet pickups. Back to his economical best, Mercer, just one off the over. 2 for 28 from 15 now. Keeping these two in check. Quinn 6 from 21. And for helping that man, Stewart, on 35 from 42. Facing up to Helm again. It won't be far from time to use Higgins either. And Higgins will be... I just wondered if they fancy that Higgins might be too easy a pickup for Stewart from the pavilion edge. Yeah. But he's such a good bowler, though. He's such a good competitor, isn't he? You almost fancy he wouldn't have shirked from the task. He'd have relished it at that end. But replacing Murtagh again, where as you say, it's a big boundary to the onside for the bottom hand shot of Stewart.
Yeah, sometimes it almost reverts to white ball mode, but again, that's difficult with that really short boundary. A lot of white ball cricket is played on very short boundaries, of course.
That's the length that Helm want to operate on, just a single. Scattering the pigeons, doing Carl a favour, getting rid of them. Chomping away on all his seed that he's put down on the Nottinghamshire track there. 161 for 7, so back to Quinn.
Some of the white ball boundaries started off in IPL, really, didn't it, where they put the boundaries right in, which, when you have your sixes sponsored, you're not going to push the boundaries right out, are you? The more sixes you get, the more the sponsor gets.
That's heaved away. Not got all of it. Might not even get 4 for it. Milan giving a great chase and a slide. Quinn moves to 8. I won't be impressed by that at all. I remember a time here at Lord's where the T20 tracks seemed to be quite central, and the boundary ropes were pretty well spread. And it was like, well, there's not that many 4s and 6s. It was around the time when the square was getting a little slow and low here at Lord's. 10 years or so ago, probably.
I think white ball cricket is a better game with bigger boundaries. I really do.
Run away. A couple at least. Long chase for Luke Holman. They've taken 2 and should be able to get back comfortably now for the 3rd. They do. Quinn's on to 11. That'll frustrate Helm and Middlesex. 6 off the first 3 of the over. But I remember that there just weren't the 4s and 6s here at Lord's that everybody was turning up for. So there was at that point there was a conversation about, well, can't the ropes be brought in a bit and have some more of these 4s and 6s if they're going to play so centrally? The argument was no.
Well, you're manufacturing something there. It's artificial,
indeed,
isn't it? And it's so punitive on bowlers, and it encourages rise of some mediocrity in batting, because you've only got to swing top edge and you get a 6 for it.
Especially modern day bats.
Well, that as well.
Again, there we go. That's what we're talking about in that length for Helm. If it just nips up the slope slightly as well, slightly shorter length everything's against the right-hander swinging to that short boundary, which is what Quinn wants to do. What Stewart will be thinking about that at the other end, I'm not so sure. Single to in the over, 7 off it. And 66 for 7.
Strange how often you have to work overly hard to get rid of the low order. I know it's a function of the ball getting softer generally. Sometimes it's bowlers getting tired. There's definitely an uptick in batting ability down the order now.
Oh, we've had a message from Andrew Sampson, the font of all knowledge, on the Natal matches for Patrick and Richard. Interestingly, says Andrew, Patrick and Richard Compton both played their first-class cricket for the South Africa Cricket Board Natal team, which was the non-white cricket in apartheid days. Those matches were only officially recognised as first class after the end of apartheid and following union in cricket.
That's really interesting, isn't it?
Murtagh bowls him. Top of off stumps gone. Lovely ball from Murtagh. Just doing what he does, nagging it away on a line and length, and he has a 3rd wicket.
Yeah, it's exactly the perfect ball, isn't it? Top and off. Yeah, perfect ball, top and off, thanks very much.
The one that doesn't swing from Murtagh.
Just good to have a struggle a little bit. You know, it's strange knowing Patrick Compton. That shouldn't surprise, or it doesn't surprise me actually. Knowing that, so Tom will look at that way and also. I can't buy a wicket.
Wes Agar. Couple of matches for Australia in ODI cricket. And Murtagh sniffing a fifer. Well, I mean, it's a marked improvement from Murtagh in this match than it was the first game of the season. Now, much like the batters, the bowlers didn't have much time outside to run up to the stumps, past umpires, bowl the ball, you know, before the start of this season. They were heavily interrupted in pre-season.
To it, isn't there? But at the same time, it didn't stop the opposition from rattling through our top order, did it?
So he'd have wanted it, Mercer, and pick up a single. This could be interesting now seeing Stewart. Although it was Essex, the driest county, they probably got some out to it.
Well, there is that to it. Yeah.
But no, they were off the pace, weren't they, Middlesex, that first game of the season. But Mercer in this game he's been back to his best. And I understand a yard or two quicker in this game than he was the first game of the season against Essex. Possibly missing out on the last 2 games has just forced that slightly. There's a few more effort balls in this one from Murtagh. Apparently he's low 70s rather than high 60s as he was in the Essex game. Single for Stewart, 2 to come of the over.
I imagine. I mean, they've been back bowling and doing all sorts since November, haven't they? And I imagine in spite of all that, you still go outside and you still play your first game and it's still overs. And even though you're in the proper indoor nets with nets and tables, heaters in there, isn't it? Things like that. It's not, it'll get cold outside, hopefully.
He's picked up 1 for 95 in the first Essex innings. In the second innings, 4 for 44. 3 for 33, 3 for 30 here. 3 for 34, that's the end of the over. 63 done, 172 for 8, crunched away.
A bit of whip in that, wasn't there, just to level it through the offside.
Hanging out there, man. So 2 ODIs for Wes Agar. Brother of Ashton. Victoria lad. As that plays 25, sorry, first class matches. Top score of 57, the only time he's passed 50 in 34 innings. Did manage 41 though in the ODI for Australia. It was the second ODI that he played. Well, he's only played 2, but against the West Indies at Bridgetown in July 21. That's heaved away, step across from Stewart and slapped over the top of mid-on. Moves to 41, 176 for 8. This could be a big over coming up. We have his eye on his half century at Lord's, Stewart. Agricultural stuff that. Pushed it wide outside off stump there, Helm, but I guess the key is just got to be careful on length as well. Eskenazi has charged from slip. Let's have a chat with Helm. This will not want to. This will be a position that Middlesex won't want to let slip really. 176 for 8. They'll be pretty happy with where things are at the moment. And Eskenazi's gone to a deep mid wicket. He's come out of slip. That's true.
There's a white ball, slower ball, wasn't it? This is the kind of situation, isn't it, that Darren Stevens used to do so well for Kent. And they're up against it, and you think you got through them, but there he was, and he played some wonderful innings for him.
It's back up, down the slope, sorry, to Agar. I was just looking up actually, that 41 that he scored in the second ODI. So look at the replay again of that one. Inside edge into the body. Yeah, he scored 41 batting at 10 from 36 deliveries, 3 fours, 2 sixes, and he helps Australia recover from 128 for 8 when Matthew Wade fell. And he and Adam Zampa came together. Zampa scored 36, Agar scored 41. A rearguard action that at least made a game of it. It was a 4-wicket win for the West Indies, who chased it down with 12 overs to spare, 188 being their target at Bridgetown. Middlesex won't want to see any repeats here between Stewart and Agar. Again, good match position for Middlesex. The best start they've had. They won't want to let the last couple of wickets do some damage. Just outside that off stump again, just a single to the deep backward points. Ashton Agar, of course, on Test debut at his finest hour with the bat, didn't he? 98 at Trent Bridge.
Trent Bridge, yeah.
Quick single, well run. Agar will keep the strike, 180 for 8.
Yeah, that was the notorious Stuart Broad non-walk test, wasn't it? Which was ramped up into something it wasn't. The deflection off the keeper's gloves went to slip, and he didn't go for that. He said it straight. He said, no, he hasn't. It's protected, deflected off Brad Adams' gloves, actually. If you'd done it one to slip, you'd have stood there. But he didn't nick it a slip. Nicked the keeper. Nicked the keeper, actually.
We won by 14 runs, didn't we? On the spot again from Mercer. UMSI hits.
Just had a message from Chris Gold, actually. You know Chris Gold, don't you? And he said that Patrick Compton played one Middlesex Twos match in 1968. Yeah.
68 and 70, the pair of them, I think, when I looked up. On the spot again from Mercer, and hold out to mid-on. Bamba with the catch. Mercer has 4 for 34. And Kent are 180 for 9.
I only chuckled because...
Well, he can't argue too much. They won the Nottinghamshire match without him.
Well, no, that's right.
But you know, it's good bowling. Again, he's on the spot, isn't he? That's hitting top of off stump. It's hit off the top of off stump to mid-on.
Of course, it makes life very difficult. He's an unbelievably skillful bowler. I just think it's funny.
Helm can see the funny side at least.
Yeah,
Mid-off.
I bet he can.
Wicketless still. Bamba. Who was... well, he's bowled beautifully in this game as well, hasn't he, Bamba?
He's been terrific. He's a model of accuracy, and I think that you've seen all the benefits of him spending the winter bowling in competitive matches.
And you know, he's again first 100 wickets at 20 in first-class cricket from Bamba on the right there. Helm, again, who's another protege, wasn't he? Really, at a young age, he was. They talked about Helm all the way through the youth ranks at Middlesex. There was always this exciting young bowler called Helm coming through. And he's an exciting bowler, and he has been an exciting bowler. He's been a wonderful server for the county. Bamba probably didn't pull up the trees in the same way. He was he kind of made his debut at Northamptonshire, and the rest is history. But before that, there was no big clamour about, oh, this guy Bamba's going to be something special.
I think if you took the Ethan Bamba of 4 years ago and you stood him alongside the Ethan Bamba now, you would say it's a bit like those old Charles Atlas adverts that you used to get, you know, with the puny body and the
yeah, he's beefed
body.
up a bit, hasn't he?
He's beefed up. He's done some well, not to his detriment, I would say. I think there's such a lot happens where bowlers think that you spend time in the gym and you build up your upper body. Well, no, you don't, because I always believe you build a bowler from the floor down, from the floor up, rather. I've seen bowlers who develop big upper bodies and they have spindly legs, and it's your legs that carry you through.
Well, again, that's been the mark of the last 10-15 years of English cricket, isn't it? Test level, international level. Building up the guns, as they call them. Here's Hogan. Right up there again from Mercer. They have a single. Oh, underarm throw at the stumps from Helm. Athletic stuff from him. Brilliant work by Helm at mid-off. Hogan off the mark, first ball. He was nearly out first ball. Over to Stewart on 43. It would have been tight. Really good underarm throw from Helm.
Yeah, athletic for a bloke who's been bowling at the other end.
Will Mercer denying the chance of a wicket and wrap it up in this over.
I
Stewart.
wonder Tom's saying, get on with that, I can't run him out, I'm not going to give him a 5.
Stewart steps away. Mercer follows in. Chipped to the deepish mid-on. Bamba, just the single. He's got a couple more here at Hogan.
Probably sort of coming on.
Yeah, there was no escape for Mercer last year against Keith Barker last year. Sorry, it's 2 years ago now, isn't it? Was it 3 indeed? Goodness me, time goes. That was 2020, wasn't it?
Yeah, we forget about the time out with COVID, don't we? It's like a year that never happened.
Barker just kept on depositing. From this nursery end, he was right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, into the slot really. Oh, nearly for Mercer. 4 for Hogan, 182, 186 for 9 now with a thick inside edge. Hogan, 41 years of age, 42, 31st of May, in New South Wales. 188 first-class matches for him now. Top scorer 57, 4 times he's passed 50. 255 innings.
He's one of the, I think it's only 4 40-year-olds playing county cricket now.
Oh, that's a lovely ball. Mercer to end the over, just full of the length through Hogan into it, and the old man nearly got the older man out. He's Mercer's not 42 until August.
In fact, it's the bowlers who dominate the 40 pluses, isn't it?
Which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ramps went into the 40s, didn't he?
Yeah, quite a few have done that, but it's that was Jimmy and Mertz and Hogan. I can't remember
Has Berg hit 40 now? Northamptonshire last week, wasn't that the big? Because Mercer didn't play in the game, and everybody was disappointed that they wanted the 2 40-year-olds up against each other. Here's Ryan Higgins. That shot you just saw over the back of the Warner stand in the pavilion there, it looks pretty grim, and it is. But what you didn't quite see from that shot, which we see from a slightly better vantage point, is it's really a band of cloud. So if it does deposit anything behind, it's pretty clear. Might do it just in time for lunch. Here's Ryan Higgins. Just rejecting the single. Stewart. Well, he's going to eye up that onside and look for his 50. I'd fancy. Doesn't want to be denied his 50 at Lords. Hogan's come down to have a natter with him.
We're kind of, it's a bit of sort of skirmishing, isn't there, really? Because they want to take a single, obviously. He doesn't want it.
Steps across, hits it up in the air. Simpson underneath it. So too is Helm, and Helm takes an absolute beaut. What a catch that is. Goodness me, that was pressure for the big man. Stewart's gone for 44. Higgins has a second wicket. Kent are all done for 186. No 50 for Stewart at Lords. After a century, his only century in first-class cricket against Middlesex at Canterbury a few years back. But Helm makes sure there's no more. And that took some catching.
Wow, that was a catch, wasn't it? I wouldn't have backed him there.
One-handed in the end, I think, wasn't it?
Well, it was spinning away from him, I think, in the air.
Watch that outstretched hand there now. They got it too, but held.
Two,
yeah,
but it was what a wonderful catch.
yeah, brilliant. And well done on the cameras as well. Great piece of camera work to capture that moment. Brilliant catch from Tom Helm. So Higgins ends up with 2 for 13. Bamba was the star of it really, with 4 for Mercer, 4 for 40 as well. 4 for 42 Bamba from his 17. So pretty identical figures from those two. Helm wicketless, none for 76, and poor old Helm's the one who takes the catch to finish it off as well. But Middlesex will be pretty happy with that. But Stewart could have done even more damage there, couldn't he? So it's, from their perspective, slight relief that they wrapped it up for 186.
Yeah, I think just for a while it was tricky, wasn't it? And Compton was still there, just making that initial breakthrough, and then they've actually wrapped it up pretty well, as you say. Big tester now though. It's the lights are on. New ball.
Yes.
Bowlers.
Lunch taken at 1:10 as we're making up time, so
Yeah.
they'll go back out to start. They'll have 40 minutes basically through until lunch.
Yes. So
Ideal for Kent.
Yeah.
We'll take a brief break because it is an elongated session, elongated day, so we'll have to make the most of every cup of tea we can get as well. So
Yeah, that's a good shout.
we'll be back in 5 minutes, folks. From Mike Selvey, myself, Kevin Handel. Take a brief break here at Lords. Middlesex wrapping up that Kent innings, 186. We'll go through the car and the bowling figures when we come back. Big old 40 minutes up to lunch. We're at the Middlesex top order here. Kent will be firing on all cylinders, you'd imagine, for this passage of play. Join us back in a few moments.
It's not going to be kept side by Saturdays.
Well, welcome back, folks. Thanks for bearing with us. A couple of minutes, cup of tea in hand, ready to go for a big 40 minutes through here to lunch. No sign of the Middlesex batters just yet, and rightly so. Play to resume at 12:33. I make it 12:30. Kent are eager. They were out there ready to go. So too the umpires. A little bit of grey cloud that was over the back of the grandstand, over the back of the pavilion and the Warner. That's just reaching us now. It's meant to be pretty nice after lunch. And looking away over the back of the pavilion as we sit at the nursery end of the media centre, you can see it there. There's that bank of cloud, which is pretty much just approaching us and just sitting across in front of the stand. That's hovering away over NW8 at the moment, but in the distance it looks a lot brighter. Middlesex, though, as you can see, no sign of the batters yet. Here they come, the Middlesex pair. Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson, who well, have had a tricky start to the summer as the Middlesex top order. However, it was put right to some extent in the second innings. Sam Robson, Norton 3 against Essex, 4 and 12 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. And then last up for Robson is the victory against Nottinghamshire by 4 wickets, for which Robson hit the winning runs, of course. But it wasn't quite as, well, it was dramatic a finish, but it wasn't quite as spectacular, shall we say. It was 17 and 12. Oh, are we off? There's a bit of rain. The hover cover's starting up. The umpires are sending them straight back off, and that's going to be an early lunch here at Lord's. Whether they can go straight off now and take the lunch, we'll have to wait and see. Robson and Stoneman are already back. I'm not sure they even made it to the middle. They're already back at the rope and nearly off and ready to go for a spot at lunch. This has fallen quite nicely for Middlesex. The light's not great at the moment. That band of cloud that we just saw above the pavilion, above the Warner, above the grandstand, and well, if that top order needed a little rub of luck at the start of the season, then this may well be it, because this would have been a really, really nasty, grisly, grim 40 minutes through until lunch. Not much to gain for Middlesex in this period, an almighty amount for Kent to gain and for Middlesex to lose. But as rain stops play, it's basically a matter of, can the umpires immediately take an early lunch here? I mean, this could be a passing shower and we're straight back on. We've seen it once already this morning. There was a much heavier shower that blew in this morning, and we persevered and we played through it, and it lasted only a couple of minutes. Now Kent, as you can see, are not leaving the fields, and I certainly wouldn't be if I were Kent. I'd be out there hanging on and saying, it stopped raining, let's get going. Robson and Stoneman are doing their very best because they're back up in the dressing room already, I'd imagine. They're well gone and well out of sight. Eat up as many minutes as possible. Wily old pair, as they are now, a pair of test openers. They'll have said, right, back under the arms, let's get back up those steps quickly and kill a couple of minutes here, even if we do get back out before lunch. A decision for the umpires to make, so as you can see, it's not heavy. A spit of rain has hit the screen, the windows in front of us, and the media centre, which is tilted at nearly a 45-degree angle, not quite, I don't think, but the wind blowing that rain directly into the media centre, but that has stopped already. I can see the spits of rain on the window in front of me, but that has stopped. How it is out there, well, plenty to think about. One is the light. I think the light's okay. They took a meter reading yesterday when they came off for a spot of rain. Umpires are looking. Let's have a look. It looks as though they've said something. I think it's Hover. Yeah, hover cover's coming off, and Robson and Stoneman are going to have to come back down the pavilion steps for a second time in a couple of minutes. So up it powers and off it comes, that hover cover. Come on, get it off, says the umpires, and on we go. So let's have a look. We're 2 minutes late on the restart. They were out there very, very early, both Kent and the umpires. Robson and Stoneman were quite right, taking their time. Well, they were quicker off than they were on. So we'll look at the pavilion steps again in a moment. That long room door for the emergence of the Middlesex opening pair. I was just about to get to the Nottinghamshire match and Sam Robson with the rain fell. So yeah, Robson, Norton 3 against Essex here. 4 and 12 at Wantage Road. And a red inker at the winning runs against Nottinghamshire. However, it was 17 and 12 not out when he pulled Stuart Broad to square leg. He was called through for a run, which he was very late on. Higgins calling him through the winning run, shy at the non-striker's end. Robson got home, the throw missed. Middlesex won by 4 wickets. He'll hope for not such a dramatic start to this innings, I'm sure, as he had to the end, to his last. Mark Stoneman, on the other hand, his opening partner, well, both of them have felt a little bit hard done by, I would imagine, certainly on the replays that I've seen with a couple of LBWs they've had. He got a pair here, first game of the season, Stoneman. 3 and 24 at Wantage Road, and then 76 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire. He was the first Middlesex top order batsman to reach 50. First of the top 3 to reach 20, first of the top 3 to reach 30. And the first of 50. So yeah, he'll be looking to pick up where he left off. Mark Stoneman, it really was a very, very fine knock against Nottinghamshire in that first innings in particular, when there was all sorts of pressure on Middlesex. And then he came out, of course, in that second innings and hit 43 as he and Eskenazi opened up the Middlesex second innings in the chase, set 249 to win. And that 43 at the top from Stoneman was a fabulous effort. It'll be a stark contrast to what he's going for here against Wes Agar and co. Agar from the pavilion end. He has 3 slips and a gully, point, mid-off. Mid-on's heading back up to the pavilion end. He's forgotten something. Is it going to be a short leg? Is he going to get a cap? We'll have a look up at the pavilion end in a moment. No, what it was, I think, was somebody left the helmets or a cap in front of the... Oh, now the umpire's going up there as well. What's up with him? So he's going up to have a chat. Mid-on had gone up there. It looked like a helmet or a cap was left in front of what is the covers for the bowler's runner. Welcome back, Self. Can you see what's going on?
Something in the pavilion, isn't there? It's the door, maybe the door needs shutting, or somebody. I'll tell you what. There's somebody in a red jumper, and is that what it is?
Yes. Cover up, please, ma'am.
Yeah, the ball coming out your red jumper. We don't really want that. That's taking it extreme, isn't it?
They're fussy, these batters, aren't they? Stoneman's around the wicket. Stoneman, the left-hander on strike. Agar is around the wicket to him. 3 slips in a gully. Points wide mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Kent starting up the Middlesex first innings. And starting up with the boundary, perhaps. It's bobbling away down the slope. It's a hard old chase. It's a good slide and a good recovery as well. To flick that back in from Stewart, who's just been out there a few moments ago, the last to go for Kent. And they're 186. A coupled start up for Stoneman. They didn't go too hard at it.
You're saying about that run chase, it'll be... Confidence is a wonderful thing, isn't it? You know, how much will that chase have actually freed them up to start playing like we know they can play? I don't mean 6.5 and over, but I mean it's freed them up, freed the minds up.
Oh, what a ball that is from Agar. Goodness me, that must have been close. We'll have a look on the replay of that. It must have been mightily close. Just straightened on him, didn't it?
It certainly did. It's not that far from off stump. You can't do much about those. You have to be philosophical as a batter about those. So you can swear and moan all you like about it, but it's gone past and that's gone. It isn't going to come back. I'm still here.
That gets through. Backward point rings out his hands. As flies for 4 for Stoneman.
That's a left-handed shot, that one. Less opportunity now that bowlers bowl around the wicket, right-handers around the wicket to them, but still any opportunity.
It's a beaut again. Has to play it, that Stoneman. That angle around the wicket you're talking about, Self.
Yeah. Play one, miss one, play one, miss one at the moment. But crucially again, he doesn't chase it. I mean, you don't get a lot of time to chase it with seaming. You can look at swings of it, but it's just going off the seam. Not that much time to adjust, but you haven't got to try and adjust too much for it just to become an edge. You commit to the line and hold the line.
Overpitched, open face, he's gone harder at that one. And Stoneman's into double figures.
Everything's challenging. Probably more runs than the entire top order scored in the first 3 games, isn't it? Just
Selv, you're a genius. He has more runs in the first 5 deliveries than the top 3 had combined in the first match against Essex. And if you want to add Eskenazi's, so the first, well, a bit harsh, wouldn't it? But Robson, Norton 3, Stoneman, Norton 0, Milan, Norton 4. So the top 3 in their first 2 innings of the season had a combined 7 runs. There's Pinky the Panther.
He's due to play and miss at this one, isn't he?
Solidly in behind. It's only over 10 without loss after the opening over. Agar up into the 80s there, as you see. So Stoneman has 10, but could have been different. Here's that replay from behind. Let's see how close. Oh, we'll come back to it in a moment. But the one that here's the one. It's not as close to the off stump. It was actually that straightening down the slope that saved both the edge and the top off stump.
Yeah, I mean that's good bowling. That is.
Now Sam Robson, the winning runs in the last match for the Middlesex opener in what was a 4-wicket victory. You'd have thought he'd got a century to his name, but coming in down the order, a long way down the order. It was 12 not out. Having hit 17 in the first innings, which was his best contribution of the season so far. 0-3, 4-12, 17 and 12 not out. So certainly growing into the season with each innings. 3 slips and a gully behind him. Michael Hogan from the nursery end. And runs. Runs the hip of Robson. That's pretty much where you don't bowl to him. Because much like Hogan, he grew up on hard, fast tracks. Quite likes it on the hips, doesn't he?
Yep. Kind of Sam Robson shots. Sam over the past few years has been standout player for Middlesex on tricky pitches, especially on the ones at Lords.
Yes, he has. He's got an extraordinary run here, didn't he? When Lords was one of the lowest scoring grounds in the country at that point as well. Something that Carl McDermott and co have put right.
Yeah, they've done really well, haven't they?
They have, and you know that was something at the end of the Nottinghamshire match, which I was a little bit rueful of, that I hadn't had time at the end of the game to congratulate the ground staff. Early season pitches always difficult. But we've seen 2 good games here at Lords. Middlesex entertaining Essex first and Nottinghamshire last. Up for Kent viewers to know of. Nice shot, full face of the bat, down the grounds. Beautiful timing by Robson, and a big bat face to double his tally with another boundary.
It's just putting the batting away, just timing, pure timing. No flourish in that at all. It's a block. I think one of the things about the pitches here, it's certainly Carl's put the work in since he's come in. Also the change in Director of Cricket, MCC, with Jamie Katz coming in, has had an impact as well.
Of course, this is Newcastle versus Paddington, isn't it? But of the New South Wales variety. Angle bat from Robson into the gully. But yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. As you say, his return here, where there was a difficult passage for the Lords. I mean, the stat really flew around a couple of years back, didn't it, of how low the average runs at Lords were for a number of years.
They were the lowest scores in the country. But what was difficult for Middlesex was that even within those, the opposition runs were better than Middlesex's runs.
It's a lovely shot, driven away, just straight of mid-off. Stewart turns to give chase. He may have got a fingertip to it because he's giving a hard chase on that one, thinking that he might catch it up all the way down the slope. So it was a tough chase and one in vain. Robson overtakes Stoneman. He's on to 12.
It's merry at the moment, isn't it? 32 off 1.5, 11 balls, 2 of all. Yeah.
Shot again, this time not timed. Wasn't that same trapping, blocking bat face that we saw to the previous one down the ground. Robson has 12 from 6, Stoneman has 10 from 6. It's not too far from 2020 season, I suppose. 22 without lost Middlesex after 2.
Just start. Kids are like that. I just went downstairs a moment ago and we were off air, and the noise from those kids is, you don't pick up in this media centre. It's completely devoid of atmosphere. It's hermetically sealed, so you get no idea of what goes on outside apart from a little bit of ambient noise which they pump in to compensate for not having a window that opens. And
Edge taken a slip, wow, parried by second Crawley and picked up at slip. Astonishing dismissal, really. High fives all round for Kent. Disappointment for Stoneman. Kent have the breakthrough before lunch. 22 for 1 and a parry and a great reaction catch at slip.
went fast, didn't it? Carried up by
Crawley got 2 hands to it, didn't it? As you say, pushed it up in the air, and well, it was an easy catch in the end once he saw it at slip. It was Crawley. I mean, it went so fast at Crawley here. Straight at the forehead.
I think we were saying last time I was here that the physics of why the ball seems to go faster if it takes the edge than it does if it had gone straight to slip eludes me. Sure, of course there's an explanation for it, but that did go fast, and he parried it and well taken catch.
Sun comes out to greet Peter Milan, coming in, the top scorer in the run chase. His was a masterful innings in that 249 chase against Nottinghamshire, and against an incredible Nottinghamshire attack led by Stuart Broad, who was certainly at times firing on all cylinders, much we expected this Kent attack to be at the start of this Middlesex innings here before lunch. So tricky for Milan, who was 0-4 first game of the season against Essex, 2-0 at Wantage Road. And then, well, top scoring with 60 in the second innings against Nottinghamshire. But he's got a real job to do, the overseas here, through until lunch. Lunch will be taken at 1:10 Still 20 minutes to go until the interval. 33-year-old has played 3 tests. He's got a real test on his hands here, hasn't he? That one jags back in, but from well wide outside of the off stump. Yeah, against Nottinghamshire, 26 in the first inning, 61 in the second for Milan.
You have to be very watchful here, because he does like to let the ball go. You've seen that very first ball there. It's not a great end to. You've got to be so careful letting the ball go, because the bowler can bowl wider, the ball comes back down the slope. So your judgment's got to be absolutely spot on.
Spot on there. Australian international to South African international. Captain South Africa A against India 2 winters back now. A couple of years since his 3-test run for South Africa, all against England. Test average of 26. First class average just dips below 45 now with the starts of the season that Middlesex have had. Troubles top order of which Milan has been part. 38 first class centuries, 52 first class 50s.
I think we saw last year what a fine player he is. So you see a solid, experienced player coming. He hasn't had the best start of the season, but again he was fundamental to that run chase.
Use of the feet from Milan against the 80-mile-an-hour Agar, 84 miles an hour. That one I did look to see, although he banged that one in slightly shorter, seeing Milan coming. I did wonder to just bend his back a little bit more, seeing Milan moving down the track at him. On the move, Milan. Middlesex are hopes to be on the move in this innings, but it's get through to lunch first and foremost. Sun set to come out this afternoon. Floodlights are on at the moment, not required. It is brighter stuff overhead, but still filled in. Now, just doing too much, I think. It wasn't a bad shout. You could see a little bit of leg there as he'd stepped across. But angling back down the slope. Let's have another look.
He's heading down, isn't it?
Right as well on that one, I'd imagine. They'd have gone up for it. They'd have gone upstairs again. The tee would have been out. It would have been a heart and mouth moment for Milan, though, for sure, because there have been a couple this season. We don't want to dig out umpires. Sadly, they were in the last round. Down at Hove in particular, the spotlight was put on the umpires, but it's a difficult enough game for them as it is. But there have been a couple of decisions early season that Middlesex have been pretty disappointed with. Miss Hogan. Newcastle against Paddington resumes. The New South Wales pair. Paddington Sydney for Sam Robson. Three centuries last year for Robson, average of 37, his career average. For Robson last season. Ian Stoneman forming a formidable opening pair for Middlesex. With the pair of them as well, you always fancy Robson in his early years. His emergence was with Chris Rogers, wasn't it? And they formed a formidable opening pair. But with Stoneman at the other end now, it's almost a case of Middlesex fancy all, you're going to rely on one of them to get in and get going.
Yeah, he was a really, really good signing for Middlesex. Pretty much predicated on the fact that his time at Surrey was coming to an end, but also that he didn't want to move out of the city, out of the area. So it was a perfect fit. He looks over Wimbledon now, doesn't he?
He does indeed.
Yeah.
Leg side from Hogan and a couple for Robson to the big old boundary down there. Agar collects. All Australian opening pair for Kent and an Australian and South African Test experienced pair in the middle for Middlesex, having had, of course, an All England opening pair just a moment ago. Test cricket. I saw him in the supermarket the other day. Mark Stoneman looked up and there he was. Bag full of groceries. Yeah, Sam Robson says he said he'll never give up on wanting to play for England again, wanting to play Test cricket again. But much like you mentioned with Compton, he's got his work cut out to get back into current regime's setup and expectations.
The reason I get irked sometimes when I see players that I think take it for granted. You know, there's that wonderful line, isn't there, from after the World Cup finals in 1966, the Football World Cup final. Jeff Hurst saying to Alf Ramsey as he left, see you next time, Alf, and Alf saying they've selected Jeffrey. That's what it should be, really, shouldn't it? You shouldn't ever take England's selection as a sinecure. It's not. I think there's a little bit of a danger of that happening at the moment, actually.
Drifted down on that occasion as well. Well, there was the great Aussie side of the golden generation, really, of Australian cricket. It was harder to get into and get out of the side, wasn't it? Or was it? I've got it the wrong way around there, haven't I, Bert?
Well, sort of. You see people like Stuart Law, who was a wonderful player who played one Test match, or Darren Lehman didn't play the number of Test matches that he would had he been another country. So you can pick your time as well. You come in at a bad time.
It was interesting. I had a chat with Stuart Law actually, his time as Middlesex coach, about that era and the one test that he had, and he didn't fail in that test either, did he? But he said that there was a group of us just below the great Australian side, and we knew we'd probably never get a chance. Not a.
There've been some extraordinarily good players who haven't had long careers of international careers, if any.
...264 first-class matches for Jamie Cox, average of 42, Tasmania and Somerset.
A lot of players you often say, the best player I've seen never to play Test cricket.
Oh, a little walk down the track at that one again, Milan. Banging it in short, Agar, and Milan's followed him.
Walking a waft, that was. I think if you'd have connected.
Runs here. Long leg has a chase. They'll hold him to 2. Milan's off the mark. Going through the 5th, 26 for 1.
There's a fella played for New Zealand called Rodney Redmond, and he played one test in New Zealand. He got 101st in his 52nd innings, never played again. So he came to England, toured England. Something happened. John Parker came in, played, and he never got another game.
of the over. 26-1. I thought it was midway through the over. The scoreboard here at Lords is frozen. The one on screen's correct. 5 done. So we've got 10 minutes until lunch.
Best player never to play Test cricket in my estimation.
I was just going to throw that out to the live chat.
Well,
you start the ball rolling.
Well, it was Vince van der Poel, without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. He has a remarkable record, given where he played and against whom he played most of his cricket.
Stewart's on from nursery end, change of bowling. So Hogan none for 14 off 2 is done for now. It's a Stewart who did have his finest hour against Middlesex, bat and ball at Canterbury in 2017. Ball away swing. First up for him to Robson. Yeah, best to never play Test cricket. Get involved in the live chat on the YouTube channel.
Not often people go for bowler either.
Cut hard, straight to point.
It's an extraordinary record. I mean, they had first class bowling average, I'm pretty sure, around about 15. Which is astonishing. Slip coming in. 4 slips in a gully.
And edged. Stretching for that one, Robson. Thick edge flies away all along the floor in front of that gully, backward a point.
Intuitive piece of field placing. I'll give them credit for that, because as soon as said that the ball slid off the outside edge just to the wrong side of one of the gullies from their perspective. It's the sort of thing that would have gone to hand in the Notts game, wouldn't it, for Notts? They got their plans absolutely spot on, didn't they?
Yeah, I mentioned that Holden one. Called it mid-wicket. It was Eskenazi caught down the leg side, leg slip in position. Yeah, there they are, 4 slips in a gully, which tells you all you need to know about that first innings of Kent as well. 186, as you said. You looked at the shots from yesterday, the dismissals from yesterday, Selvin. You know, clearly there was seam movement. We've seen swing as well. Bit of grass covering left arm. Quicker, bouncier track in this round as well.
They're certainly trying to take Sam's leg side scoring area out of the equation, aren't they? Huge open area on the leg side from mid on right down to long leg.
.30 for 1, end of the 6th. Lions have strike again to Agar, 1 for 12 from 3. It's been an interesting encounter, this one. Milan's been on the move. Milan taking his time for the start of the over as well. No great surprise. Lunch late today as we're making up time from yesterday. Angle bat from Milan. Straight into the ground. The right-hander. 3 slips in a gully, short leg just behind Milan, as you can see there. Oh, drawn into that. Concerned about it nipping back down the slope. It's one that holds its line. I mean, he's been done by it this season, hasn't he?
It's so tricky. It really is. It's the big danger. You don't have to move the ball away from the bat when you're bowling from the pavilion. You just have to make sure it, or try to make sure it doesn't go down the slope. It just holds its line. That's good enough. It's equivalent from away somewhere.
Whoa, that one goes down the slope. Banging it in short, Agar, and 4 byes. Poor old Sam Billings, no chance on that one. A real long hop. Only got fingertips to it. Yeah, that one that Milan played at, the ball previous, my first thought was that was too wide. That was never going to come back. And actually, you look at it, that could well have come back and troubled off stump. Which, as you say, very tricky for right-handers bowling from the pavilion end. And here again, same line, same length, same outcome. Yeah, he's
a misses, doesn't he? Which is fine.
It'll be on his mind, even with all of his experience for Milan. He'll have known what's happened so far to him this season. Step across again going down, and height on that one will be the first problem.
Played a lot of cricket here with MJ Smith, Mike Smith, who was a terrific opening bat for Middlesex, and he played and missed more than any other player I've ever seen, because he said he always played all bowlers like they were off-break bowlers. So if it came down, he covered it, and if it held its line, he missed it. He did play this right.
That's what we go from Agar. Oh, and again beats Milan outside of that off stump. 34 for 1 at the end of the 7th. Time for one more before lunch on day 2 here at Lord's.
He used to say there was an art in playing and missing, actually. I don't think he was being tongue-in-cheek. I think he got it worked out that he would hit the balls that trouble him by coming into him, and everything else he'd miss.
It's a man who really had it labelled on him in Test cricket, didn't he? That he had a real difficulty with his judgment of the off stump. 4 slips in a gully down behind him.
Smudger, known as Smudger, of course, played Somerset here one time against Liam both, and he missed all 6 balls in over. Played and missed it 6 out of 6. And at the end of the over, he just threw his gloves down, threw his back down. 6 out of 6. But they didn't know.
Chris Rogers is a pretty fine man for a play and a miss. He had that extravagant leg kick as well. Do you remember, if a bowler was right arm around the wicket, you don't see it now, right arm around the wicket from the nursery end back into the with the slope to Rogers, he'd be leaving alone outside of it, or he'd get he'd either leave alone and kick that back leg out, or he'd get beaten and kick that back leg out. Either way, he had this extravagant extravagant kick of the back leg either way, whether it was a play and a miss or a leave. I remember when he arrived at Middlesex, he had that unbelievable record, didn't he? First-class record, Rogers. Wow, somehow I hadn't seen that much of him before he arrived at Middlesex. I just thought, wow, this guy's going to be something else flowing back. But he had his own unique, distinctive style. Oh, that's a good ball.
That's well played, actually, isn't it?
I mean, this is very similar to what Mercer was doing earlier. Zach Crawley, you'll remember full well.
Okay. He's definitely got better now. Team of balls, no time to regroup over lunch.
Excited on that. Actually, uncannily similar to what Mercer was doing at the nursery with the away swing. About 5-6 miles per hour quicker. Last ball before lunch on day 2. And cut away, it's a good stop. That points. Just a single for Robson to end the session, a session that Middlesex will be pretty happy with, I would suggest. 186 all-outs, Kent. Robson still there on 19, Milan with him on 2, Stoneman falling for 10. Middlesex 35 for 1, trailing by 151. 4 sessions in. No, well, it's not 4 sessions because they lost half a day yesterday, didn't they? But as such, lunch on day 2 then. Middlesex are going to be pretty happy with the match situation, I would imagine. Play to resume at 1:52. So off they go. And there's Angus Fraser. There's going to be a presentation at lunch for Middlesex, which we'll stay on air for and bringing for. Director of Communication there, Stephen Fletcher, making his way down the pavilion steps. And the presentation for the outgoing chairman of Middlesex. There is 4th from right in the foreground there, Mike O'Farrell. There he is, David Kendix just behind him. Treasurer of Middlesex with the chairman outgoing. Well, what we can hear is the announcement, the presentation for Mike O'Farrell there, who became the chair of Middlesex in 2016, the year the county won the championship. A statement from the county and the announcement that's being read out. Life for Middlesex and cricket since 2016 has been far from straightforward. It's been an incredibly challenging time, with the last 3 years particularly demanding. Mike has guided Middlesex through an incredibly difficult period of consideration, kindness, respect and great skill. It's safe to say without his leadership the club would look and feel a lot different to how it currently does. Chairing Middlesex is a voluntary role. The time and care Mike has put into the club has been nothing short of heroic, says the club statement. In appreciation of this contribution, along with that of Sue O'Farrell, Mike's wife, Middlesex would like to, will have, I should say, Toby Rowland-Jones, the County Championship captain, and the CEO, Andrew Cornish, will present Mike with his own Middlesex ceremonial cap and a team picture signed by the entire playing staff. And there is Toby Rowland-Jones with the presentation of the cap for Mike O'Farrell, the outgoing chairman of Middlesex. Interim chairman in place, Angus Fraser. And there's the CEO, Andrew Cornish. There we go. Mike O'Farrell, the outgoing Middlesex chairman, with his presentation. The players all meeting him as well, as they'll head off for lunch, as we will do the same as well. So play to resume 1:52, delayed lunch by the making up of overs from yesterday. 35 for Middlesex's session, no doubt about it. Kent all out for 186. And well, a happy Richard Johnson, I'm sure. A big hug for the outgoing chairman, who'll be pretty delighted. And there is the interim chairman, Angus Fraser, who was on the mic with us yesterday, and I'm sure he'll be back at some point. We'll be back in around about 30 minutes time on the live stream. It's lunch here on day 2 at Lord's. Middlesex are 35 for 1.
Moving on to Chester Street again, affected by the rain this morning. Durham actually finished their first innings 452 for 1 before declaring Derbyshire in the high just started 0 for 1. The no play at Bristol, the match between Sussex and Gloucestershire, where they are inspected as we speak. And it has been played at the place of Gloucestershire against the wall. Gloucestershire continued there. First innings 373 for 7. The Hansfield is 79 not out. Here we go, the afternoon session. We're reminded that the team today at 4 o'clock, regardless of overs remaining. So the team will be at 4 o'clock, regardless of overs remaining. Umpires back to the field, Rob Super Shorts. Came back to the field led by Sam Burns and
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back for the afternoon session on day 2. Middlesex 35 for 1 in reply to Kent's 186. Peter Milan on the right there with 2 to his name, Sam Robson on the left with 19. And the Kent fielders in the background, 186. I'll be disappointed with that. I've been put in yesterday. A 50 for Ben Compton at the top of the order. And the last man to go was Grant Stewart, who was out just shy of a 50. You can see he was really channeling for a 50 at Lords. But Sky in one, Helm taking a stunning catch down at a fine deep third. 35 for 1 it is after 8 overs. Still 74 to be bowled today, making up overs from yesterday. Have a look overhead behind the pavilion there. There's some greyer cloud hanging around, which has dulled the light once more somewhere in behind all of that. The sun just creeping steadily higher in the sky as the year progresses, but still low enough that light is an issue at this time of year. The floodlights are up, not on at the moment. They were on this morning, so switched off for lunch. They'll stay up in position to go should they be required. Well, the sun came out just before lunch, but it was a spot of rain that delayed the start of this innings by a couple of minutes, no more. Actually, sure if we lost any time in that, we might have lost an over on the day. 104 to be bowled today. Slight delay again. Umpire O'Shaughnessy having a look at something at the pavilion end he's not happy with. It's going to be Sam Robson on strike. And Wes Agar, brother of Ashton, with the ball in hand. He's got the wicket to fall. That of Stoneman caught by Cox at slip. Cox there at slip. Zach Crawley second. He's the man that spilled it into the air, parried it into the air for Cox to take the catch. Leaning is third slip. Bell Drummond is at gully. Agar's running in. Yeah, Sam Robson has been building steadily over the years since being dropped by England. 2015 was a tough year for Robson. Struggled with the bat. Finally in the title year 2016, outdone by his opening partner Nick Gubbins that year. Now with Hampshire, gunning for a title again on the south coast. Pace and bounce on that from Agar. Good leave by Robson. An all-Australian affair again, as we mentioned. It was New South Wales versus New South Wales. Paddington up against Newcastle, and Hogan was bowling from the nursery end. Agar from Victoria. 3 years the junior of his brother Ashton. Quick single to get Middlesex off the mark for the afternoon. And Robson on to 20 for the first time this summer. Be nice. A small victory for Robson. It's been a tough start with the Middlesex top order. Put right in that Nottinghamshire match by Stoneman in the first innings with 76 and Milan 61. Stoneman 43 in the second innings, 50 for Holden as well. Eskenazi only got 11 but gave it a really solid start. Opening up with Stoneman. This has been the entertaining battle, Agar and Milan. He's got a long way across. Milan, he's looked to go down the pitch to him as well. Agar's banged it in short as a result, and Milan's followed him, punching on the back foot on a couple of occasions. Should be a fascinating afternoon here. Mixed skyline above. sunny spells, but also this heavy overhead cloud that we've got at the moment. A bright enough skyline all the way around that they haven't turned on the floodlights just yet, but if it lingers for much longer, you can imagine the umpires might be on the walkie-talkies to turn them on. On the move, Peter Milan picks up a single in front of points. Don't forget, you can get in contact with us on the live stream. The chat box down the side of the stream on the YouTube channel. Let us know where you're tuned in today. What you're up to this Friday afternoon. We've got a busy schools day, which you'll hear on the effects mic. We're all looking for the autograph of Grant Stewart at the moment, who's warming up down at long leg to continue his spell. Oh, now. Well, squared up by that Robson to end the over. Squirts away towards point, but all along the floor. Just pad. And the bat involves hitting high up in the knee roll. Robson, who likes to steer it away off the hips, especially down the slope. The ball's angling back in like that. Long chat between. I don't think either one of them will mind me describing them as cricket badgers. Robson will talk cricket all day. Milan straight off the plane into the nets and then into the game at the Oval. The one warm-up match that Middlesex had, a restricted one. There's Stewart, fresh from autograph duties. Oh, leg side, big appeal, and given. Milan's gone. Well, booming, swinging delivery down the leg side. It looked as though it was going well wide. Swinging back towards the legs from what was starting a long way down leg. Middlesex 37 for 2 as Billings has the catch. Well, let's have a look. Look how far out. I'll say outside of leg he's batting, and oh, just a clip. Swung back. Milan couldn't quite tell on his reaction. I mean, a noise, if there was a noise, it could only really have been bat on pad. Let's have a look here. Could there have been a little flick of the pads? Was Milan, did he look a little guilty as that leg lifted up in the air? He almost looks disappointed at the mode of dismissal as opposed to the decision. Nicking it through down the leg side. 37 for 2 as Milan departs for 3. So Stephen Eskenazi, captain for the match, back in at 4. Having opened in the last match with 11 in the second innings, partnership with 34 for the first wicket with Stoneman. I think it fell in the 4th over, so it was a really rapid start from Eskenazi and Stoneman. Set the tone, and Middlesex never really looked back. 37 for 2. So what can Eskenazi do? Good lead first up to Stewart, who's really been swinging it from the nursery ends. Eskenazi, first class average of just below 40 last summer. Career first class average of just below 33. Incredible white ball summer though for Eskenazi last year. 94 his list day average, 33 his T20 average, which was why he was sent up to open with Stoneman. No ball. 39 for 2. Middlesex trailing by 147. Swing and seam movement out there, pace and bounce as well. It's a good cricket wicket again here at Lord's. Should be an entertaining game, this one. Stewart, much like Mercer and Higgins, finding that movement through the air. Helm a little bit. Bamba more a seam bowler. Agar and Hogan as well, we're looking to move it off the seam, but high 70s from Stewart, skidding it through. Which he did at Canterbury in 2017. What a game that was. What a lovely shot that is from Stephen Eskenazi. Nice way to get off the mark for the Middlesex captain for the game. Sumptuous start to the afternoon. As you can see, it wasn't quite a half volley, very much that distinctive square drive of Eskenazi. Has to be sure about it with 4 slips and a gully. Sure about the leave. As that one passes through. Quick look at the scores elsewhere around the country, which we haven't done so far today. Under this over. Kent first innings though, 52 from Compton, 44 from Stewart. 4 for 40 Mercer, 4 for 42 Bamba. Both from 17 overs, both with 5 maidens. Leg side from Stewart, a little inside tickle on it from Eskenazi. He moves to 5. Middlesex 44 for 2. Milan out, first ball of the over, gone for 3. Caught Billings, bowled Stewart. Angled across, big step across from Milan. Much like to the seam movement of Agar, where he's looking to negate the slope and the ball nipping back in. A big step across to negate that away swing that Stewart was getting, but paying the price. A little tickle down the leg side through to Billings. Sun breaking through. Starting to look a better picture this afternoon. Ooh, wedgie from Eskenazi. Taken deep third. Might just stop. Slide from Bell Drummond, a flick back in. They've taken 3. 47 for 2. There's that breaking up of the skyline. You can see that one last heavy cloud drifting away. Blue skies above, you can just about glimpse at the top of the screen and to our right. Some heavier banks of cloud again, but similarly, as we've been saying all day, we're expecting showers, occasional maybe, but nothing to really interrupt us. Edged, gone, great catch by Crawley. Stunner away to his right, he parried a sharp one earlier, with Cox finishing the job at slip. This time, Crawley did it all by himself. He had to go a long way for that. Robson's gone for 20, a 3rd wicket in the 11th over for Kent. Let's have a look at where that ball begins. Close enough. Just straightens up on the slope. Robson wary of it coming back in. High up the outside edge. Crawley's gone a long way there to his right. Leaning at 3rd. Looking across and behind him to see if Crawley had done well, and the big man, who did well indeed to make sure he got 2 hands to the Stoneman effort, gets 2 hands and holds on himself to this one. Parried up in the air the first one to remove Robson's opening partner, so Robson makes it to 20 for the first time this summer, but no more. Middlesex 47 for 3. So Max Holdham. Pretty familiar tale for him this summer so far to be in so early in the innings, despite batting at 5. An opener over the years for the majority of his career. England under-19 captain. First class average of 27, just under 28. His average last year, just under 40. So Holden it is. So 47 for 3. Comfortable leave outside. Off for Holden to start up. And yeah, 50 in the last match. I asked him, was it his finest hour with the bat? He said, well, being there to score the winning runs, or when the winning runs were struck down at Hove last year, wasn't a bad effort either. They're screaming all the way from deep third to pretty much gully third slip, the closest fielders to them, but they're not giving up. 2,000 school kids in today. Oh, what booms down the leg sides. To Holden, we've already seen one caught down the leg side since lunch. There's Milan departed and now followed by Robson. Holden at 5, Simpson then at 6. So the last of the recognised batsmen. It's a little harsh to say on those that follow. Middlesex going with 5 batters and the wicket keeper at 6. Higgins has been a real star with the bat so far this summer. Right that he was there as well when the winning runs were struck by Robson against Nottinghamshire, but it's Kent with their tails up. Bowling well. Single to get off the mark for Holden, wants to face the over from Eskenazi. Solid to in the over, 48 for 3. So, another one's gone. Stoneman for 20. Robson for 20, sorry. Stoneman gone for 10, Milan for 3, and Robson following. Sharp work by Crawley at second slip. 48 for 3. I'm Kevin Hand. Let us know where you're tuned in on the live stream around the world on that YouTube channel. You can get comments in on live chat down the right hand side. I'd like to say Barney Spender is alongside me in the commentary box after lunch. Barney, who was one of the, if not the original of the county commentary setup with the old days, which many of our not necessarily too older listeners will remember very well. Cricket Call. Barney, welcome to the mic.
Thank you very much for having not just me, Kevin, but having a bunch of us today. We're about 10 of us. Old cricket call commentators who've very kindly been put up by Middlesex. We're guests today, and it's been brilliant to be back.
Oh, a little bit of width on that one, Stuart, and dabbling Holden a long way outside off now. He'll be wary of that booming in swing that he's seen, or away swing as it's been to the right-handers since the departure of Stoneman. But that one holding its line across the left-hander. Yeah, you've got the all-star cast here today.
Yeah, well, I can't claim to be the original. That's for sure. I'm not the original.
Oh well, now come back to that then. Go on then, who was? I thought
Well,
you were.
well, what happened was in 1988, the Cricket Call, which was run by British Telecom at the time, was set up as an 0898 service, which most people at the time associated with, you know, bringing up naughty Nursey or something like that. They did extend it, so there was a big club call service. So for football, and they extended that, pushed that out to all 17 counties, as it then was. No Durham at that point. Each county was given a commentator. And yeah, so we a bit like you have when you're home and away, and various streams now going on. You'd have a home commentator, an away commentator, and a third man. So yeah, I was lucky enough. I wasn't picked as one of the 17, but I was a third man, and managed to bluff my way in, and had a great, fantastic 3 years on the road. The highways and byways of England. It's a great way of learning about England.
That's a lovely shot by Holden. Up the slope, it'll hold up, short of the grandstand, I fancy. Long old chase, and they've taken 3, 50 up for Middlesex.
Now you're quite a young man, aren't you, Kevin? You probably don't remember the 0898 service, do you?
Well, funnily enough, my first year as a journalist, Club Call was certainly still going then. I'm not sure if Cricket Call was. 2001?
That was a long time after my time.
Yeah, so it's still going then, so I do remember indeed. And well, of course, you know, say of course. So, was there a Middlesex commentator of that particular time?
He was well known around this parish, I believe. A gentleman by the name of Townsend, Mr. David Townsend. Have you come across him?
Infamy. Infamy, they've all got it in for him.
Yeah, unfortunately DT wasn't able to join us this afternoon.
I know, this was the big promise. David Townsend was going to be appearing on the stream, the Middlesex official product. It was quite a scary prospect for the communications.
A promise or a threat. DT spends most of his winters in Thailand and only flew back late last night. And he's got involved in Irish cricket, so they completed their test match in Sri Lanka today, so he had a little bit of work to do on that one. Sends his excuses and apologies.
Steered uppishly into the onside by Eskenazi. It's a 7-2 field, so a long chase for Agar from deep square, and they've taken 3. Middlesex are 54 for 3. Eskenazi's up to 11 for 9, picking up a little bit where he left off against Nottinghamshire. Yes, DT. Well, yeah.
David also intimated that it was your round, whatever that means. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's between you two.
Well, it was always the ongoing gag when eventually he joined the BBC Radio London commentaries over the years. They used to pay 50p a minute to listen to you. Nurse's uniform or not, it was still a lot of money to pay to listen to David Townsend.
Yeah, it was a lot of money. I think a lot of people got rather shocked with their phone bills back then.
Single for Holden out to deep square, and that ends the 12th, 55 for 3. Yeah, we had a few tweets over the years with the old club Cricket Call card that used to go round with the number on it to dial to tune in. A couple of listeners over the years have always tweeted pictures of that, thinking back, and it was, you know, it's look at where things have come to now. Norman de Mesquita was, I'm not sure if he was ever Cricket Call, he was a BBC Middlesex commentator.
Norman was involved in the early setup of Cricket Call and did sort of...
Did the BBC know about it?
Did bits of coaching. Oh, who knows what the BBC knew.
He's sadly no longer with us, Norman, so you're fine to defame him as much as you want.
It's funny, I'm back in this press box for the first time since 2003 when I left England in 2004. And I'm burst out, and it's very odd to walk into a Lord's press box with no Norman. And no Peter Byrne either, who you may remember.
Do indeed, that's tradition for so many years for Middlesex. But yes, Norman, who in the 70s and 80s was the BBC Middlesex commentator, and it'd go out on Radio 2, wouldn't it? He'd go around for BBC Radio London.
Yeah, I think he did, and then he also was very big in ice hockey land.
He was, yeah, and football. He was he talks about enjoying following the London clubs around Europe over the years.
Yeah, it was always a good press box, the Lord's press box, and it's interesting to see how the landscape has changed now with the newspapers not really so well represented anymore, and it's a very different beast now.
Well, it's a fair old example, just the coverage of cricket over the years, county cricket, of the evolution of the media, really, because we go back to the old wireless and Norman, then came Cricket Call, as you say. newspapers throughout. And Wisden dinner the other evening.
Wisden's been going a bit longer than
Just a little bit,
I'll
just a little bit longer.
I'll tip
but,
the week
yeah. But the evolution of it all, it then went to cricket call, and then there was a break until well, there was still the Sunday games on local BBC stations. BBC Radio London didn't cover Surrey or Middlesex. Oh, it's a lovely ball from Agar. Let's have a look at that one again. That's a real challenge around the wicket to the left-hander, angling in towards the off stump. Swings once it passed the bat.
He's had a good spell, hasn't he?
Well, he's been a fierce bowler so far, Agar. I have to say he's impressed greatly. I have to admit, a little bit of an unknown to me going into this game. I didn't really see much from him. 2 ODIs.
Well, forgive me if I sound a bit, because I live in France and I'm not always following entirely what's happening in Middlesex, especially being in Somerset now. Is Agar? Is he another Australian?
Yes, he's the brother of Ashton. Yeah, he is.
That's what I thought. Okay. He's a bit quicker.
Yes. But yeah, we went from cricket call, and then eventually in 2003, BBC Radio London with online commentary of Surrey, and 2005 online coverage of Middlesex. Then they were eventually all covered by all the BBC local stations, and then the stream started up sometime around the same time, around about 2012, I reckon about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was the first stream that was linked up to the BBC commentaries. There was static cams back then, but look at the fun we've got now to show everybody all the fun of the fair at the county.
Well, I have to say, as somebody who lives abroad and previously could only keep in touch with county cricket via names printed, come back to it now. The advent of the streaming services in the counties has just been absolutely fantastic. And you know what you do here is brilliant. I mean, I watch Somerset a lot, that's my county, and each of them, it has changed the game for county cricket supporters around the world.
It's Somerset next up on the stream at Lord's in a couple of weeks, away to Surrey next, then Somerset at home for Middlesex. So you'll be back in France, tuned in for that one, or will you be here for Somerset at Lord's?
I'm really not sure. I might see, it depends if Somerset win the toss and bat. I might not turn on until lunch. It's been a bit of a dodgy start to the season for us.
Oh, wow. Now let's have a look at that again. Last ball of the over. Holden has done well to leave in this over. He's been beaten by a couple of buttes as well on this occasion. Beaten all ends up. He was in no man's land as he looked to play that one. Real spite from Wes Agar. Wide on the crease, bangs it in, just hits that left shoulder. It left him. Beat the edge and hit the left shoulder as it came around. Ouch. Not too much damage done. End of the over, 55 for 3.
Yeah, I was going to say someone else that you might know who you're probably going to have on a little bit later, because he still does commentary for Worcestershire's Frank Watson.
Oh yes, yeah, indeed, and of course Paul Newton, who I just had lunch with downstairs. There's another of those dark, threatening clouds that shouldn't threaten us too much, and if it does deposit something, it'll only be briefly, because they really are any rain clouds that are around there. Small islands. Now Eskenazi down the track and thumps it mid-off. Goodness me. Aggression from Eskenazi, and again picking up where he left off against Nottinghamshire here when he opened with Stoneman in that successful chase of 249, but looking to negate the swing of Stewart, using his feet and going at it hard, which is what they say, if you're going to swing hard. The cordon set up for it. Single takes Middlesex to 56 for 3, trailing by 130, and well, it almost feels like it's a shootout already here. It's at Lord's. It's got gloomy. It's not going to be long until the floodlights come on, because that cloud is over us. Solid defence from Holden there. Yes, Frank Watson is one of the BBC commentators now, as is Paul Newton. The two, well, I mean, I'll put it forward for you to shoot down, but the two most famous from Cricket Call were Simon Mann of Test Match Special and Neil Manthorpe as well, who were both Cricket Call, weren't they?
I don't think Simon was, actually.
Was he not? I thought he was a third man at one point.
Oh, maybe he did. I can't remember.
Maybe I've got the story wrong.
You may be right.
So.
But certainly Manners was our man at Birmingham in at Warwickshire.
Well, and of course David Townsend, an international cricket commentator following Ireland's now.
Well, I would say the other one you probably have come across, who sadly left us last year, was John Gwynn, who...
Oh, Gwynny, yes,
Yeah.
of course, yeah.
A tremendous character, a great cricket commentator, great football correspondent, and darts commentator.
And he was the PA at Lancashire up until his final year. Left us almost to the day, wasn't it? It's about a week or two ago. It was the anniversary of his death.
I think it was his birthday, wasn't it? On St George's Day, I think it was his birthday.
Few more popular than John Gwynn in any sort of media or press conference, press setting around the country.
Absolutely, and actually his death is one reason why we've gathered here today, because we'd been talking with Gwynny about having a get together and so on. And of course, we had COVID, so we weren't able to do it.
Oh, he'd have loved that, Gwynny.
I know, and we were talking about
That's
it.
heartbreaking.
It is. And it was a sort of moment when we realised, actually, you know what? This is 35 years this year since it all started, and if we don't do it now, then more of us are going to climb up that ladder and over the other side.
That's a lovely shot. Typical Eskenazi. Far from a half volley, a little bit of width. Square drive from the Middlesex captain for another boundary. Beautiful shot. Starting wide from Stewart. That's the one thing perhaps we haven't seen as much from Stewart as where you might see from Merter, for example. Stewart without a away swing, booming away swing to a right-hander. Merter, Zach Crawley, we mentioned right at the start, the first wicket to go in the match, got that one to come back up the slope to bowl Crawley. Not sure we've quite seen that seam movement from Stewart just yet. I hope I haven't talked out Eskenazi. Oh, but it is that away swing again down the slope. Yes, end of the over, 61 for 3.
Good catch by Crawley earlier, wasn't it? That's enough to get him in the testing, isn't it? No, he batted well a couple of weeks ago, wasn't he?
He did. And no, well, it'd be interesting if the sun could come out for long enough and see if it burns through a little bit of that grass. The seam and swing on this one. The overheads are there at Lord's, aren't they? Look up, not down. There's enough grey stuff around overhead. Actually, as we look overhead at the moment, there's old Father Time watching down on it all. As we look overhead at the moment, it is pretty gloomy. It's not something that's going to threaten us, but it's difficult for the umpires because you can see there's a whole patch of blue on the way. But at the moment, the light has really dimmed.
So since you set up, have you always been up here in the media centre? Yes.
Well, no. But there have been 2 occasions where the broadcast has been moved right to the left of shot there, actually, perfectly timed, Ollie, at the back of the box. The tavern stand on the middle tier that you can see there, corporate boxes, they were all cleared out for the media when the Compton and Edgerich were being built. So this was a building site at this end. And there we were in there.
That's always great commentating from Square Leg, isn't it?
Do you know, actually it was quite good fun. There's 2 times we've been sent there. One, we were banished there for a season as this end was being redone. But then a Nottinghamshire match, we were being sent over there on a BBC commentary many moons ago with Dave Bracegirdle, and we had to commentate, and Martin Emerson for a Durham match as well. But actually it was quite nice to do it from somewhere different, because we'd been up here doing it in the media centre for 2005 was my first year, which is quite terrifying because I think David Townsend, I think I'm now the age that David Townsend was when I first met him, and he seemed ancient back then. So
he seemed ancient when I met him. That was back in 1988. You know. It's of course,
he never aged because he can't. Not anymore. That's a lovely ball from Agar, and it beats Holden. It's tough out there at the moment for the Middlesex pair.
So when we started commentary here in 1988, David's perch was up in the top level of the pavilion, in the top turret.
Yes, right hand or left hand side?
The left hand side as we were looking, so, and which was a great view. Absolutely fantastic.
There we go, up above the home dressing room.
That's it, that's perfect, yeah. And obviously gave you great access to having a quick chat with players and umpires if needs be, and so on and so forth. It was good view. Best seat in the house.
Fielded by Bell Drummonds. Gully low to his left. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad viewing spot for this one. Perfectly in line almost for.
I think you'll be glad to know the worst one we had was at the Oval when they were redoing the pavilion there, and they stuck us down at ground level at third man.
I can outdo you, but go on, keep going.
It really was difficult. I think Grace Road we were at square leg as well, which is you get to see the bounce of the ball and the pace of the ball, but you can't really make any joking on anybody else.
Nowhere's worse than Chelmsford.
Well, we'll have Paul Newton in later, and he can discuss that.
Want to tickle the Kent fans as well. Oh, look at that go down the slope again. Actually, that was one of DT's famous lines at Chelmsford, arriving for a stint of commentary with Mr. Nixon, wasn't it?
Bob Nixon, yes,
Bob Nixon,
that's right.
Zimbabwe commentator who called it for a cricket call at Chelmsford. Burst through the door and said, "What a grubby little ground."
Yeah.
Apparently it was an interesting day's commentary there after Paul Newton was in the box. I should let him tell this story, actually, shouldn't I?
Yes.
Well, my first day was actually at the Aegeus, the half-built Aegeus, and it was in a porter cabin at Deep Square on my own with no side of the scoreboard and no Wi-Fi.
Oh, dear.
Well, of course there'd have been no Wi-Fi back then, and did the over.
Yeah.
But, 61 for 3. It's amazing how things have moved on, actually. That was 2005. But yeah, Wi-Fi, what was that? You used to be able to plug in our BBC laptops back then, and if you could plug them into the ISDN, you used to be able to get a very, very, very slow internet connection through your ISDN. And the ISDN, for listeners at home, is the way that all broadcasts pretty much go out, apart from streams nowadays. Although everything is slowly creeping towards the internet now, but that's the way that most TV and radio broadcasts will go out. So we used to be able to pick up the internet vaguely through there. But that was an interesting day, all day on my own at the Aegeus in a porter cabin at ground level. Quick single. Oh, it's going to be tight. He's through because the throw misses. Underarm from Hogan. Eskenazi will say pick the fielder. Holden might not be so enthusiastic about it. Let's see if there's a smile. There doesn't seem to be. Barney Spender alongside myself, Kevin Hand, in the commentary box this afternoon on the live stream. One of the so you're one of the originals. You're not claiming the original. You're
I'm definitely
one
one of the original. I was in the original gang of
originals,
'88. Yeah. And in fact, I will step out in a minute and let some of the others come and join you, who will give you more info.
Down the leg side from Stewart. The way that Holden snapped his head around there, I thought he may too. We've got a tickle on that one, but not so. Well, if you're one of the originals. Who could claim to be the original, or was there an original cricket call?
I think there was a pilot year in 1987 when I think you mentioned Bob Nixon. I think he was involved in the '87 one. John Smith, who went on to become the correspondent at Surrey, who sadly was supposed to join us today, but he's just feeling a bit too frail. He's 88 now, so couldn't make it today, sadly. So I would certainly say those two are the fathers, if you like. There was also a fellow who you may have come across, a fellow called Julian Tutt. I don't know if you know that name. Ended up as a Ski Sunday commentator.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So he.
So it was all downhill for him from there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh dear. I missed it.
Edged, gone. Clear noise from Holden, no doubt at all. Stewart went straight through, didn't have to look back at the umpire once, although he probably should have done too, to be polite. But 62 for 3, you could really hear the nick on that one. Holden's gone for 6. Middlesex 62 for 4, and trouble here. Oh, there you go, clear deflection. Nothing to think about for anyone. Lovely bowling from Stewart around the wicket to the left-hander, just getting on to hold its line. He's had that in-swing. Holden wary of his off-stump coming into play with the slope from the nursery end, the in-swing from the right arm around the wicket as well. Everything heading towards that off-stump. Trying to get everything behind it, Holden, not to be. Back he goes.
That looked a little bit of a soft one, didn't it? I mean, he wasn't doing anything with that. He was just pushing rather lamely there.
Yeah, I think the slope just really gets... I mean, look, you've been coming here much longer than I have. The slope really gets to batters at times, isn't it? Milan had a real battle with Agar outside the off-stump where, to the naked eye, if you looked at it, why is he playing down that line? But Agar seaming it back in towards the off-stump with the slope. Similarly from this end, that slope angling it back into the left hand, which is what this man will face, John Simpson. His finest year with the bat last year in terms of the figures. First time he reached 3 figures for the first time he reached 3 figures on 3 occasions in a championship season. 3 centuries from last year, an average just below 65. Just over 1,000 runs, just pipped Mark Stoneman on the number of runs scored. First class average of 34, not bad for a glovesman, averaging 34. But yeah, 3 centuries last summer, and he and Higgins, well, that's basically where the batting has begun this season for Middlesex in many of the games. 63 and 19 against Essex, 32 and 15 up at Northamptonshire. And yeah, he and Higgins have shared a few partnerships just to get Middlesex stabilised. They've been in far worse positions than this, but 62 for 4 is still a little uncomfortable, trailing by 124.
Yeah, it's an awkward period, isn't it, for the batsman at the moment. We're moving around a little bit. Do you know what? I think I should probably make way for one of my colleagues when you think the time is right.
Are you feeling you're taking too many wickets in this Kent spell?
I think I am. I'm also feeling very, very parched. And I was deeply disturbed to see that the bar that used to do such a splendid trade in the press box.
Well, now you can't leave on that though.
Is no longer.
Do tell. I mean, didn't it go from the south turret, the one to the left, as we look from the nursery end? The press box moved to the back of the Warner stand, didn't it?
The press box was in the Warner stand.
But the commentary positions remained in the turrets.
You had the Test match special commentary was on top on the 3rd floor, and we were also up on the 3rd floor of the pavilion. So yeah, no. I mean, the press box, absolutely fantastic bar over in the press box.
You can just see the new Warner, the edge of the new Warner there. You can just see the glass of the restaurant on that top tier, the big glass wall that is the Plum Warner restaurant. There it is. Absolutely stunning view up there. Everybody talked it up, and I eventually made my way up and had a look, and really it lived up to expectation. Amazing view of the ground.
I haven't been up there since they were serving me beer.
Worth seeing if you can. I mean, that's the one good thing about the media, isn't it? We managed to find our way into places we shouldn't be. So sneak your way in at the back of the box and have a look. Lunch is finished up there by the looks of it.
There were always tremendous characters in the press box. I don't know if you've still got those. We had a fellow, and I think it was Sean Kelly. I think it was Sean Kelly. I can't remember, who was on duty in the press box up in the Warner stand, and he was excellent. I think you're from Tipperary. Absolutely outstanding.
Oh, was this
lunch.
the
got a little bit looser after lunch, and really was a little bit absent without leave in the evening session. But it was great, very, very great value.
Is Quinn into the attack and straight past the edge. Does he take the edge? Yes, he does. Eskenazi's gone, 62 for 5. Real trouble now for Middlesex as Eskenazi goes for 17. A wicket with his first ball for Quinn, right on the spot, and went right through the Middlesex captain there.
I'm definitely bringing you bad luck.
Again, it's the slope. Playing at a line there, which, as he makes the connection and the ball goes through, you're thinking, could he have left it? But no, with the slope, if that comes back in at all, I mean, it's coming enough just to take the inside edge. But Eskenazi has to go after a brisk 17. More than a run of ball. From the 16 he faced, was it 15 in the end? But Eskenazi, a little shake of the head as he looks at the inside edge of the bat. 17 from 15 for Eskenazi, 62 for 5 Middlesex.
Just be boring for a moment, just to tell you, because I've got to tell somebody, and then no one else is listening to me. I just remember, this is an amazing ground. When you come in here, it just brings back so many memories, and not just of cricket cool days, but I first came here in 1978, I think, for Middlesex against Sussex, half-term Whitsun match, and was just spellbound. And I sat in the old Edridge stand here on my own as a 15-year-old, and the ground captivated me. And I said then, I've got to become a here, because I couldn't get in the ball, and eventually did. So it's just fantastic, beautiful. Watched my first Test match here in '78 as well.
I'm going to depress you in a moment. I didn't quite make it here the summer of '78.
It was
unless I was my mother took me along at that point. November '78.
Oh right.
It's a fine month, fine year '78, wasn't it? Fine year to first come to Lords. Here's Ryan Higgins.
It was a bit soggy, but I remember here it was John Embry's first Test match as well. So Embers and I go back a long way. Right,
I imagine he's here today somewhere.
I'm going to step outside and let Andy Capistano take over from me. He will have many ribald tales to tell. But,
Barney Spender,
right.
thanks very much for the time.
Well,
good to see
Kevin.
you. Lovely to meet you at
later.
last. Little shuffle from Higgins to meet Quinn's second ball. And 62 for 5 on a sunny day at Lord's.
Hello, Kevin.
Andy.
I've taken a vow of silence.
Because he took too many wickets a few moments ago.
It's normally sort of happens when Barney's around. Strange things happen. But I'm noticing that it's moving around a lot more this afternoon than it did this morning.
Yeah, newer ball, I guess. What have we had? 17 overs now. And they've made full use of it, haven't they? Through the air, off the surface. There was plenty of seam movement yesterday for Middlesex. There was a bit through the air for, obviously, Mercer. But Ryan Higgins as well. But yeah, this morning, what was it? 47 overs old, and they resumed with it.
How old Andy Mercer?
Tim,
sorry, Andy's his dad.
There you go. You're giving away the age there. Andy was the Hampshire.
I'll tell you an Andy story just now.
.62 for 5. Did he have much of a link to Hampshire then, and Andy? It was only Hampshire that Andy Mercer played for, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Now, of course, Andy Mercer would have played for Ireland if Ireland were playing Test cricket, and Tim has played for Ireland. But famously, John Arlott, who did his last Test match on this ground in a Hampshire game, John Rice was bowling. Andy Mercer fielded it in the covers, and John Arlott said, "Rice bowls and Paddy fields."
So it's eased away into the offside by Simpson. End of the 17th. No, one more to come. One more to come of the 17th. Who was the Kent commentator, actually, for our Kent fans, our Kent followers on the stream today? Who was more often than not the cricket call commentator for Kent?
For Kent, well, the gentleman is actually, unfortunately, deceased. Neil Bell was his name, and he went on.
You Neil well, yeah.
Yes. So Neil died horribly young at 59. But John Warner, who worked alongside him, is here today.
Oh, now that came sharply back up the slope from Quinn, and that's what Middlesex facing. That's what you were talking about, Andy, in terms of the amount of movement. Let's have a look at this one again.
What you're seeing is a lot of movement after it passes the wickets, which is an English thing. You don't see that in South Africa, where I live. Occasionally you might see it at the Wanderers when we're at altitude and the players are standing so far back because of the thin air. You might just see the ball move after the stumps, but it's very much an English thing.
When did he make the South Africa move? We've had Andrew Sampson in contact already this morning. I'm sure he's still tuned
the
in
legend,
now.
The wizard, we call him, Andrew Sampson. I first met him at Centurion Park in 1992. I used to play cricket with him on the outfield, actually.
Crisply struck, well fielded at point.
So I went out to South Africa in 1992, which was having to say goodbye to my cricket court buddies was quite a difficult thing. And there's a number of them here at Lord's today that I haven't seen since 1992, 31 years ago.
Lovely shot, up on his toes, Higgins. He's not been out for below 50 in a first innings this summer. Ryan Higgins, 70 in that first innings against Essex when Middlesex found themselves 4 for 4 and 20 for 5. And picking up where he's left off so far, he got 70 in the first innings at Northampton as well. And then last up against Nottinghamshire. It was a similar story where Higgins again had to come to the rescue. There was a Stoneman 76, but a half century from Higgins helping them pass the follow-on. Oh, look at that go. Even better than last. Effortless, that one from Higgins.
Nice to be able to get on the back foot. Just a little bit short on both occasions from the bowler, and none of that lateral movement. And he gets himself into a nice position here. Stays sideways. I like to see that. And that one in front of square. Better shot than the first one. Ooh, fielding change. Whoa, 2 fours in a row and they take a slip out. Oh, where's your adventure, sir?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? What's Stewart into now? 7th over. Almost be happy to continue enticing that drive. Goes a little fuller and left alone.
Well, it's a fundamental of the game, isn't it? You leave a gap so that somebody's going to play a shot, and if they get it wrong, you have them. So I never like to see a movement like that in a game where the opposition was at that stage 67 for 5.
That one holds its line from Stewart.
So you're talking about Andrew Sampson. Do you know what a genius Andrew Sampson is?
Well, I'm not sure any of us really know quite what a genius is. To what level of genius Andrew Sampson is.
The thing about the Wizard is that you can ask him a question in commentary, and he won't say anything for 20 seconds. And during those 20 seconds, he will write a computer program that will answer your question for you.
Well, I often tweet him in the middle of a game, which is very cruel of me. One, because he's not being paid to, but two, just because I know he loves it, so he will do it. And he swiftly comes back with an answer. He's bailed me out on many occasions over the years when there's been an odd one that we've called on Andrew to save us with his knowledge and his stats.
So 71 for 5 with the first knock being 186, and we were wondering after that rapid start this morning whether 186 was a little under par. The way things are looking at the moment, that looks like quite a decent score.
Well, I'd suggest they were a little relieved. I was going for 165 this morning when we were all in the press box this morning nattering. What do you reckon? I said 165. That's what Middlesex will be looking for. So they're a little bit above par on what I think Middlesex would have hoped with that last 4 wickets to wrap them up for. 113 for 6 overnight, Kent. So adding, 73 runs for their final 4 wickets. Of which
they rode
Stewart
their
did
luck,
a lot.
though, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did. And Middlesex, likewise, you'd imagine. They've got a lot of batting to come. Holman. No Roland Jones for this one, of course. It's a blow. So it's a little light on the usual batting line. I had Roland Jones in at 10 in the last match. Martin Anderson as well.
Why is he not playing? Is he injured or resting?
Rest and rotation for the old boy. 3 games in.
In April? The game's gone mad.
Well, they, I mean, I have to admit, on the first morning when it was announced that he wasn't in the side and Eskenazi went out for the toss, everybody who follows Middlesex regularly, the shoulders dropped a little, I'm sure, for Kent. They were lifted slightly, but Helm coming back in for, well, straight swap, I suppose, for Roland Jones. Edged along the floor, good stop at 3rd slip. No 4th in place still, which I do wonder at the moment whether Kent, they would be best advised, ball only in its 19th over, to be foot on the gas with their fielding positions, as you mentioned, blocking off. Well, it's blocking off mid-wicket really, as they've gone for a 6-3 at the moment. You see that mid-wicket's in there. There's a deep backward square leg just out of shot there. But 3 slips, Gully points wideish mid-off, trying to cover 2 bases there, stop the single through the covers. Have a chance at a drive down the ground. There shouldn't be too much though. Straight back down the ground from Higgins. There's the use of the feet to try and get towards the pitch, just ease it back into the offside and no run.
What's the biggest hit you've seen on this ground?
Oh yes, well, that one now. Kyron Pollard thumped Sean Udall back onto the top tier of the pavilion. I think he just about cleared the roof, but didn't fully clear the pavilion, as Albert Trott famously did.
Yeah, and I also remember Mike Llewellyn hit one into the gutter of the top level.
Was the roof on at that point?
The roof was on, And
because the roof wasn't there when Trott hit his 6.
Correct. And nobody could ever tell me whether Jonathan Trott was any relation to Albert Trott.
I'm almost 100% sure the answer is no, because I'm pretty sure I've been involved in a conversation about this where it's been looked up and no, he's not.
But you see, Albert Trott toured South Africa in the 19th century.
Steady.
I've just read a book about it. It's called Swallows and Hawk by Andrew Woodendale, and it deals with all of the MCC tours to South Africa since 1891, when, of course, England were captained by C. Aubrey Smith. What's C. Aubrey Smith famous for? Went to Hollywood, founded the Hollywood Cricket Club, and acted in major movies.
Yeah, go on, tell us some of the names that are in that. I do know the story of that, now you say, but there are a couple of really almost surprising names, actually, that played cricket back then. End of the over with a single for Simpson, 74 for 5.
So the Hollywood 11's regular wicketkeeper was none other than Boris Karloff.
There we go, I remember now, yeah. Frankenstein himself.
And the great Buster Keaton, one of my heroes, was a baseball player, but he was young and fit, and C. Aubrey Smith managed to get him to play a few games for the Hollywood 11. But C. Aubrey Smith was known as Round the Corner Smith. But he was a sort of fast medium bowler of the late 19th century, and got into a bit of trouble while he was in South Africa and wasn't invited back.
Change bowling at the nursery ends. Michael Hogan's back on for 14 from 2. Go on then. Or can you? Are you allowed to tell us the trouble, or is it something we should perhaps steer clear of?
Well, it was money. It was all about money in those days. They went on tour to earn money. And what they did rather stupidly was that they paid the professionals who went on tour up front, believing that they'd make enough money on tour for the amateurs to have a good time. And they were short of some cash before they got on the boat to go home, and C. Aubrey Smith actually spent a night in jail. But if you're interested, read the book. It's very good. Swallows and Hawk. Picture of Rachel Hayhoe Flint on the cover.
Yeah, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy was up and running on Saturday, wasn't it? Back again, this round of fixtures. We had Danny Warren, the Sunrisers Director of Cricket, Regional Director, up with us yesterday on the mic. Lovely lady.
Well, when she toured South Africa with England's ladies in 1960, she was still just Rachel Hayhoe and got 100 at Newlands. Didn't carry.
Picture of her in the long room now, Rachel Hayhoe Flint.
I saw that this morning. Now it's 32, 33 years since I was in the long room. And I'm delighted at the amount of new art that is on the wall, and the difference in it. You know, it's not just your formal portraits. There's some really nice stuff there.
Clip from Simpson for a single down to deep backward square leg. Yeah, Alex Stewart's is one of the newer ones in there. Is it Joe Wardner? I'm just trying to think. Sri Lankan, huge Sri Lankan portrait that's in there now. I was in there the other evening for the Wisdom dinner, which was delightful.
Of course,
for its first time since COVID.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, isn't that a wonderful harbinger of the season to come? Whenever Wisdom comes out, you know that you're going to have a good time.
Looks back up the slope from Hogan, doing too much. Through towards third. Slope, I think, was claiming the catch as well if it carried to him. So an inside edge was the question, but they all went up for the LBW. High as well. No, it didn't carry. High as well.
Other than that, stone dead.
Indeed, other than that, it was a good shout. Now, those are the biggest hits. Pollard also, I think it was the same match, he hit Murtagh onto the roof of the grandstand away to our right as we look from the nursery end.
Well, the hit that I'm talking about was...
Oh, onto the gully. Is that the one on the
No,
pavilion?
I'm going to tell you another one. So in cricket call days, we used to commentate opposite where we are now, ladies and gentlemen at home, which was in the North Turret, on the top level of the North Turret. And I remember Gloucestershire coming here, and Courtney Walsh hit Phil Tufnell.
Oh, really?
Hit Phil Tufnell above my eye line at the top of the North Turret, and it came down like a wedge into the front row of the pavilion where the turf ends, and nearly killed someone. He saw it at the very last moment and got out of the way. And that, for a vertical hit, that's the biggest I've ever seen.
Quinn signing up his third over. Now, I can't remember the bowler, but Ali Brown, Surrey opener, in a T20 here. The pitch was very similar to where it is now, actually, which is on the lower side of the square, towards Old Father Time, the tavern stand that you can see. Just to the left of the tavern stand, out of shot on our static camera, there is the mound stand, which has the tent-like roof top. There it is. Almost like circus tops, aren't they, up there? Ali Brown cleared that. Quick single scampered through by Simpson.
Yeah, that's a good hit, that is.
It bounced off the top, and Claire Skinner, the then media manager at Lords, who was a fine snapper, enjoyed use of the camera. In fact, she was taking a few shots at the Wisden dinner the other evening, Claire Skinner. It bounced off the top of the tented roof there and down onto the front windscreen of a 4x4 parked on the road outside, and it made quite the mess of that windscreen. Huge shot, picked up off his legs as well. Clip pretty much as Higgins is now, clip off the legs over that stand. Extraordinary shot.
Now, here's a snapper story. In the North Turret, there used to be a position for camera snappers, and Reuters used to have a roster of who came and took pictures. And one week it was Anne Bolton, who was of course female, and in those days females weren't allowed in the pavilion. And Reuters dug their heels in and said, no, she's coming. And Middlesex said she can come, but she must dress appropriately. And she turned up in a tweed suit with a trilby.
Patient in behind that one, Higgins. Yeah, how things have changed here at Lords, and rightly so. A little bit of autograph hunting down in the boundary rope there for...
I'm pleased to see that hasn't changed.
Yeah, indeed.
You know, that's how we all started.
Although it's usually selfies now rather than signatures, isn't it? Ooh, it's on the back hip somewhere. Higgins slightly squared up by that one. Let's have a look again.
David Townsend used to be our cricket call man. Let's have a look. Yeah. Did open him up a little bit. And David Townsend used to camp up there in the North Turret. And one of his and he was a great autograph man. And one of his co-commentators.
Was he really? Yeah, he was. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you see, he used to keep it quiet.
I like this. I'm going to find out a lot about DT today. This is good. I'm going to enjoy today.
So one day he was doing a game with Tom Graveney, who was one of our regular extras on Cricket Call. And during the course of the commentary, the subject of autographs came up. And DT said, you know, Tom, when I was a schoolboy, I tried to get your autograph and you wouldn't give it to me. And Tom, who was also an autograph hunter himself, looked at DT and said, well, you can't sign them all now. And they carried on commentating, and he said, do you want one now? DT said, no, I bloody don't.
It's a good stop at point. End of the over, 78 for 5. I can well hear him saying it as well. Stubborn old so-and-so. I'm surprised we haven't heard from him yet, actually. I'll check Twitter and see.
He apparently is comatose at his sister's house in Morton-in-Marsh, having flown in from the Antipodes in a 30-hour flight.
I'm surprised that's put him off a free lunch.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I met him in Nairobi in 1994, 2 years after I'd emigrated. And he had come out for the ICC trophy. And while we were there, he got to know the Ireland cricket team through Alan Lewis, who was their captain at the time. And that's what started him on his trek to covering Ireland. And there's another book that I've covered on my show in South Africa. Do they play cricket in Ireland? It's not bad.
I even get a mention in it.
Oh, yeah, you're right, you do.
Lovely shot. Beautiful from Simpson. Strong bottom hand as ever. Trapping down on the ball. Distinctive Simpson drive. 82 for 5.
Yeah, a little bit full, wasn't it? Genuine half volley. Didn't have to do too much there. Bowler will be annoyed. Wanted that a little bit back of a length. When it's seaming around like this, you don't want to bowl the full ball too often.
So you first met David Townsend in Nairobi, did you say? Or was that?
So we met there, but I had worked alongside him for
You had
Cricket
worked
Call.
here, yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say, my first meeting with David Townsend wasn't quite such salubrious surroundings. It was, well, not bad. The Waterfall Road end, the Adelaide end, Southgate Cricket Club, the Walker's Ground. TT wandered into the back of the tent one day. Said, I used to be you, do you want a hand? Sat down alongside me and started commentating. The rest, as they say, was a nightmare.
This is an important period of play now. 5 down. They've got to dig in. And I'm going to count the number of balls before I see a white ball shot.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that from Eskenazi, didn't we? It was a couple of not so much heaves, but he was extremely positive in his stroke play. Inside edge onto the pad. Very nearly getting through. That's hurt him wherever it struck. It's just struck a fleshy bit somewhere.
I think it's the instep. Let's have a look and see where this hits him. Yeah.
Yeah, down onto the back foot.
Oh, hate it when that happens. And he's not wearing proper shoes, you see.
I've got the old boots on. Oh no, it's a little higher. It was up the inside of the...
Inside the knee.
Yeah. That's not going to be so great. Bent down in the second innings. Behind the stump, Simpson.
We're all a bit worried about Sia Khaleesi's knee in South Africa at the moment. I was commentating on a game, Sharks against Munster last Saturday, and he did his knee. Looks like he's not going to make the World Cup, which is a great shame.
Oh dear. I've just spent a winter actually working for BBC Sport Africa, which was great fun. One of the best times I've had working for the BBC actually, and it was really interesting to see the plans of expansion of cricket across Africa, including the birthplace of that man, Zimbabwe, Harare. Zimbabwe doing well in the World Cup this winter gone, with Nairobi, South Africa, 3 African teams at the World Cup, but also the SA20 debuting this year. Graham Smith, the commissioner for that, spoke with him, and expansion plans, would like to take it to surrounding countries. Angola could host games, he said.
Do you know, it was an amazing time to be in South Africa in January, February this year, with the SA20 coming out of nowhere. We had no crowds for the domestic games.
It was a 5-month turnaround, wasn't it, from start to...
That's right. And they got the marketing right, they got the kids involved, and they had something like 75% ticket take-up across the tournament.
Yeah, the domestic T20 just wasn't getting the fans in, was it?
just there's a real problem with South African cricket in the marketing aspect, and the reason the SA20 was so successful was that effectively the people who do the IPL took over, lock, stock and barrel. That's why it was a success, and I think we need to acknowledge that and use that as a template going forward.
And Zimbabwe, where Higgins was born, I spoke to Dave Houghton, former Middlesex batting coach, now the Zimbabwe coach, and he told me right at the start of the winter, long before, well, right at the end of last summer perhaps, even around the time before the World Cup, that he was hopeful that he could get a couple of county players back to play for Zimbabwe. And not long after, of course, Gary Balance was announced, but he's now hung up his whites.
Isn't that a sad story? I'd love to know what's behind all of that.
Lost his passion for the game, I think was the quote, wasn't it? But Higgins, I did wonder whether Higgins would be on the radar for Dave Houghton, whether he's had a quiet call. But now back here with Middlesex, you'd imagine that's probably tied him down for a little while, that he won't play. In the way that international cricket and domestic cricket and, of course, franchise cricket now all sit together, you'd have thought Higgins is probably a long way off playing for that Zimbabwe side, because it would take too much of his time away from Middlesex, I would assume. And indeed, he'd become an overseas, of course.
And bottom line is, probably they couldn't afford him.
Well, quite, yes. I mean, this was a big problem for Paul Sterling as well. He had to make a straight call when Ireland then became a test nation. Middlesex or Ireland, and it was a tough call for him.
I'm glad he did what he did, because he's ploughed a furrow and he's taken Irish cricket to another level. It's fantastic to see.
End of the over, 82 for 5.
Is that the last we're going to see of the sun, Kevin? It looks quite grim over there.
Well, let's hope not. I mean, that batting lineup could do with plenty of help from above, couldn't it? Stoneman the first to go, caught Cox, bowled Agar. Milan caught Billings, bowled Stewart. Robson gone for 20, first time he's reached 20 this summer. Caught Crawley, brilliant catch off Agar. Eskenazi taken by Billings. Quinn's first ball gone for 17, and then Holden was dragged outside off, nicking through to Billings for 6.
Now, which Milan is that?
Peter.
Oh, that's Peter.
Peter.
Okay, so Janneman's brother.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
South Africa, a captain 2 winters past against India, Peter. Played
Good
in 3
player.
tests against England, didn't he? Start from Hogan around the wicket. Well, it's quite the all-star cast, really, isn't it? Hogan at one end, Agar at the other. Quinn's done well starting up, but yeah, right off the top, I don't know what time he got in today for the reunion, but when it was Robson and Stoneman, 2 ex-England openers, of course, against Agar and Hogan at either end. It's a formidable pairing, and then Milan a test batter in at 3 as well.
Yeah, I was here for the start. Loved it. First time at Lord's in over 3 decades.
Lovely ball. Drawn into it again with the slope. Right arm around to the left-hander. Cannot leave that alone.
How has that missed everything? Oof.
Played the line. So Simpson. Well, look, these two have really had to grind it out for Middlesex, and they have done. I mentioned that first game of the season. Well, there was a scorecard for you, Andy, and Middlesex were 4 for 4, but all runs were from no balls, so 2 no balls. So there were 4 ducks in a row on that scoreboard opposite. Robson, Stoneman, Milan, Eskenazi. It was continued with 2 further noughts. They weren't ducks, of course, because they were not out at the time, but Holden and Simpson came together, 0 and 0, so 2 not outs. You had 6 noughts in a row on that batting column, and there's been many a scramble, including straight away to Andrew Sampson. Andrew, help us out. First time in 48 years that there've been 4 ducks in a row to start an innings since Surrey, Lancashire. And indeed, another Surrey match at Essex, which cricket call going for that? It probably would have been.
That was one of ours, I remember that.
14 all out, and only 14 Surrey at Chelmsford because of 4 last ball from or the last scoring runs, boundary struck by Sylvester Clark.
That's right. Oh, the great Sylvester Clark. Oh.
Pringle and Lever were injured. They weren't even playing. They were on the balcony. Imagine what Surrey would have been all out for if they were playing.
Pringle was probably injured, because he normally was.
Yeah, they both were. They were both injured, yeah.
Pringle, of course, famously put his back out writing a letter on the eve of an England Test match.
I have heard this before, but do remind me.
It's a true story. Day before, it might even have been a Lord's Test. He was in his hotel room, in his shorts, writing a letter home, and he got up from the chair and put his back out. Now, speaking as a sufferer myself, I know how easy it is, but you don't want to miss a Test match because you sat down to write a letter.
Lovely shot to end the over. Just a dot ball though to mid-on. Simpson has 8. Higgins has 10. 82 for 5.
Now I'm going to hand over now to the great Frank Watson. And,
oh no!
And we were talking about people getting injured in strange ways, and Frank once had to MC a function where the guest speaker was Chris Old, and he stood up and he said Chris Old is our guest speaker tonight, but I've got another speech standing by in case he breaks down.
How do you remember that? That's a true story. It did not go down well with Chris Old at all. He was not impressed. Afternoon, Kevin.
I'm Kevin. Nice to meet you. Frank Watson. Good to see you. We shared the mic. In fact, were you with me for the Middlesex game at the back end of last season
I
at
was,
New Road?
yeah, I was indeed.
Peter Milan's finest hour with the bat for Middlesex prior to last week, I guess. Solid defence there from Higgins. Yeah, your boys Worcestershire were in with a chance. You've got the Pairs tie on.
Yeah, I
Good
couldn't
man.
find the cricket hall tie that all the other chaps are wearing, so I thought it was the next best thing I could do.
There it is.
I walked past Stephen Eskenazi in the pavilion this morning, and I stood back, and he let me through the door, and he said, "I won't hold the tie against you."
Oh, nips back down the slope, little inside edge, and Quinn knows it. They all went up with great enthusiasm behind the stumps. Well, I don't know, without the inside edge, was it going down the slope? High as well. High up the inside. I just fancy the way that Quinn settled down. He knew that there were two noises there. Otherwise, he surely would have gone up with the slips. There's nothing worse for a bowler when the slips don't go with them, but it's the other way around.
It's a good little spell, this, isn't it? From both bowlers. Good testing spell, and these two have got stuck in, to be fair.
Well, Quinn picked up your man Eskenazi first ball.
Yeah,
his first ball, that is, Quinn's.
He didn't look very happy with it. But little inside edge, we thought. Was that your reading of it? Yeah. Yeah. But Ryan Higgins has appeared to, as he always does, apply himself. One of my favourite cricketers, as you know, Kevin. I think he's
well, Andy, you've just replaced.
Pugnacious cricketer, isn't he?
He's a Gloucestershire fan. I should have asked him about whether he'd been following Higgins on the stream down there. Not out below 50 in a first innings yet this season, Higgins, and that in a lineup that's really been struggling for runs.
Yeah, he never gives his wicket away, does he? That's a great attribute, isn't it? And especially when you're in a situation like this, the ball's nipping around. High class attack.
Your boys got the week off this week, Worcestershire?
Yeah, got the week off. Sussex at home next week is the next one.
That should be called the Kevin Hand Derby. That's my two favourite away trips, Worcestershire or down to Hove. Can't beat that. Actually, no, I take it back. Canterbury. They're my three favourite. We did this last year. I don't know whether you were there that day. We did it on the on the coverage of that one.
I agree. Canterbury's great, and yeah, I
Canterbury,
like
Hove,
well.
and
yeah.
Worcester. They're my favourite away trips. Sitting there looking across at the cathedral at New Road.
Well, they've had a mixed start. Worcestershire won the first one at Derby, then got beaten at Durham, and then were saved by the rain last week against Gloucestershire.
Into the over, 82 for 5. A maiden for Quinn, 5 done for him. 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Beaten by Durham. Only plum LBWs there that week. Our old mate Marty Emerson on the mic for that one. He was giving somebody out plum. You're always plum whenever Durham get an LBW and Marty's on the mic.
He's had a bee in his bonnet about 1 or 2 that have been given against them that he didn't think should have been given actually this week. I heard him talking to Dave Fletcher about that yesterday because they're playing Derbyshire at the moment up there. Had another good day though. They've started quite well, Durham. Although in Division 2, you won't know this, of course. Now you're in Division 1, you won't pay much attention. But
in what? Sorry.
In Division 2. Oh yeah. There's another division, Kev. Everybody's won 1, lost 1, and drawn 1 before this round. So it's on a, you know, sort of form has been spread around, shall we say? That's a lovely shot down the ground.
Glorious from Simpson. He checked it slightly, I fancy. We'll have a look at the replay now, but I fancy he checked that, fearing that he was through it too soon. Let's have a look. I mean, he's renowned, as we always say, for being so strong with the bottom hand, but just have a look and see. Yeah, I fancy he really had to be careful that he didn't lift that to mid-on, but look at the timing. Form of his life last year, John Simpson, in Division 2, with 3 centuries. First time he's reached 3 figures on 3 occasions in a championship season. 2016 was his other finest year. Bumps that one back. Now Worcestershire looking for promotion this year. There was, of course, there was the outside chance, wasn't there? Worcestershire could have gone up last season in that game, entertaining Middlesex. They could have denied Middlesex promotion. Nottinghamshire going up.
Yeah, there were a couple of games last year that they felt they should have won. You know, one away at Leicester, first game, and they had I think 20 overs at the last pair and couldn't separate them. And then they lost at home to Glamorgan, having been in a real winning position. They've lost Ed Barnard, of course, to Warwickshire, which is a blow.
Hogan's former county, of course, Glamorgan.
But yeah, well, you're always optimistic at the start, aren't you? And they won the first game, so things were looking good. But then, as I say, defeat at Durham, and then saved by the rain last week in a remarkable game against Gloucestershire when they had Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble on the first morning. 0 for 2, I think 8 for 4 at one stage. But then Tom Price had that incredible individual performance where he got 100 and a hat-trick in the same game. It's on the same day. Just extraordinary. And in the end, Worcestershire were lucky to be saved by the rain. Middlesex aim this year, consolidation, do you think? Is that the sort of plan?
Oh, I think so. I mean, it's extraordinary, that Nottinghamshire game, because behind as they were for most of the game until the chase, all of a sudden you were looking at this game thinking, well, you know, the weather was playing its part. It might have been a draw that they got away with the victory. Yeah. But all of a sudden this game, then Surrey away, then Somerset at home, this was looking like a big game, looming large on the horizon for Middlesex at that point. But were they to come out on top of this one, then 2 wins from the first 4, you kind of feel a little bit better about the season. But Nottinghamshire were on top in that game and bossing things really until the very sporting declaration from Stephen Mullaney, trying to force the victory themselves. 5 points for the draw. They fancied the 16 instead for the win. But had that been 3 from 3, then the pressure on this Middlesex fixture against Kent would have been huge. Floodlights just starting to come on here. You'll notice it's just got a bit gloomy. No sign of any shadows around the players at the moment. Dull cloud overhead.
I think that, you talk about that declaration. Worcestershire declared it at Durham in similar fashion to try and create a situation where you could get a result. And it's the first signs, really, those 2 games, I suppose, that the change in points for the draws achieved its purpose, really, which was to bring about more positive cricket, wasn't it? You've got to take a risk sometimes, haven't you? As Notts did against Middlesex, and it didn't pay off, and as Worcester did against Durham, and it didn't pay off for them either, but at least they weren't draws. And that was the whole point, I suppose, when they changed the point scoring system, wasn't it? The lights are on now. It's quite gloomy out there, and a high class pace attack here in tandem. It's quite a test for Simpson and Higgins out there, 86 for 5.
Hanging in there at the moment, aren't they? Middlesex. And these pairs, as I say, they've hung in there before for Middlesex this summer. 4 for 4, 20 for 5. That was the first time these two recovered a situation for Middlesex. Not recovering it that they could win the match, but going some way at least to putting a bit of respectability on that first innings score. Leading edge all along the floor for Higgins. Little shuffle to the pitch again. They come back for the second, throw to the non-striker's end, and the fancy is that Simpson was short there, looking at the reaction of Billings and co. Floodlights now fully on and taking effect.
Quite a test for you this afternoon then, Kev, with all these different voices coming in alongside you, all these decrepit old commentators from years gone by, talking about the past.
That's no way to talk about Mike Selvey.
He's having an afternoon off then, is he?
Oh, he's got other affairs this afternoon. But no David Townsend, extraordinary.
Yeah, I rang him this morning. He's actually in the country. He landed from Thailand, I think, just yesterday, but holed up in the Cotswolds, recovering from his jet lag, I think, at the moment.
Thought he'd have pulled his old trick of finding a place to sleep in the pavilion overnight.
Yeah, and lunch, getting free lunch. I think that's probably it.
Speaking of David Townsend, there's the Grim Reaper.
You're hoping he's watching, I assume.
Desperately.
That one's let go by Higgins. Another thing I've noticed in the last few minutes is that how Sam Billings has got his fielders in the right place. I mean, he's still got 4 close catches, but every time, particularly on the leg side, Higgins has made firm contact and looks as though he might pick up runs. He's picked out that fielder at mid-wicket, absolutely perfectly placed. Quite frustrating for the batsman in this situation to play a good shot and not get any runs for it. We've got some runs there.
Get a couple. Down to deep backward points. 90 for 5. Trailing by 96. Nearly halfway there. And I'm sure they'll desperately be hoping to go beyond Middlesex. But a lot of that will rely on this. It will require something hefty from this partnership again. Still Holman to come, but then Helm, Bamba and Mercer. It's just about a pretty orthodox 9, 10 and 11 there. Helm's a good bat. He can hold up an end, which they'll hope he will, as Bamba can as well. But no Roland Jones and Anderson that they had for the last match was an extraordinary 9 and 10. End of the over, 90 for 5. Frank Watson alongside myself, Kevin Hand. One of the cricket call members reunion this afternoon here at Lord's, and lovely to see you all, and I'm sure for many a listener, Middlesex and Kent and whichever other county that may be tuned in, and many a familiar voice.
Well, I don't know whether there will be many people who remember.
Oh, there are, Frank.
We
still get. You must get many tweets on the BBC commentary still nowadays, remembering the cricket call days.
I don't know. Yeah, but I suppose there are some, but it's amazing to meet up with the guys and see how their careers have taken such diverse paths, really. Quite a few who've gone abroad, like Andy, who just had on, who's made his way in sports journalism in South Africa, alongside Neil Manthorpe, of course, who used to do Warwickshire Cricket Call. Quite a few who've stayed at home as well. And 2 or 3, like myself, who are sort of still involved, really, with the BBC's coverage of the various counties. And sadly, 2 or 3 to whom we'll be raising a glass tonight who are no longer with us. quite a few of the guys commenting when they got here this morning that it's the first time they've been to Lord's for quite a long time, and you know, appreciating what a brilliant transformation has been achieved here. The ground being modernised but maintaining its fantastic atmosphere and quality. So yeah, good little partnership being put together by these two. They haven't added a great number of runs, but they have steadied the ship. Higgins on 14, Simpson on 12. And just trying to take the sting out of this attack. Simpson in behind that one. But testing circumstances in which to bat for these two. And as Kevin Hand was just saying, crucial partnership. Game's moved on a pace, hasn't it? 90 for 5, still only the 28th over of the innings. There's Hogan again. Oh, and I spoke too soon. He's got him. Simpson pushing at that one. Really good delivery from Hogan. Looked as though it moved away off the seam. Bounced quite steeply too, and just took the shoulder of the bat. First mistake that John Simpson's made, really. And gets a little edge and is caught behind by Billings. Just going to say, Kevin, that I thought Hogan must be coming towards the end of his spell if he hadn't got a wicket in this over, and he just picked up that crucial one. 90 for 6, and that's a really big wicket in the circumstances.
You look at it from that side, I mean, wow, that has seemed, hasn't it?
I really would not attach any blame whatsoever to the batsman on that occasion. You could almost see John Simpson turn away, couldn't you, with a kind of resigned look on his face, as if to say, well, you know, the best thing that could have happened is that I would have missed it.
90 for 6. And well, it's not to be a Simpson and Higgins recovery today, but Luke Holman, who is in next, has had a fine start to his career. Really has impressed everywhere that he's been. Holman with bat and with ball. Last season he averaged 34 with the bat. High score of 82. First class average of 30. And he has been a real highlight for Middlesex, breaking into the side in the COVID year. Middlesex were depleted of a couple of overseas signings in the T20, so he came in as a leg spinner, has never looked back. A popular figure around the county. Calm, collected, so it means the right-handed, left-handed stays together. But they've got a job to do. They're still 96 behind Middlesex, and yeah, this morning I was asked what was my fancy on how today would play out. I thought 165 all done, Kent. Seemed about right with 4 wickets remaining. That's what Middlesex would be going for. It could be greedy and say 150. But Middlesex, perhaps with the sun out this afternoon, that's what we haven't really seen. We were expecting more of the sun this afternoon. That might have helped batting conditions a little bit more, but it's been an innings very similar to that of the Kent innings, and Middlesex up against it. Kent right on top here. Hogan's bowling well. Quinn, Agar, Stewart as well. Quartet have really pulled together. Holman off the mark, first ball. 91 for 6. And at the moment, the quartet are pulling all the strings.
Yeah. See what he did there. Very good. Ryan Higgins hardly been down at that pavilion end, has he? Certainly not in the last 20 minutes or so. So, be interested to see whether Hogan has any problem adjusting his line. Just watching the replay, that was a really good delivery that got rid of Simpson, wasn't it? Very, very difficult to play. Yeah, I was just saying that about the ground, Kev. You know, when you come here regularly as you do, I'm sure you appreciate it, but several of the chaps were saying this morning when they got here that they hadn't been here for years, you know, and there's been quite a lot of development. They've probably seen it on TV, but it's only when you get here that you really appreciate the sympathetic way that it's been done. It's so important when these famous grounds are developed that they do it in an appropriate way, and nowhere in the world, in my opinion, has done that better than here at HQ, as they say.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it really feels as though the ground hasn't lost anything with all the new additions, which
exactly.
is... Here's Agar, 9th over for him, 2 for 18 so far. Scampered single for Higgins on to 16. I think Middlesex has got to do a bit of that, just rotate the strike, right-handed, left-handed, the seam movement, the swing. It's all coming together out there for Kent at the moment. The best that these two can do is rotate that strike and try and keep them off, settling onto a line and a length, much as that ball that Simpson received.
Do you think they've used the conditions better than the Middlesex bowlers did? It didn't look too...
As a quartet, yes.
Yeah. I've got the sense the way that Kent batted this morning that they didn't fancy their chances of sort of building an innings, hanging around. They were just trying to make the most of every scoring opportunity, weren't they? Even got a bit reckless towards the end, though, I thought.
In the air, top edged, over the keeper, and away it races. It'll be 4. Middlesex more than halfway there, 6 wickets down, 97 for 6 now. So what, 93 runs behind still in their first innings. 113 for 6 overnight, Kent getting up to 186. That's pretty much the situation for Middlesex now, isn't it? Can they, with the final 4 wickets, do something close? It's going to need one of these two to so much get going, but get in. There's been starts for Middlesex. Robson 20, Stoneman 10, Milan went for 3, Eskenazi 17, Holden 6, Simpson 12. Doesn't look as desperate a board as obviously that first match of the season, Essex, but the situation's still pretty tough here. Middlesex to try and recover. Ooh, wow, let's see that again. That one really went down the slope to the left-hander, and this is what they're up against. Pitched, nipped away down the slope off the seam.
He didn't really play at that, did he? He missed it. He knew he was going to miss it, I think. It went so far,
Hoped.
didn't it? Yeah.
Hoped he was going to miss it.
Well, hoped, and I think, you know, knew pretty early on in the proceedings that he was going to get nowhere near it. It went miles. It's a real test. Bit of pace as well from Agar.
Frank Watson alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic on the stream this afternoon here at Lord's. Oh, that lifts. He's done well to keep control of that. It's a short leg in place, Holman. Didn't really feel as though he was up on his toes. He felt a little flat-footed on that, but he still managed to stay in control, stay over the top of it. 97 for 6. We've got the old cricket call commentary team. Or some of them anyway, a fair few of them here at Lord's today. Have it a reunion. Great to have them up on the mic. And, well, we're talking through the evolution of cricket commentary, really, from BBC Radio 2, the likes of Norman de Mesquita, to cricket call, and then to local radio doing the Sunday games on the local service before the online commentaries of the Championship started up. Flips that one away for a single, Holman, to end the over. It'll keep the strike, 98 for 6. And now to the evolution of the live streams. It was great when they first came in conjunction with the BBC commentaries, wasn't it? The static cams were there, so you had the choice of. You've pretty much seen it all the way through, haven't you? From the live streams
well,
going backwards. You
had a big chunk through the middle where I was out of it.
Well, you were back there through the BBC. You were all the way back at cricket call
cricket
and
call at the very
the invention of the wheel as well.
Yeah, first telephone.
Sorry, Frank, I couldn't let you go without one last job. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Have Worcestershire got a one-day game against Middlesex? Are we together at all this year? I can't remember. I don't think we are we?
I don't plan that far ahead, Ken. Nice to see you.
Frank Watson, very familiar, I'm sure, to all the commentators around the circuit, to all the listeners around the circuit, following Worcestershire still nowadays and back in the day club call. Shape on that one away from the left-handed Holman, 98 for 6. Delighted to say Azim Rafiq joins me on the right mic this afternoon as well. Azim, lovely to see you again. We're just having a quick chat off air there about our old mate Jason Gillespie, who introduced us. Now back down under in the Sheffield Shield. Brings you to Lords today.
Good afternoon, Kevin. I think I've over the last sort of year and a half built up a really good relationship with the CEO here, Andrew. I was in the country.
Shot from Holman, well cut off by Stewart, no run.
Yeah, I was in the country, and there's a farewell for Michael Farrell, so I wanted to come and pay a tribute to him.
Of course, I met you when you were up here previously with your family. I think as guests of Andrew Cornish. You mentioned the CEO there. It was that day, wasn't it? When I met you, and was it your sister was with you that day as well?
Yeah, we've had a couple of trips to Lords. It's been nice to watch some cricket.
Oh, goodness me, look at that go. Up the slope from Hogan. Real test for the left-hander here at the moment. Let's have a look at the replay. Through the air, off the surface. It's tough times out there for the Middlesex batters, 98 for 6. More comfortable leave for Holman. Sorry, I think was it last year? Was it last year I met you up here at the back of the box?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we came. Can't remember what game it was now, but yeah, we've been to Lords a couple of times. Andrew's been a real, we built up a good relationship. He's been a good support and someone, I've sort of spoken to for advice as well.
Single 20 over, 30 gone, 99 for 6. $99 for 6 it is, so it's Azim Rafiq. In fact, first time we were together, it was for a quiz. I think it was a fundraiser. And it was I asking the questions and you were trying to get the answers out of me. I'm just trying to remember. Again, Jason Gillespie was involved somewhere in it. I think it might have been I can't remember, it was a fundraiser somewhere.
Scarborough, I think.
Scarborough it was, Scarborough. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think the second or the third night you have to go down and have the quiz.
You were putting heavy pressure on me that night.
I can't actually remember. Were you the one who was Googling?
Quite possibly. Dave Callaghan, BBC Radio Leeds legend, sadly no longer with us. Great man, Callie. We've got a few of the great commentary greats up on the mic here from many moons ago. Frank Watson, who's just replaced you now, BBC commentator with Worcestershire. Down below Father Time watching on. Square on to the action. A few tuned in by the looks of it. Afternoon to you all. Real working over, real test for the batters here. So you've been with Andrew Cornish today and Mike O'Farrell, the outgoing chairman of Middlesex.
Yeah, it's nice to come and pay tribute to someone that's given so much time to the game. You know, obviously we met through some unfortunate circumstances, but again, you know, I've had some good support from Mike as well during some pretty dark times. So. Whenever I come down to London, try and catch up with Andrew, and he mentioned the farewell was on, so it felt nice to be here.
I assume likewise, you say that Andrew's been there for you, you've been there for Middlesex likewise, as well off the field.
I think we all, you know, it's been a tough few years for the game, and I think it's on all of us to try and work together and take the game forward into the place that we all want.
Open face from Holman, lovely shot. He's into double figures. Middlesex bring up the 100. Sharp again from Agar. Sharp response to the boundary. 85 up towards 85, over 84 miles an hour. How much have you seen of the game today? Today's your first day. You weren't here yesterday.
No, I wasn't here. I've watched a little bit, bits and bobs. It was pretty dark early on, but seems like it's going to be a third innings game, really. Some good bowling, some indifferent shots, but I think whoever holds their nerve, if Middlesex can get up to the score and get, you know, a little bit of a lead, then I think they're in the prime position going into third innings.
Edged. Went low towards third slip. Holman survives. He gets a single to end the over. Let's have another look at that one. Has to play at it. It's low down. The edge flies. 103 for 6 at the end of the over. Yeah, we were introduced by Jason Gillespie. I know you've often spoken highly of. Australian legend. And well, there were two tussles here, weren't there? 2015 and 2016. 2016 was the Middlesex title in the year. I'm just trying to rack my brains to remember if you were playing in either of those, the 15 or 16 season.
The 2016 one I was. It was an incredible week.
Oh, that nips back. Hits a midship somewhere.
Fucking painful.
Higgins Felds. He's always got a smile on his face somehow. Ryan Higgins. Let's have a look again at that one. Oh.
Yeah, 2016 one. That was an incredible week. I think we were. Oh.
It was the worst of all. How he had a smile on his face at the end of it, and I bet he hasn't got a smile now. Yeah, so go on. 2016, obviously from a Middlesex perspective, it was an incredible week.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the week, we had a chance to win it three years in a row, and it was good weather. I remember, you know, there was a lot of coverage around the game. But first innings, I think we got ourselves into a bit of a tricky situation with the bat and had to get bonus points. We had a good partnership, And then that last day, I mean, I think we had nearly 10,000 in here. It was loud.
It was, yes.
But I think Middlesex deserved it that year.
Oh, look at that use of the feet from Higgins.
Yeah, I think Middlesex were definitely the best team that year. They beat us at Scarborough as well. They had a very good bowling attack, complemented really well with Ollie Rayner as well. So no, it was a good game to be part of.
Have you seen any of the Middlesex teams today? Stephen Eskenazi was a big part of that side in 2016, wasn't he? Roland Jones, of course, who's not playing this game, Middlesex captain. Oh, a little flick at that, Higgins, through it goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of them are still playing.
Mercer, Roland Jones, Eskenazi, Simpson.
Yeah, Simpson,
just gone.
Ever present for the Middlesex team.
Robson, I think that's the last of them. There's 5, I think, left really of the title year. Helmer's there or thereabouts in the side. Didn't play, maybe played 3 or 4 that year.
Yeah, Roland Jones was very impressive that year. I think the bowling attack, Stephen Finn, Roland Jones, Merter, complemented by Ollie Rayner, and I think James Franklin bowled a bit as well.
Yeah. So where have you been this afternoon with Mike and Andrew before you've been up here with me?
I think just we've been in the long room, we're in the committee room, and then had some lunch at the tavern. It's nice to be up here actually watching cricket properly.
Booming in swinger to end the over. Higgins equal to it, 103 for 6. You said you'd just flown in. When did you fly in? Home is now Dubai.
Yeah, at the minute it is. Flew in on Wednesday. Had a couple of events lined up, so it's good to be here, have a quiet weekend, and then I head back next week.
How is life in Dubai?
Warmer than here. Yeah, it's been peaceful, to be honest. You know, I made the decision that I had to take myself out of the situation towards the back end of last year, and you know, I'm glad I did, because it's allowed me to get a lot of peace, and yeah, try and live some sort of a normal life. So it's been great fun, and I'm really excited for what the future holds.
How long have you been in Dubai now?
Since December, but I've been back and forth. Obviously, there's been a lot going on, so I've been back and forth with that. But yeah, it's been good fun. You know, I've been welcomed. I've had a hell of a lot of support. I'm just really excited about what the future holds.
Are you involved in cricket in Dubai?
No, not at this stage. I mean, it's only been a few weeks since the whole, you know, stuff really ended, and I've been enjoying the peace. You know, I would love to get back into the game in some capacity. I'm gonna, you know, I was doing my level 4 at the time. The assessment was I was in Parliament, so I've got to get back to that and finish up the paperwork. So, which I'm looking forward to, and you know, hopefully getting back involved in the game that I love.
Sharp stop at mid-off. It'll save the boundary. They'll get a couple though, perhaps even turn for the third. Higgins is fast, but they'll settle on 2. 105 for 6. Cricket's expanding in Dubai, UAE, and around the Middle East. Is that something you have thought about at all, that you've had a chance even to look at or have any connection with?
Yeah, I think cricket's changing at a rapid pace. There's a lot of news around expansion of T20 leagues, the stuff in America, the Saudi league. So I think it's an interesting time for the game.
Short leg crouching down behind Holman now. That's a short one. That's similar to the ball that picked up Simpson, angling away, pace and bounce.
Yeah, there's a lot of change. Obviously, the T20 leagues, there seems to be a calendar full of them now. So interesting space. Obviously, down the line, it'd be something I'd love to be involved in. But you know, at the minute, I'm just really enjoying having some family time, enjoying the beaches of Dubai.
behind that one, Holman.
It's also, you know, over the last 3 years, I've learned a lot about how media works. So, you know, there's a bit of a space before the Ashes. You know, let's see once the Ashes kicks off, because, you know, red ball cricket still has a lot of following, especially in England. So I think, look, obviously it's something that's been coming for a while, and it's now going to be, I guess that's going to be the future. It's pretty clear, but it's for the game and the administrators to make sure that, you know, the red ball cricket still holds its respect and value.
Sharp again from Agar, cranking it up. Only 82 miles an hour, but this pitch has got some pace in it, some real purchase with a quick spend in their back. First one of the season, really, that has just started to pick up a bit of pace. Real test for the batters. 107 for 6. You mentioned Jason Gillespie. Obviously, you mentioned the coaching path. He's been somebody who has turned his career into being a very successful coach. Ooh, around the wicket, gets it to go down the slope, forcing Holman to play again. Forgive me if I've got this wrong, but I seem to remember you saying that your happiest times were under Jason Gillespie's time as coach.
Yeah, look, obviously Dizzy was someone that you know, respected each individual, and, you know, treated everyone as a human being, and, you know, he was someone that I found really helpful to myself, and yeah, I enjoyed my time under him. Obviously there was things with Yorkshire, it was just such a normal behaviours that were happening constantly, so it'd be wrong to say that it didn't happen when he was present, but you know, him personally, it was someone that I really enjoyed, and when he came to the club, he really allowed people to achieve a lot. You know, a lot of cricketers went from playing second team cricket to going on and playing for England.
Was it he that made you the T20 captain at one point as well?
Yeah, it was 2012. You know, we had a training session, and the captain got injured, and I got a call from Dizzy that evening, which was quite surreal. You know, we had a team, you know, Mitchell Stark, David Miller, Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow. We had a pretty senior team, Ryan Sidebottom and Phil Jakes. So to get trusted to do that was, you know, something I was delighted to do. It'd been part of my game throughout, you know, captaining through the age groups, and I was always at my best when I did that.
Was he a man that you learned much from about the coaching element of the game? Because he seems to have been incredibly successful at both Yorkshire, and he's obviously linked to the England job.
Yeah, I think very impressive. You know, just treating human beings as human beings, that was his biggest strength.
Full one from Stuart, who has been swinging them big. That one didn't swing so much, held its line. Drifting down leg, I'd suggest.
And, you know, I don't think he'd mind me saying Dizzy was all about managing people. You know, he empowered you to go out there and have fun. I remember when he first came over from Zimbabwe, because that's where he was working when he got the job, and he just said to us, we're going to work hard, but we're going to have a hell of a lot of fun. You know, he had this real skill of making you feel like you're invincible.
Same again. Oh, where is that? Hit Higgins. Again, a smile on his face. Not quite sure how long the smile will hold for. Let's have a look at the replay. Second time, a midship. Oh.
Feels like there's a lot of pace in the pitch.
There is, and seam movement, well, that can be the one that's most difficult as a batter, can't it? You know, it's going to fizz around and strike. Wristily work towards mid-on. But yeah, it's the first one that's had real pace in it. So coaching is definitely a path you'd like to go down.
Yeah, I think so. Look, the couple of things that I wanted to do when I finished was around broadcasting and coaching. So, you know, having done the level 4, Like I need to get back to finishing it off. It's something I would love to do and hopefully make a difference to people's careers.
That's a nice shot from Higgins. Good response from him. We know that he's a battler, he's a scrapper. He's in the wars at the moment out there for Middlesex. As usual, really, as it has been this season with the bat. He moves to 20, 111 for 6. Wide-ish mid-on in place, but a lovely straight drive. Use of the feet as well from Higgins. Leading edge. Single out to deep point. One's come of the over. Holman on strike. Left-hander. What's the link-up been like with Mike O'Farrell? He's the man you're here for today. To say goodbye to, as Middlesex send him off as the outgoing chairman.
Yeah, it's been, you know, Mike O'Farrell obviously had the situation at DCMS, you know, where he had a tough day, and then we got connected through another member of the Middlesex board. And you know, I met him like a month later, and you could see, you know, that he's a good man who got, you know, who got something wrong, and how determined he was to put it right and play a part in, you know, cricket being better. I've been lucky enough to build a relationship through the last year and a half, where, you know, at different times that I've sort of called on him to support me, and you know, he's always been there. You know, from genuinely, it's felt like it's become a little bit like a second home, really. You know, Yorkshire will always be my team, but you know, I've enjoyed coming down here and watching some cricket.
Is that something beyond Mike's time, that you'll still have the link up with Middlesex?
Yeah, I think so. I'd like to think so. You know, made some good friends. Andrew's been, as I said, supportive, but I just feel I feel at ease when I come here. You know, even this morning, get a bit anxious when I come around a cricket ground, especially around spectators and stuff. But you know, everyone's been lovely walking through the long room. You know, people coming up and just saying thanks. So hopefully, you know, that will be something that will continue, and I can come down whenever I'm around.
You know, you'll always be welcome up here.
Thanks, mate.
And Andrew's still here as well. He said you've obviously got the link up with Andrew, which is also a connection, not just Mike O'Farrell at Middlesex. Andrew Cornish, the CEO. Oh, goes at that one. Now, did he get fingertips that? Pace off it as it heads down to the boundary. Is it quite going to tap the rope? It is. Have a look at the replay as Higgins flashed hard at that one. Was there just fingertips at gully for Bell Drummond? Just out of shot. The way the pace came off it, my fancy is there was.
I think Higgins might as well chance his arm here. Try and get a quick 30 or 40. Could really make a difference in the game.
Hasn't been out below 50 in a first innings yet this summer, Higgins. 3 50s in each of the first innings for Middlesex in a season they've struggled with the bat so far.
Yeah, and I think growing up he was a number 3 batsman, so you know, he's very capable with the bat. You know, like I said, it's tricky situations like this. You know, when you get teams 5-6 down and you feel like you should be running through them, and someone comes in, you know, grits it out and still takes the game to you, it can be quite difficult to work out how, like, you know, there's a bit of an in-out field, and you can get sucked in as a bowling team to go in a bit defensive.
Driven back to mid-off. Any aspirations still that you might pull on shirt now that you're over in Dubai? There's obviously a lot of leagues around the world. Tom Helm, I think, was in Dubai playing the T10. He was in Abu Dhabi this. Is it Abu Dhabi or Dubai? Certainly in the UAE somewhere, I think. Talk of a Saudi Arabia league as well now, isn't there? You're only 32. Is there still time ahead for a playing career before coaching?
I don't think so, Kevin. To be honest, I'm content with where my life is at right now. I'm very excited about some of the things that I want to do. So I don't think so, but you never know. I'd have to lose a lot of weight initially.
120 for 6, end of the over. Well, don't come up here then. This isn't the place for that.
But I'm pretty content with where I'm at, and I've not talked much about cricket, but I'm proud of the playing career I had, and excited about what the future holds.
I mean, there's plenty. Did you say your debut was when you were 16? I was just trying to recall that. That was why it struck me slightly. I mean, you don't look 32, far younger. But the fact that go back so long, I'm trying to think what year that would have been when we first met. But obviously, you were on the scene from a very young age as a cricketer.
Yeah, it was a long time ago now. The T20 game that we ended up losing points for, but yeah, it was a very long time ago. I look back, despite all the stuff that's gone over the last 3 years, I look back some of the good times I had playing cricket. As I said earlier, I was fortunate enough to get chances to lead some pretty impressive players. A lot of who have gone on to achieve their dreams. Play for England, lift World Cups, win Ashes series, and that gives me a lot of pleasure that at some point I was able to lead them. But like I said, it's one door closes, another one opens, and there's a lot more to be achieved in the game apart from playing. You realise when you step away from playing, a lot goes into the matches that goes out there.
Well, and beyond that as well, you've obviously struck up this partnership with Middlesex. It's for yourself for obviously unfortunate reasons, but now something of a positive in terms of striking up partnerships with Middlesex, with the likes of people like Mike O'Farrell.
Yeah, look, ultimately, I think for me, it's all our responsibility. The game's not done enough, and now we've got to work together in whatever capacity that is. And I'm very determined to make sure I play my part in a positive manner moving forward.
Oh wow! Let's come back down the slope. And we're leaving alone. Let's have a look again on the replay. This is the angle. Oof. Plenty of seam movement out there. How important has that relationship with Middlesex been to you? You've said this almost feels like a second home now.
Yeah, I think it's come at a time, when I felt pretty disappointed with where the game has been with me. So, to meet genuine people, it's been so genuine and so organic as well. I've stayed in regular contact, spoken to, Ankit Shah, who's doing some great stuff here as well.
Looks back, but doing too much. I reckon height might be an issue on that one as well. 120 for 6.
Ankit, been in regular contact with him as well. The initiative that's been set up, Cricket for London, I think it's great. So I think it's, everyone's got to try and work together in whatever capacity. And it's been such an organic relationship that it's felt, I felt at ease, whether that's be advised. I think a couple of times I might have constructively challenged Andrew, and I think that's part of my role, because it's we've got to get to a place where we can challenge and support. It can't be one end of the spectrum on either of it, and doesn't matter whether it's Middlesex, Yorkshire, Surrey, where it's the game and it's our game. So yeah, it's been great, from on a human point of view, just at a time where I felt pretty disappointed by the game's reaction, to have someone who's got skin in the game to treat me with so much respect. It's been helpful.
Your testimony opened up a lot for cricket, and a friend of mine, actually, Mandeep, who was a coach at my son's cricket club, Hampton Wick, he spoke on the record about it, actually, about the effect it had had on him and his own view on cricket, and how he spoke to his children about their relationship with cricket. What he did say was, going forward, is he felt that cricket's at a position now, and we as a society and a community are at a position now, where it's a conversation that mustn't ever stop again. And I thought that was quite an interesting perspective, and very well put by Mandeep, who's a big coach in the community in Richmond. But a conversation that must not stop now.
Yeah, I think that's what, when I spoke out, that's all I expected it to be. For it to have played out the way it has, that's not what I wanted. But I think Mark Ramprakash wrote a very good piece in The Guardian. I think his words were something along the lines of, there can never be excuse again. There can never be an excuse moving forward, and I think that's one aspect of it. And there's no magic fix, because if there was, it would be done tomorrow. It's got to be one step at a time. There's going to be mistakes on the way, but we've got to take the fear out of the conversation as well. There's a lot of good people I've been able to meet on this journey. And also there's got to be a space there for people who've made mistakes or not been what they should be, to be allowed to learn and educate and sort of swap over and reflect, and then, because I think they can make the biggest difference moving forward.
I assume that kind of reflection, to say, coach at my son's club, Mandeep, had, I'm sure that's probably something that's been relayed back to you back in person or by third parties a fair old bit, actually, that have actually wanted to thank you for opening up the conversation.
Yeah, look, when I went into that room, I poured my heart out and my life changed, outside of it. It's probably been the thing that's kept me going. I've had people coming up to me from all walks of life, whether they found themselves in a really tough place from a mental health point of view, or it's resonated with them with what they've been putting up with, or whether they wanted to speak themselves. I was at the iftar at Lord's last year, and someone who works for ECB Disability come up to me and said, "You've changed my everyday working life." And Kevin, they were the type of conversations were the reason that I spoke out. And I'm pretty sure as well, moving forward, that everyone's going to reflect and come together, because there's the one thing that unites us is the game, and I don't doubt for a second that everyone wants the best for the game.
Does that help you to find peace now, when you hear that reflection from others?
Yeah, to be fair, the hearing a few weeks ago felt very sort of closure for me. I felt like I got everything that I needed to do to get my closure, and the decisions was vindication again for myself. But I hope that what it's allowed everyone else to do is just go, right, now is the time for the game to come together, because if we're not going to, then there's no point. The pain that everyone's gone through, and I don't doubt for a second that people who have found themselves on the other side have had a tough time, and that I do feel for them. I've been in them dark places, and it's not nice. One of the biggest fears I've had sort of through the last 2.5 years is finding myself, and I found myself in pretty dark places, but hearing about other people and that's not what anyone wants or wanted. But I just hope that it's allowed people to now just look at themselves in the mirror and accept and find a way forward for the sake of the game.
Wish you all the best. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for
Lovely to see you again.
Cheers.
Azim Rafik. Enjoy the rest of the day with Mike and with Andrew as well. Lovely to see you again. Azim, it's tea, so I better let Azim go. Many thanks for his time. Really appreciate it on the mic today, and truly wish him the best. We're back in just under 20 minutes when Middlesex resume after tea, 1:22 for 6.
Busy time of cricket awaits us here at Lords. The next round of the County Championship match here at this venue against Somerset, which starts on Thursday the 18th of May. Following that, the start of the Vitality Blast for this season. The Lords plays host to 4 Middlesex T20 fixtures in May and in June. Various ticket deals are available for all matches, including our Middle Blast Pass tickets for 2 matches for just £50. And now just over a month away from the first of the Test matches this summer, and of course take on Ireland on the 1st of June for a new Test starting here at the home of cricket. That's a one-off test before, of course, the start of the Ashes. And England women also return to Lords for the second year running their Ashes series campaign against Australia. Again here will be at T20 and on Saturday the 8th of July. Tickets to all matches available at the Lords website. So I'll you all know what's going on elsewhere today in the County Championship in Edgbaston and Warwickshire all out for 150. Surrey reply 110 for 4 currently there on day 2. At Chester Street, the Durham are playing with Derbyshire. Durham declared their first innings this morning 452 for 9. Derbyshire reply have just been bowled out for 165. Down at Bristol, much delayed match between Sussex and Gloucestershire. Sussex continuing their first innings, currently 138 for 2. Tom also is 63 not out. Grace Road, Leicester 407, but Morgan in reply 64 for 1. Umpires turning to the field, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Rob Bailey, and again signed by Sam Billings.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's evening session. About to get underway on the second day, and pretty finely poised match position at the moment. Kent 186 all out this morning. Middlesex 122 for 6 in reply. 32-run partnership for the 7th wicket between these two, Higgins and Holman. Higgins, who's held it together on so many occasions for Middlesex so far this summer in the first innings. They've still got work to do. As Azim Rafiq was saying just before the interval there, if Middlesex get up and around parity, he'd perhaps make them favourites. Put it third innings pressure on Kent. Wonderful to have Azim up in the commentary box. And thank him very much for his time this afternoon. I wish him all the best the remainder of the day, and indeed going forward. Hopefully we'll see plenty more of him here at Middlesex. Describing it as something of a second home for him now. 122 for 6 it is. Back on with the cricket here at Lord's. An important little passage play coming up here. 37 overs gone, it's still a pretty new ball. Which Stewart will be looking to make the most of still. Sort of 78 miles an hour, bustles through all right. A little quicker than I realised actually, Stewart. Especially with the swing that he gets on it. Two for 6. Still 44 overs to play after this today, making up time from yesterday. This game will be well advanced. Squirts away for a single. And to deep back on square. Turned into a low full toss by Higgins, looking to be adventurous. There's two ways of thinking about this now for Middlesex. The ball's into its 38th over, so life-wise, there's one or two of our guests early in the afternoon session were saying it didn't seem to do as much for Middlesex this morning as it was doing for Kent. But of course it was a newer ball. They were watching Kent bowl with the ball in its second half of its life towards the end of the Kent innings. That's worked away. We'll scatter the pigeons again. Think about 3, but settle on 2. Bell Drummond's fast. 1-2-5 for 6. Two very capable batters will have high aspirations. Both certainly have the potential to bat in the top 5, top 6 for Middlesex. Wicketkeeper John Simpson at 6 at the moment, so to bat solely as batters if they were injured. They weren't able to bowl, but were able to bat. They've both got the capability to be included as batters for sure. So Middlesex will still have a fair hope here that this innings has a fair duration left in it yet. Conversely, Kent will be looking for a couple of quick wickets immediately after the interval and wrap this up quickly. Everson continuing from the pavilion end. They were 113 for 6 this morning, Kent, when they resumed. At that point, some were talking 150 all out. I thought 165. 165 Middlesex had settled on. 186. Just put that little bit of extra pressure on the Middlesex reply as he fancied it would at the top of the order. Eased away by Holman down to deep point for a single. He's on to 19. Eddie over, 126 for 6, and Higgins 28, Holman 19. Middlesex have been here before this summer. They've relied on that man, and required of that man as well on the right. Higgins to produce, not out below 50 yet this summer in the first innings for Middlesex. It's quite an achievement at a tough time of year, as it's been for Middlesex with the bat to start the summer. But Holman very capable as well. So I'd like to say Angus Fraser's alongside me after tea. Myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you live stream for this one. And how much have you seen of it today, Gus? There's obviously other duties you've got to look to as well.
A little bit. I mean, I suppose you get very good at identifying noises when you're in a sports ground.
2 noises on that, I'd fancy. And I think you'll find there'll be no signal of leg by from the umpire. 127 for 6, and the umpire looks up towards the scorer's box and signals nothing. Here's the replay.
Been close had he not got a little inside edge on that. As a judge by the umpire, Kent may feel that it missed the the bat. But again, actually, from the angle, when you're coming around the wicket, it sort of can often look closer than it is when you see, as we've learned, when you see lots of these replays on DRS. The angle, unless it sort of swings back up the slope or nips up the slope, they often go on to miss the stumps one more than you think, even though it looks like they've hit you in front. So yeah, I watched it. I mean, again, I've had him a computer for a couple of hours, but you have the TV on with the volume down. Nothing personal. And you hear a noise and you look up, don't you? So whether it's, oh, that's a wicket, or oh, that sounds like a boundary. But one thing I've noticed, there's a few Kent supporters in here today. The wickets have been quite sort of loudly cheered. There's normally a sort of a muted cheer sometimes, but there's obviously a few men from Kent, people from Kent, come to watch the cricket.
It's obviously when Selv was on earlier today you're referring to.
Well, I don't know. I got a bit of stick, I think, online, didn't I?
Did you?
Yeah, some of the players sort of showed me something the other day, last night, actually.
Go on.
So,
or are you allowed to?
No, I will do. I'll find it. They sent me an image of it.
An image? Edged but short. Soft hands from Higgins. Angle bat patiently. Didn't push hard at it. Look at the replay.
There we go, Henry Smith. I don't know who this commentator is. He drones on and on. Anthony Williams, Angus droning Fraser. That was the answer.
And the players took relish at screenshotting.
Well, yeah, but I didn't realise that. Yeah, I didn't realise Stephen Fry was watching. Henry and Anthony, two of the more entertaining men on the circuit. Thanks for your comments, much appreciated.
Come on, tell us which player screenshotted that. I'm going for Mercer, Helm. It's going to be one of the bowlers.
You were right first time. Tim Mercer. Just wonder what he's doing. Look at that. I don't do social media or anything like that myself, so I never see these sort of things, but Mert said shot there by Higgins. Mert said please bring his name up. I won't repeat the rest of it. But Middlesex need a partnership here, don't they? These two have put in together 39 runs. They need to get close on a pitch that seems to continue to offer the bowlers some assistance.
Yeah, Azim Rafiq just before tea there was saying he fancied if Middlesex got to parity, then actually the pressure heaps onto Kent, and he personally is a neutral in this game. Obviously, it starts to fancy Middlesex, but still you've got to score the last innings runs, though, haven't you? Which is the great difficulty of it. But
it is. It's a thing that's made quite a bit of in recent years, and it's always been there in the game, but maybe not sort of looked at as closely. And it's the third innings of matches, isn't it? And how you are the side under pressure when you're batting in that third innings. If it's a low-scoring game, you've got to play quite well for a period of time to get far enough ahead, and you do feel the pressure. So, yeah, the third innings of it. But to say, and I hope it doesn't happen, but Kent were to bowl Middlesex out quickly now and have a 40-50 run lead. Right, that's not the match gone. But in both innings, there's been 3 or 4 wickets fallen before a side's got to around 50, haven't there? So you've then got to bat quite well later on in the game to get back in it. So yeah, Middlesex will be wanting to get as close. And again, a lot of the times people sort of say almost the second and third innings parity, isn't it? And then chasing the fourth innings what the side gets in the first innings. But 180. Whilst it's not a huge score, it's a reasonable score to be chasing in the fourth innings of a match like this.
Well, it is when you see the amount of seam and swing that there's been on this pitch. Grass has been left on, hasn't it? And it's the quickest bounciest surface of the season so far here at Lords. It's been a good cricket wicket. I think there'll be a few batters are a little disappointed with the shot selection, but 2 good attacks who've bowled well. And there's another example of it. Look at that ball. We'll have a look at that on the replay. This was how Simpson fell.
Yeah, well, Simpson got a beauty. I saw that one sort of pitched outside leg. That's just a bit straighter, wasn't it? Pitched on the stumps, natural angle, taking it across. Luke Holman beating the outside edge, so a good delivery. Simo's was a bit straighter, that wasn't it? I think it probably looked at Hawkeye. If we had it, it would have shown it pitched outside leg and beat him on the outside edge. So a beautiful delivery to dismiss him.
That's not a too dissimilar story in partnerships this summer for Middlesex, is it? The Simpson, Higgins, Holman. The top 5 haven't got the runs that they'd have liked. Made up for it in the last match with that win against Nottinghamshire. Which actually brings me back to what you were saying there, because I agree. I mean, you've been in the game a lot longer than I have, but it seems as though it has been something of a more recent occurrence in terms of the 3rd innings wobble, the 3rd day wobble. It's something that's talked about more now, moving day. Is that because what has significantly changed, particularly in almost the last 10 years of the Championship, is what sides are capable of after tea on the final day, as we've seen with the last match here against Nottinghamshire? I remember there was a match here against Durham. I can't remember if you were in charge at the time. I've got a feeling you were, because I think Chris Rogers was playing in that match. It was something like 140s chase after tea. It's like, no, they're never going to get 100, 140 after tea on the final day. But 249 was just chased in 40 overs in the Nottinghamshire match last up. Now, the pace and the way that teams go about the 4th innings is very different to the way you go about the 3rd innings. There isn't the slap, not the 4th innings, a slapdash, but you see Eskenazi sent up. Middlesex are unlikely to have done that had it have been the 3rd innings, that they'd have pushed at it from the off. They'd have tried to play proper first-class cricket, knuckle down, but it was final innings of the match, it was a chase. I wonder if that is what has put that little 3rd innings wobble into teams' mind. They're kind of trying to hang in there, they're trying to play properly. They know that an opposition can come out and gamble and go hard at it, go quickly at it to go after a target.
I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose you're aware of it just because you know that if there's not a lot of runs between the 1st and the 2nd innings scores in a match, then when you're starting the 3rd innings close to parity, you are under pressure. You suddenly take 2 or 3 wickets, then you are feeling the heat a bit. If you start off 20 behind, you're 40 for 3, you're 20 for 3, and you've really got to dig yourself out of a bit of a hole. I just wonder, certainly in Championship cricket, whether it's a result of 4-day cricket and the fact they got more time. The 3rd innings of a match in a 3-day game didn't seem quite as relevant there, because if you get a decent score in the 1st innings, you've probably taken the game far enough down the line to be able to sort of get a draw or make it very difficult. But now the extra time that's in the match, the side batting 4th have more time then to chase down a target of some size.
End of the over, 130 for 6.
And maybe something to do as well with the fact that, I mean, attitudes used to be, well, it's that old cliche, wasn't it, sort of bat first, or think about batting then bat first, and think about bat first, and everything you did was bat first, thinking that was the most positive, that was the best way of winning a game of cricket. But a lot of sides now, I mean, more games of cricket now are won by the side that bats second, because the pitches tend to be better, they don't fall apart as they used to. So yeah, a lead of 250 or something like that previously on pitches that are sort of almost deteriorating in front of your eyes at the end of a match are no longer the case. They stick together a lot longer, and therefore sides batting 4th can chase down bigger totals. So batting first and 3rd may not always be the best way of winning it. In the 3rd innings, now you're under pressure as a consequence of that.
Just over 77 miles an hour for Everson as well. Strong bowling unit that Kent have out for this one. I know there are a few eyes on it. Conor McCurr was on loan for a couple of matches from Surrey, but went back ahead of this game to the Oval. And some question as to how strong would the Kent attack be.
They've got Gilchrist too, haven't they? They signed from Somerset. He looks at, I've watched him a couple of times, not just in first 11 cricket, but in second 11 cricket too. And he's a decent bowler, he is.
That's nicely played by Holman. Sweeper sent back. Is Wes Agar down there, Ashton's brother. Bowled well. Bowled well. Ashton Agar picked up the wickets of Stoneman and Robson.
Solid bloke, isn't he?
Bowled at good pace as well, 82, 83 miles an hour. Sam Billings just having a helmet run on for him here to stand up. Is it for him to stand up, or is it for the short leg at the moment? He is going to stand up. I was thinking that Emerson's no slouch. End of the over, 132 for 6. Middlesex trail by 54. Kent's resumed on 113 for 6 this morning. How quickly could Middlesex knock them over? Well, the man who's bowling at the nursery end at the moment, Stewart, 2 for 49 from 12. He was the last to go, just shy of a 50 at Lord's, which he really seemed pretty keen on. Skied one off Higgins, which Helm took a wonderful catch.
I remember the commentary last night, actually, and you talk about Stewart, not dismissively in any shape or form, but again, me saying what a nuisance he's been, and he was a nuisance there. I mean, it was very effective what he did, and full credit for him.
Oh,
take them as they come. Evasive actions he played. Was he going to give dead ball?
Relies on the umpire. Leg byes. I think he played at it, didn't he? No.
I'll take him.
Trail by 50.
No, but Stewart aggressive, wasn't he? Looked to that leg side, messed Middlesex's bowlers about, was very effective. The runs he scored down the bottom end proving invaluable now.
Clipped nicely, field well positioned, straight to mid-wicket. Well, yeah, he's pretty much the difference, isn't he, now? And that's what they're looking to Holman to be. It's not quite the 9 and 10. It's still not a bad 9 and 10. Helm next. Bamba at 10 will hold up an end. Mercer will be Mercer. Hanks Fraser will hope he's not on mic at that point. Or I'll be pressing mute anyway. But it's not the Anderson and Roland Jones 9 and 10 of the last match. So more traditional 9 and 10 for this one. Just means that this partnership certainly need one of them to go on and take a chunk out of what's left of the 50-run deficit. Nicely steered. Over the top of it, angled the bat. Picks up a couple. Back at a point. It does feel important. Deficit's below 50 now. 48 runs, count it down. How close can Middlesex get? Kent will be aware of that as well. Even 20 or 30 runs just to boost their second innings will be very useful. And equally be aware of what Middlesex chased in the last game here.
always remember a match here against, it was probably on a similar pitch to this one, quite close to the Tavern Stand against Hampshire. It would have been during COVID, and really even game. Very helpful bowling conditions. Hampshire having two wonderful seamers in those conditions in Abbott and Abbas. And Middlesex was sort of like, had Hampshire about 8 down with a lead of 30 or 40. The most gainly of follow-throughs there by Stewart, and then Barker came in, didn't he? And he slogged 70 and kept smacking Murtagh into the grandstand, and all of a sudden that league went deficit of 30 or 40, went to a lead of 50 or 60, and against Abbas and Abbott in really good bowling conditions, that was almost the game, to be honest, because you weren't, the amount that the ball was doing it, you were going to lose 2 or 3 wickets in at minimum before you got past Hampshire. And I say that little partnership there was absolutely decisive. So you know how important a 30 or 40 run sway could be. But Stewart's leaving the field there. I don't know. He looked a bit laboured, actually, to be honest, in that last over on a couple of occasions.
He slipped on the last 2 follow-throughs, didn't he? Slipped on that last one, as you mentioned. He did it the ball before as well. Yeah, they just got it wrong in that game, didn't they? Pete Hanscom was the skipper at the time, and I think, was that his first game in? It was maybe second or third game in. He joined third game into that season. I can't remember if that was the third, but Mercer was right arm around the wicket, exactly as you say, where this pitch is situated at the moment. Selv and I were talking about it this morning.
Actually, it wasn't COVID. It was the 3 divisions of 6, wasn't it, that we had, the regional?
I think it was COVID, because wasn't the stadium empty? It was 2021, yeah.
Yeah, there were sort of 3 groups of 6, weren't they, going to semi-final or finals, or going to different groups in the second half of the season, wasn't it? And you took your points.
Oh, of course, because COVID year, Middlesex didn't play here at Lords, so 2021 it was. Yeah, it was right arm around from Mercer at the nursery end, wasn't it? So swinging it into the pads of Barker with the slope as well, and Barker just kept on depositing it. Went on for too long, that. They got it wrong for a bit there, Middlesex.
Just keep hanging in there. So if Stewart is off, finished his spell. I mean, one thing that, as I sat there in my office at the back of the pavilion, so not sort of looking over the ground, and you keep hearing the bloke come on the tonneau, and you think, oh no, not that. Right, there's a change of bowling. So it's a thick outside edge for 4 down to third man. So a few overs where Middlesex struggled to get the ball away. Suddenly it's a burst of runs, but a 4-leg bye is a thick edge along the ground. Risk-free edge from Holman. Suddenly Middlesex reducing this deficit. But Billings has not sort of, he's rotated his bowlers quite a lot, hasn't he? He hasn't given them long spells, kept them short, sharp, fresh spells.
Ended the over, 143 for 6. I was a little surprised I went to Everson straight away after tea, but then he's only gone for 5 in the over, isn't he? Only gone for 3 in the 3 overs he had previous to that, but they bowled well. Agar 2 for 36, Hogan 1 for 26, Stewart 2 for 51 from his 13. Now he's been the most expensive, going at 4s. Quinn 1 for 11 from 6, picked up a wicket with his first ball. Eskenazi, inside edge on forward defence through to Billings, gone for 17.
So Kent coming into this game with 5 seamers. It's Cadry, wasn't he, who was left out, I think, for Everson at the, or changed the scorecard, but a change of bowling and unmistakable run-up in action of Hogan. He's been an outstanding performer for a long time, principally with Glamorgan.
A little bit of the Ian O'Brien's about his delivery there. You say it's quite distinctive, isn't it? O'Brien was quite all arms and legs, but
sort of lope, isn't it? Sort of it moves well. Actually, I mean, how old is he now? He's got to be high 30s, isn't he?
he's older than Murtagh.
Is he 40 odd? He's in good nick still, then, isn't he?
Something for you to go back at Murtagh about. Look at how fit he is. Michael Hogan turns 42 on May 31st. Murtagh turns 42 late August, isn't it? I'm sure you got his birthday surprise planned already.
Looking at Hogan's career record, 188 first-class matches. So actually, he's obviously started relatively late, 2009. So didn't really get going to his late 20s.
Murtagh-esque. It was 2007 when Middlesex signed Murtagh.
700 wickets almost at 25. That's a pretty good career record.
Cut away, just a single.
Connery at 2.7. So yeah, pretty smart figures those.
Murtagh was what, 929 first-class wickets now.
That was before that was the start of the season.
It was,
so
yes, yeah. So
it's getting up to 930.
5 in the first match, did he? 1 and 4 in the first innings, 4 in the second. Actually, it was 1 in the first innings and 4 in the second. So 5 in the first match with another 4 in this. Nearly burgled a fifer. But he did, he bowled well in the Kent first innings. Murtagh back to his best in this game. Leg side, clipped off leg stump. Tucked away nicely by Holman. He's into the 30s. Middlesex 148 for 6.
Yep, nice easy 4 for Holman, and I suppose he's worked the bowler about there really and left him well. Hogan frustrated, the ball maybe going through to the keeper, tries to get one a bit straighter, too straight, and the batsman just watches it onto the face of the bat and guides it away. So good batsmanship there from Holman, and he moves to 31, so he's catching his partner Ryan Higgins up. He's on 34.
Thinking about the second. Settle on 1. Excuse me. Kent first innings, just have a look for the 50 partnerships in the first innings. It was 29 for the first wicket. After that, Compton and Stewart. Run away, but all on the floor to Gully. They came together with a score of 92 for 6.
And 45, 53.
Thank you.
So it's the second 50 partnership of the match.
$150 up, 150 for 6. 36 behind. They're getting there, Middlesex. Certainly getting close. They get into a position now where you'd feel that they'll be close enough that it won't be a catastrophic first innings disadvantage. If they are skittled short of 186. I've just talked them into a collapse here at the end, but we'll bring it down again. Leg byes, I think. Higgins remains on 35, on 54 for 6. That was the danger with Billings standing up. Everson's going to have to keep it tight here.
Boundaries for Middlesex in the last 4 overs, I think, aren't they? So 16 crucial runs. And a good single there. Equally important, especially when you've got left-right hand combination. All of a sudden the bowler's got to change the way he sets up and how he's going to project that ball down towards him, the batsman. But on this occasion he's got 6 balls to think about who he's going to bowl to next. That was the last ball of the over, so lead down to 31 for Kent.
Double checking Mercer's stats. Talking about Hogan's debut, 2009 first class debut. Mercer got his cricket info, made his first class debut in 2000. I've got a feeling though that his professional debut came in the last century, because he was one of only a few to have played over 4 decades. Mrs. Mercer, Karina Mercer, was hot on this. I remember tweeting saying 2020 when he played a match that year that joined an elite club. Getting the ball change here for the umpires.
Yeah. I've got a wicket for a while. Change the ball. Cricket Archive has got similar dates to Cricket Info, which you'd like to think they would have.
Yeah.
So he made his list day debut for Surrey in 2000. Surrey first class debut in 2001. Unless there was a university match that wasn't recognised or something like that.
He was British Universities, wasn't he? Yeah. Do you know what his degree's in? I won't put the name who said philosophy at the back of the box.
Hindsight most of the time.
Man at the other end of his career, Luke Holman. Got it all ahead of him. Bags of talent, bags of potential. Good number of performances already under his belt as well. 156 for 6. Another good contribution here. Middlesex trailing by 30 now. 48 overs gone of this innings. So a time when they're looking for a ball change, Middlesex will be thinking, well, the ball's getting that little bit softer now. Will it seam as much? Will it swing as much?
Just called up Tim Mers's debut here. So Mers made his debut for British Universities against the Zimbabweans in 2000. Fenners, 21st, 22nd, 23rd of June. He batted at 9, but 12 not out. And he was the 5th bowler used. So Dawson bowled 34 overs, Hardinge's 27, Merton bowled 2 overs.
I won't catch that one.
Now Higgins found the gap through the eye of a needle there between mid-wicket and the man on the deep square leg boundary. He's taken that from sort of off stump there, hasn't he? Again, just looking at Merton's debut, 2 overs, 1 for 6. So I'm not sure what happened there, whether he was injured. And his first class wicket was Guy Whittle. Caught Foster, bowled Merton for 25.
Same again.
4 more. Great shot there by Higgins.
Higgins carrying on to 45. 164 for 6. That deficit now is quickly whittled away. 22 behind. Eased away, through point for a single. Higgins on to 46, 21 behind, and all of a sudden these runs for Kent just becoming a bit of a problem here. Middlesex with 6 wickets down, but a partnership well formed. 75 the stand now for the 7th wicket. Again, 2 batters who would have real aspirations to bat top 6. Bowls in, inside edge. Holman's gone for 32, and Quinn back into the attack, back into the wickets.
Yeah, big wicket there for Kent, much needed. Holman been pretty decisive. We were talking about how well he left the ball in the last over and eventually waited for the bowler to get frustrated and come 2 straight. But I say that's a reward for bowling a good line. A little bit wider, it's an easy leave, so the batsman just withdraws his bat early on, but it's drawn him into thinking, should I be playing it, should I be leaving it, and because of that he's not moved his bat out of the way quick enough, and a little inside edge onto leg stump. So big wicket there, but another good innings by Luke Holman, 32. Middlesex were 90 for 6 when he came to the crease. The pair put on 75 and reduced that deficit to 21. So Middlesex would like to see another hour of these two batting together. But he and along with Higgins, they've got Middlesex back into this match when they were looking at staring down quite a hefty first innings deficit at one stage.
A partnership not far off doubling Middlesex's score, coming together with a score of 90. 75-run partnership, and it's not as though the ball wasn't doing much. A lot of seam movement, a lot of swing, pace bounce, really had to hang in there at times, and you see the ball that got Simpson, corker. So Helm is in at 9, very useful bat. He's got a job to do. Solid first up. Yeah, Kent resumed this morning 113 for 6. They were 92 for 6. Then 145 for 7. As we were saying, that 53-run partnership.
Yeah, so the last 3 wickets there put on 41 runs. If Middlesex could get the similar amount out of their lower order and take a 20-25 run lead, they'd be very happy with that.
Nips back in to Helm. Just about gets bad on it. Kick strike. 166 for 7. Holman gone for 32. Bowled by Quinn. He has 2 for 21 from his 7 overs with 2 maidens. Yeah, the partnership between Stewart and Quinn. Quinn hung around for 31 minutes, 28 balls for his 11. And it was that similar situation to that which Middlesex are in now. At 7 down, a batter like Higgins there on 46, you kind of fancy your number 9 to hang around a bit. Just at least in your own mind, have a little bit of comfort. It's 8 down, bang bang, it's over in a flash, and you're stood at the other end.
It can end very quickly, as we've seen on a lot of occasions. But Tom Helm is capable. He's got a few 50s in his career already, but should be someone who's looking to average early 20s in his career.
Is first class average. First class average for Helm of 18.
Take that today.
Yeah. Average 51, of course, last year. That was what made me pause for a moment. Just double check. .150 last year.
The thing about us lower order batsmen, although Helm's much better than me, it's always at the start where you're very vulnerable. Honestly, that's one of the skills of a top order batsman, is getting through those first 15-20 balls and getting yourself in, and the lower you go down, the harder it is to do that. But once you do get in, you can look quite comfortable, but it is overcoming those early problems.
So something that came up with Selv, I think it was yesterday. Who was your favourite bowler that you liked to watch him bat? Tough has got a few mentions. Devon Malcolm was always good fun.
Yeah, Devon was. Batted with him a few times, actually. Yeah.
Go on, say it.
No. I'm just thinking of picking the right moment. I always remember his first.
Ooh, edgy. Good stop. There you go.
It's his first Test match we played abroad together in Jamaica, and we bowled West Indies out for 160 odd, and Alan Lamb got a brilliant 100, and we were like 200 and ahead, and Devon was facing Courtney Walsh in the first innings, and his back came down like a guillotine. It was one of those ones where he sort of like high back lift, and it just came down like a chop, not straight, sort of with the blade going down the wicket. It came down horizontally, the bat blade.
Oh, 2 noises again on that one. They were all about to go up, thinking they had him.
And hit him on the back foot, sort of LBW to Walsh. It's a good bit of bowling there, but yep, slipping down the leg side. I batted with Devon at I've once, what was it? Yeah, at Adelaide. He came in and smacked 20 or 30 somehow, and I've been blocking it out and sort of playing for the other fella, and he just came in and swung, and I said, "Well done, Devon." He said, "Yeah, when the survive the first ball, the show begins."
End of the over. Higgins remains on 46, 167 for 7.
And then another time it's East Kimberley. We are against Kimberley. At Kimberley, we're playing against South Africa A, and we met it between overs, and we got about 30 or 40 runs, the 2 of us, and he kept made him in the middle, bulletproof, Gus, looking bulletproof. Just little things that he said, sort of short cracks. Very, very amusing. He went in a club. I mean, it was pretty hopeless, really. We couldn't see. But he's without glasses or contact lenses. Shot, Tom Helm.
Middlesex trail by 15. There's a real example of the quality of Helm with the bat.
But Devon went to club cricket and scored some hundreds. So it just shows that sort of, even though everybody looks at you out there on that stage facing Walsh and Ambrose and think, well, you're useless. How can you accommodate yourself? But then you go to club cricket and you can actually manage yourself pretty well. So it does show that the hours that you still put in as a lower order batsman, or occasionally put in as a lower order batsman, do make you at some times capable and competent.
Now trouble high, I think, would be one of the issues for Helm there, or one of the savings for Helm. He was back to right up, wasn't he? Tall man, Helm, hit high up above the knee roll, didn't it? Daniel Belper-Drummond in the background there behind Helm at Backwell Point. Will he be back out there tonight? Number 3 for Kent.
So talking about Devon and his eyesight, I mean, it didn't help his field. He had a rocket throw, and I always remember Mickey Stewart. He ran out Gordon Greenwich in that Test match. He was the first. Took the first wicket. He fumbled one, and then Gordon Greenwich ran on his arm, and he was out by about 2 or 3 yards as Devon whistled this bullet throw in from the boundary over the top to Jack Russell. But in the build-up to that Test match, and again since sort of getting in the England side, Mickey Stewart was the England coach, manager, or whatever his title was there. Mickey, one of the great men in cricket, and he used to take Devon for one-to-one fielding sessions after everybody else to try and he used to. I mean, we were all sat on the balcony at Sabina Park watching Mickey sort of take Devon through sort of 10 minutes of 15 minutes of extra fielding, more like catching rather than, because it's a good mover, very fast runner, wonderful arm. So there were aspects of Devon's fielding that were exceptional, but catching wasn't one of them. And as Mickey was hitting the ball up in the air, he just kept shouting out, "Right hand, right hand." So.
Oh, now, how did he manage that? Couple there for Helm, just a single in fact.
Yeah, a little bit of fortune there. Pitching wedge. Back over the bowler's head. Like a top spin sort of forehand, wasn't it, by a tennis player. But Mickey kept showing right hand, and on a couple of occasions Devon just turned his back on the ball and the ball landed. Mickey said, "What's going on?" And Devon said, "Where's the sun?" So it happened once, then it sort of did it again. So Mickey's hit this high catch in the air. Devon's just getting under it.
Swung hard, and Higgins starts the season with a 4th consecutive first innings 50. Extraordinary display for him. He's been out there in some really tricky moments for Middlesex. 50 from 93 balls, 7 fours, 142 minutes. And he's helped Middlesex to 176 for 7, just 10 behind, but a 4th consecutive first innings 50 to start the new season for Higgins.
Yeah, magnificent display showing, well, I say what a shrewd signing he was, but I mean, as a Middlesex boy, he's a product of a youth system, so everybody at the club knew how good a cricketer Ryan Higgins is, and were extremely disappointed when he went to Gloucestershire. And to be fair, at Gloucestershire has developed into the cricketer you're seeing now, so he's had 3 or 4 excellent years down in Bristol.
Helm again, clipping in the air once more, and that's hurt Stewart.
Didn't quite carry, did it? He's dived forward there. But no, Higgins showing his quality. Just look at the replay here of Helm there. Yep, it's not quite carried, but I think getting called at mid-on when you should be playing from Higgins at the other end is not really what Helm should be doing here. I don't think that's the way you want to lose a wicket, but Stewart leaving the field again. Left the field after he'd finished his spell.
webbing, is it? By the looks of it on that left hand.
I don't know, it doesn't look like there's any blood, thankfully. But he's jarred it somehow, whether it's got stuck in the ground when he dived for it or whether the ball has hit the end of the finger. Before moving on, Higgins, just the Devon, second time Mickey Stewart sort of hit the ball in the air, just to finish that story. So people might be saying, well, what's he going on about? And Devon said, Mickey, it's the sun, it's the sun. And Devon said, Mickey, it's the sun. And Mickey said, well, get the other side of it. You sort of look round, twist yourself. And Devon said, how can I? It's 23 million miles away.
That's what he was looking for, Helm. Gets it away this time. Long chase for the sub. And 180 for 7. A couple of times he's had a go at it. The clip, he's got it away twice.
No, it's a lot better shot, that more controlled rather than looking to hit the ball down the ground.
You mentioned his eyesight there. It was a big talking point at one point for Tevin Malcolm that he wore glasses off the field but didn't wear contacts on the field. Single there for Helm.
Well, I think when he did start, Devon, he did wear glasses when he was bowling, didn't he? He used to wear them with a band sort of around, sort of at the back of his head.
And I remember him batting with glasses on.
Yeah. He is one of the great men of cricket, I must say.
And a match referee now.
Yeah. Always have a chuckle when we see each other.
Probably not allowed to come and do the commentary while they're match refereeing because they're officials in the game, but I wonder when he's got a round off. Able to get him up. To say a great character. More runs. Just a couple. The kids are gone, but there's a vociferous crowd in somewhere down there cheering on these runs. I suppose it's 5:15 on a Friday afternoon.
With the arrival of Helm sort of kicked Higgins into a more positive note. We saw in that last over the way that he came down and swiped Quinn into this short leg side boundary, and again they're looking to be more proactive.
Ooh. Stepped into an awkward position there, but manufactured the single well. Keeps the strike end of the over on 84 for 7. That's the rowdy lot, apparently. Straight from the office, Friday afternoon.
Why not? Nice way of sort of finishing the week off. Tell you what, why don't we stop at Lord's on the way home? We can have a couple of pints, have a bit of a laugh. You used to sort of noticeably see that when I was sort of maybe the late 80s, early 90s. You'd sort of come out after tea some afternoons, Thursday, Fridays, and suddenly there's a few more people here. Not that it was suddenly half full or anything like that, but certainly 500 to 1,000 more people would drift into Lord's, leave the city at 2 or 3 o'clock and pop in on the way home.
I certainly looked up at the pavilion at one point this afternoon and thought, wow, that's filled up. It really seemed as though it was very well populated at one stage, more so than the first half of the day. Here's Wes Agar. Here's Ryan Higgins. Middlesex lead by 2 runs.
Well, that was pretty violent there. I think Higgins has sort of made his intentions clear now. Middlesex got a little bit of momentum in their batting, and he wants to capitalise that by putting a bowling attack that's maybe just starting to feel a little bit weary. In their 50 overs, overs been shared between 4 bowlers really. Everson's bowled a handful of overs, but Higgins there quick onto the short ball. Was Agar not too happy, but deserved what it got.
Just one slip, everybody else spread. He's gone again. He's gone big. Wow. Sweet pick-up, up towards the scorer's box, falls just short of it, I think.
Have we gone back to Sunday? I mean, that's an amazing stroke there, outside off stump. Just felt that Higgins was sort of moving into another gear, but looking at the field now and where Kent have gone, all of a sudden there's only one fielder really saving one, and that's the man at slip. Everybody else on the boundary, 4 on the offside, 4 trying to protect that short leg side boundary. Will Higgins keep swiping, or will he look to take the simple runs?
Goes hard outside the off stump. Smashed his way to the highest score of the match now, beating Compton's 52. There was 44 from Stewart when he holed out this morning. Holman's 32, the second highest score in this innings. They'll enjoy the excitement. That's what they came in for this evening. I'm assuming that it's this evening. Maybe they've just found their voice this evening.
Middlesex's Plum Club members. I was in there earlier on for an hour, and you really did feel you were close to the action when Stewart was swiping the ball. I nearly said to the people, keep your eye on it, because one could come in here like a shell.
Taking that from quite a straight line, Helm. Get a single. What about when the kids were in? I was thinking the teachers are going to have to be on their toes down there. Pitches over that side. And a little flick over deep backward square leg. I was recalling earlier, I mean, there would have plenty of peppered into those rooms, those windows, but I was recalling Ali Brown clipping one over the top of the pitcher's in the same position. Clipped one off his legs over the top of the mound stand. It bounced off the roof of the tented tops down onto the front windscreen of a 4x4 parked outside.
I got hit up with the tavern stand by Graham Cowdery once in a 40 over game for a similar pitch to this one.
No ball. Too short from Ashton Agar. Middlesex closing on the 200. Of course, the tavern wasn't as high back then, so.
That's like that after dinner joke, isn't it? Don Bradman playing golf with Dean Jones, wasn't it? When I was your age, there was a drive on the 18th, and I think Dean Jones was 1 or 2 up, on a couple of shots off, better off than Don Bradman. Bradman said, when I was your age, I used to be able to hit it over that tree there. And Dean Jones, not to be outdone by Don Bradman, tried to hit it over the tree, and it got wrapped up in the tree and had to have a few shot penalty. Don Bradman said, but that tree wasn't that big when I was your age.
.198 for 7 here. Still 29 overs to go tonight. Lights may well be an issue on that. It's a more broken sky than it's been, though. Feels as though there's enough of a breaking up above. No patches of blue anywhere, but not particularly filled in terms of heavy dark clouds. Another nice clip by Helm, and Middlesex will reach 200. Turn for a third, although they will.
It's one of those situations where it's normally the batsman looking to get off when the light is like this, but Middlesex have got a bit of a head of steam up here. Helm's played a couple of nice shots. Higgins has shown his intentions by becoming very aggressive, certainly in that last over. So Middlesex with the momentum behind them, would like to, I'd imagine, stay out here and capitalise on a Kent side that need to break this partnership.
Taking hold of that one, Higgins, but you can see the intent is there.
Again, just seeing Kent's tactics all of a sudden, even against with the long leg side boundary. Billings has sent all the Kent fielders back, giving the single.
All tucked up, but gets the single, just chopped down on it.
The positive sort of impact this has on the dressing room is quite considerable, in the way that, I say, from 20 behind, oh, that's a bit unlucky, isn't it? Holman dragging onto his stumps. You suddenly start getting the lead, and the bowlers have got something to bowl with, and again, the opposition dressing room, every run's a bit of a nail.
Tom Helm's in amongst it as well now. And that's why, I mean, we talked at length this morning, Mike Selvey and myself, about the potential of Helm with the ball. His potential with the bat's pretty big as well.
Well, that's a beautiful shot, isn't he? Very elegant player. Plays nice, flowing strokes. Well, that's a stunning shot, isn't it? I mean, that's a stroke that a top order batsman would be very proud of. These fellas work at their bat. I mean, we used to, everyone would look at you at the end of a training session, Gus, do you want a bat? Looking at their watch at the same time. Say, oh no, I'll do it tomorrow. Same happens tomorrow, and you never really train, but these fellas are all in there now, facing hundreds of balls a week in pre-season to come in and play useful innings.
Leg side. Oh no, he's given him. Didn't think it was that enthusiastic an appeal, but he had a long think about that, umpire Bailey. Ball was straightening with the slope on Helm. Was it straightening enough? He really pondered it. That angle looked better. Let's have a look from behind the bowler's arm as well.
Yes, I think that's probably out, unless he's got an inside edge, but I don't think he's looking at Helm's reaction. Sort of get used to those strokes, slipping it through mid-wicket, and again, I mean, we sort of said a few minutes ago that if he got his average, you'd be happy, and he's beaten that. He's got 20 when his first-class average is 18, so he's played some nice strokes there to sort of get Middlesex into this lead. But probably look back, I think, should I be hitting that straight back down to mid-on rather than looking through the mid-wicket area?
The angle that the camera has, because the angle's got to be in the Edrich stand for this, bearing in mind where the pitch is so far to the left as we look from the nursery ends. I was thinking you could see an awful lot of the off stump, but actually that was because of the camera angle. So umpire Bailey would have had a better view. Well, this is an interesting move. Tim Murtagh has been promoted to number 10. When was the last time that happened?
Yeah, the thing that concerns me about that is how's Ethan Bamba? I hope he's all right. He looked all right this morning when I saw him.
Big smile from Murtagh. The smile from Murtagh almost... We have a look. He's there. He's padded up. The smile from Murtagh almost...
Is he a night hawk?
Protect. I mean, the smile on his face when he walked out almost suggested to me that he was looking at Higgins with that kind of smile, as if to say, yeah, it's me. Yeah, that surprised he, didn't it? What we said about Malcolm, survived the first ball and what?
The show begins.
One ball left to the over for Murtagh's face.
It's obviously a left-right hand partnership, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was joking.
there's some theory in there, which we'll have to find out later in the day. Field spreads for Murtagh. Murtagh clips. 4 through mid-wicket. 210 for 8. Gus, you got the look of a man who thinks I'm going to hear about that tonight.
I don't know whether I love that or not. It's actually a very good shot, and that's why you get annoyed with Tim, because he can bat. I mean, he had a first-class batting average in the mid-20s when he came to Middlesex, and is very capable. But he's just got into a state of mind that he doesn't want to get hit, and anything above medium pace he gives himself.
Ricky Clark was here in the first round, wasn't he? The Essex match, part of the BBC team, and he said Murtagh batted at 7 for Surrey, and I know that he batted at 7 for Middlesex at one point as well. I remember saying to him relatively early in his career, say early in his career, he's early 30s by that point, but saying to him, it's going to be mad if you ever get through your career and have not scored a century, because he had 7, 8 50s to his name at that point, was batting as high as 7, was regarded as an all-rounder at Surrey. Higgins crunches that into the offside.
I always read back to Simon Hughes, who obviously came, I mean, he was a very good cricketer for Middlesex, and then went to Durham. He used to infuriate Phil Edmonds when I started at Middlesex. Phil Edmonds, a wonderful left-arm spinner, one of the best spinners England has produced. And Yozza was a bit sort of university, sort of disorganised, kit everywhere.
Close to a wide, not given.
Always late, and maybe at times, should I lacked a bit of professionalism. He used to drive Edmonds mad. And someone played a sweep shot, and Simon Hughes went running around the boundary and took this unbelievable one-handed catch, and as they met up off Edmonds' bowling, and as they met up, Edmonds said, "Even that annoys me."
Now on the boundary, this is going to be close. Oh, good effort from Crawley, and worry as well, because it was close to that advertising board.
Yeah, as I saw that in the air, it looked like it was going to go down Crawley's throat for a straightforward catch, but
he stepped in at first, didn't he, Crawley?
You then sort of start thinking, well, the way that players field on the boundary now, they take some unbelievable catches when they push the ball back, but thankfully for Middlesex and Higgins, 3 or 4 yards behind. And again, you look at it there now that you have that 5-metre gap, don't you, between the rope and the advertising boards.
Goes again. Oh, goodness me, has he got this? Surely not. No, gone at long arm. Good catch. 2:16 for 9. So Higgins is done for 71. His highest score of the summer. 2 70s and a 71 now, as well as runs in the first innings against Nottinghamshire. 50 there to help Middlesex past a follow-on target in this innings. He's helped them to a lead of 30 so far. Murtagh's still there to be joined by Bamba. Good catch by Hogan.
Yeah, it's been it's been an unbelievable approach by Middlesex in the last few minutes. Certainly Helm and Higgins made a conscious effort to be aggressive and to be positive, to put the Kent bowlers under pressure. And you see him quick a couple of balls for 6 and hit that short boundary a number of occasions. You think, well done, well done. And therefore it's quite hard to be critical when you're caught long on. But excellent innings there. Has got Middlesex out of a tricky position. 71 runs of 108 balls. And Middlesex with a lead of 30.
But they fancied something here. I mean, it was something about sending Murtagh out. I know you were being facetious when you said the right-handed, left-handed, but Ethan Bamba walks out, unless there was just something at the last minute that he wasn't feeling well, or it's a real oddity.
I suppose it might just be a hunch. Equally, you might just gone to the toilet or having your toes strapped or something like that.
Happened to Compton a few years back here, didn't he? He was batting at 3, and all of a sudden, is Compton all right? Yeah, somebody else comes in. I think he'd been padded up for so long. It was a big opening stand. Been padded up for so long. Number 4 came in at 3 and everybody's worried about what's up with Compton. He just needed to break because he'd been padded up for so long and went to the toilet.
Well, whatever's happening, this game's moving on at a healthy rate.
Yeah, and there was no sign from Higgins, even with Helm there, and Helm played a few shots himself. They won a few overs at Kent tonight. It's brightened up a bit. Sun's breaking through. Only be a glimpse briefly, but as I say, there's enough of a breaking up in this sky that there'll still be an hour in this tonight. Drifting down, yes.
I actually think what you're saying, that could be a, I don't know what the forecast is for tomorrow, but let's get some runs on the board quickly. Maybe, as you said, have 45 minutes, an hour, a little period where Kent batsmen are not going to get a huge amount out of it. Can you knock over 2 or 3 with a new ball under the floodlights, murky light, as the sun comes out?
Well, Middlesex won't mind the sun coming out at all. They'd love an hour tonight. 27 overs remaining in the day. It's highly unlikely we'll get all of those this time of year. So an hour though, even half an hour at this stage. More damage to be done than things to be gained for Kent going out to bat this evening, you'd fancy, just with the conditions as they are. The ball's been doing a bit all day, hasn't it? It'll change massively tomorrow, but I suppose you turn up tomorrow and it's blue skies, it's not swinging as much. Any grass that was left on at the start of the match.
I think Middlesex are just, I mean, looking at the way they've batted, they've certainly made their mind up to be a bit more positive. Even Stoneman at the start of the innings, I know he got out edged one, but looking to take the game to the opposition rather than sort of just sit there in the crease waiting for it. And all right, you look at Peter Milan, a bit unfortunate, but he was trying to be busy, wasn't he? Caught down the leg side. So there's certainly been a mood from it. And again, the scoring rate's nearly 4 and over compared to 2.7 and over, which was the rate that Kent scored at, and that was with a late flurry of runs, wasn't it?
Perhaps a little bit of a hangover from your final days as director of cricket. Gusball, didn't you call it?
Is Gusball deemed to be sort of 180 degrees opposite to Bazball? Is that what you're inferring there? Grind them into the dirt.
It's a bit of Mercer ball at the moment. Carved up in the air, Beltramon, just short of him. We take the single throw to the non-striker's end. Oh dear. Mercer. It's another one of your old after dinner jokes, isn't it? He had his braces tied to the sight screen there, didn't he, Mercer, running that one? Ethan Bamba on to strike. 2 balls faced.
You sort of like to think there's a huge contrast there between Mercer's batting and Ethan. And Ethan's also a capable player, but he gets a bit excitable at times as well. Sort of plays very well for 20 minutes and then has a big whack at one. And you think, where's that come from?
It'll be interesting here. The field's come up. Generally, it doesn't last long with Mercer, does it? So does Bamba have a go? Oh, look at that for a defence.
Bulletproof.
Goodness me, bowled well in this game again though, didn't he? To this stage, there's still another innings to go, still work to do. But a real pleasure watching him bowl in this match it's been. I can't find the words, Gus, it's over to you.
Bulletproof 1 minute, like a Gouda cheese the next.
was a short offside boundary. Anything outside of off now. You can see him clubbing it away, or trying to. Leg side, up in the air, but safe. But it's going to be 4. The lead is 35. Useful runs for Middlesex on the second evening.
Yeah, good shot there by Bamba. Much better than the ramp that he tried previous ball. If I'd have tried that when I was playing, and John Embry or someone was at the other end, I'd have been hanging on a peg in the dressing room at the end of the innings. Times change.
Attempted Yorker. End of the over. 56 done, 26 still to bowl. Potentially on day 2. 2-2-1 for 9. Murtagh on 5. He'll have the strike. And he'd love to have the strike from bowling at the nursery end at the moment. Do what Barker did to Middlesex 2021.
Can't believe there's a lot of sense being spoken there.
Theology and what was Mercer's degree again?
Hindsight, wasn't it?
Yeah. Theology and hindsight.
Theology and hindsight out there. Murtagh went to St Mary's, wasn't it? Twickenham. Yeah, that's where he got his degree.
Typical Murtagh. Just opens up the body, goes with it. Dragged into the onside.
Just trying to think, how would you describe this shot now?
Front foot out of the way. Only just in the end.
The drag.
That was what I was going to go for. Drag.
It's the drag. What's the one with the inside edge through your legs? That's the draw, wasn't it?
Yes, yes. 2-2-2 for 9.
Murtagh not too keen to get down Agar's end. Big strong man. Getting it down in the early 80s. Leave that to the younger fella.
I mentioned Ricky Clark just a few minutes ago that he was here in one of the previous rounds, the Essex game. I threw it back to him. I think he was he at Warwickshire at the time? Would he have been skipper in Warwickshire? And they had the umbrella field in front of the bat, 4 on the onside catching and 4 on the offside for Mercer. Basically a series of covers.
Well, we always used to say, I mean, it's like when the old MCC coach man, when playing the V, which is sort of straight down the wicket to sort of mid-on, mid-off. And we always used to say that sort of Atherton scored in the A, sort of third man and fine leg.
To be fair, a fair old bit of it was against Ambrose and Walsh. Not much there to drive, was there? It's the single, 2 to go the over. Murtagh back onto strike. It's pretty much bowl at the stumps for Agar here, isn't it? I'm sure somebody will have had a quiet word.
He'll probably let him have a couple and he'll give himself a little bit of room there. Off stump. He'll do well to reach off stump sometimes from the position he gets into. Who knows, he might just sort of gently ease one through extra cover for 4 now, through to Knight Frank advertising boards on the boundary.
When was the last time we saw a Murtagh cover drive? It's long overdue. It's not coming here. Forehand smash. Picks up 2. Clear the head, clear the body. Swing overhead. Attempted uppercut to finish the over. 2-2-5 for 9. Batting points this year start at 250. Middlesex a fair way off from that, but I feel as though he's missed a trick there. It really is hit the stumps against Mercer, and he's going to miss one of them, isn't he?
Who are the characters in Star Trek? It's cricket, but not as we know it.
Captain Kirk and...
It's cricket, Kirk, but not as we know it. Bamba extra cover drive, that might be the stroke. Quinn gives him a little bit of space outside of stump.
Inside edge. Cheeky. Just seeing if the eyes are still working, umps.
Got a game to umpire in a week or so's time. Got another one.
Where? Or are you not going to tell them in case they're listening? Chipped back over the bowler's head. Stewart with the chase. And race that he won't win. 2-2-9 for 9. Bamba's on to 9.
Excellent shot there by Bamba. Yeah, driving. He's a nice driver of the ball, isn't he? I mean, that's one shot that he does play when he does score a few runs. Stimulated into an aggressive frame of mind by his partner up the other end. I was going to say to you before, if Middlesex lost their 9th wicket, could stretch this lead to 50 runs, it would be very handy. Just little sort of milestones that you like to reach. It's up to 43.
Almost got to get back. They didn't release the throw. He was well out of his ground there, Mercer. Decided not to shy at the stumps. Bouncer. Bamba looks at the square leg umpire. Go on, where is it?
There's been some blowouts, obviously. We're getting a bit short on the umpiring list.
Tabble from Bamba.
So confirmed today, 6th of May. Middlesex County Cricket League Div 4, London Sportif against Stoke Newington. And it's at Regent's Park, so I've got to come all the way into here on my day off.
And if it's a damp outfield, you'll be sent up here to work with me, just across the road.
Middlesex have got no game. Hence, I've been allowed a day off by Fletch.
End of the over, 2-2-9 for 9.
So it looks like I'm standing with Stanley Langer. So, Stanley, I apologise for you going to have to do most of the work.
Over the back there, just a little bit further into the distance, peering over the top. It's greying up a bit, and there doesn't appear to be as much broken cloud around there. It's a bit more filled in. That could make it ominous. 24 overs to bowl tonight. If this goes on for much longer, And how long will Middlesex realistically have at Kent this evening? Bowls in. Well, we'll find out now. 2:29 all out. Middlesex. Murtagh bowls for 8. Agar strikes. And a successful day for him. 4 for 60 for Wes Agar at Lords. And with 22 overs left this evening, could be a little bit of fun for Middlesex. It'll all depend on the light, though. They've got a useful little lead against Kent here, which looked in real danger at 90 for 6. But a good comeback from Higgins in particular. Holman aiding him well. Helm chipping in, and even a little bit of fun at the end for Murtagh and Bamba.
Yeah, so Kent bowlers walk off the field there. Pretty pleased with their efforts. Only Middlesex have 229. Middlesex again having been 90 for 6 when John Simpson was out. The fact that the last 4 wickets have put on 140 runs, just shy of, and taken them to a lead of 43 means they'll be very satisfied with what's taken place in the last hour and a half, and they'll be looking for their bowlers, led by Bamba in the first innings, Murtagh, Higgins and Helm, to try and make some early inroads before you get the feeling bad light's going to come into play sometime this evening. We're not going to get the remaining 21 overs in, I wouldn't have thought, but Middlesex, if they could get 10 or 12 overs in now, get a couple of wickets, that's what they'll be looking for.
We'll take a short break on the stream, be back with you in 5 minutes. We'll go and grab a cup of tea, and yeah, 21, I think they've whistled it down already. 21 overs, 20 overs remain tonight, and well, it might only be 3 or 4, but it could be 10 or 12. We'll find out in a little while. Be back in a minute with Middlesex leading by 43 at the end of the first innings.
Children's school holiday courses also available for half-term, summer and Christmas periods. And the centre is also available for children's birthday parties as well as group sessions and one-to-one coaching sessions for both adults and children. Go to the Lord's website and search for your cricket centre for further information. Our scorers Don Shea and Paul Hans. And our match creator officer is Wayne Dillon. And welcome back to Middlesex side here by Steve Whittaker.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Play to resume at 5:59. Middlesex out there a few minutes early, ready to go. They'll make it 5:56 now. They'll be deadly keen to get going. 21 overs remain on day 2, making up time from yesterday. Highly unlikely that we'll get 21. Our estimation would probably be half of those at best, with bad light likely to be an issue. Still in April and floodlights on. And some pretty heavy grey cloud floating across in front of the sun at the moment, and well, unless it blows through pretty quickly, there is some lighter stuff in the distance, but it'll have to blow through at a fair pace to keep the umpires interested. At this time of night, the Middlesex bowlers will certainly be interested. That man was the first to go in the first innings, Zach Crawley, bowled by Murtagh. Ball to nip back in up the slope. Went through the gate, having worked away with a bit of a way swing. Challenging the outside edge. Helm, wicketless in the first innings. He had a chuckle at Murtagh picking up those wickets this morning, the tail enders, after he came out and bowled pretty well. 113 for 6, bowled better this morning, Helm. But it will be Tim Murtagh from the nursery ends. And looking at it, interestingly, is Tom Helm. Is he just there to get in the mind, or is he actually going to field at silly mid-off first up for Zach Crawley? Interesting move. It's as though Middlesex have got a lot of plans, a lot of thought gone into it. Yep, Helm is settled in at silly mid-off. Tim Murtagh, a fourfer in the first innings. It's a chiselled old picture they've got from there, his profile picture nowadays for Murtagh. So Murtagh, 3 slips, no third, points, mid-off, silly mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And an edge first ball and gone! Crawley's back in the pavilion already, 0 for 1, Eskenazi. Murtagh has him again in both innings, and look at the celebration, look at the joy. And the second evening here at Lord's. Oh, it could be a long, long evening ahead for Kent.
Brilliant start from Murtagh. Enjoyed that, hadn't he? Look at him. All of a sudden he feels 23 again, but important wicket that, not just to get Kent on the back foot and feeling negatively as Middlesex sort of grabbed the initiative in the last hour with the bat, but also if that trail, that deficit there you see of 43, Crawley's the sort of player that can wipe it off quite quickly. Very powerful batter, puts the bad balls away. Now Kent will not be looking forward to this.
No, and Bell Drummond comes out to bat against the Middlesex side. I mean, we said that this evening's going to be difficult for Kent, no matter how many overs there are. Bell Drummond, who made just 6 in the first innings, is out there for 40 minutes for the 6. 28 deliveries. Oh, that's a big shout. He's gone. Merter's on a hat-trick at the start of the Kent second innings. 0 for 2. 6 in the match for Merter on his return. A player coach, but the same old Merter.
Well, that looked pretty straight, didn't it, from up here? I'll say that's close. And it was. Merter, that's been his strength over the years, testing the forward defensive of player after player after player. You make a slight mistake, and he's in there, but that's just nipped back. The first ball, again, nipped away from Crawley, took the outside edge through to Eskenazi. That one just nipped up the slope. And even though we're behind, we'll probably see a view from in front in a moment. That looked very, very close. So, wonderful start from Middlesex. Tim Merter again, got into middle and leg. That ball. Get off. Look at him enjoying that. Posing. Hope someone's got a picture of that. Centre after the game. Although I think there's about 950 pictures of Merter celebrating a first-class wicket.
Yep, it's a good one to get first up, isn't it, for Bell Drummonds? A really good one to get, well, a bad one to get first up from his perspective. But an extraordinary start. Middlesex, who had a slow start to the season, and there would have been concerns. The Essex and the Northamptonshire defeats, the way the top order had gone in those games, their top order were always going to come good, weren't they, at some point? But a return to Division 1 that would have been just a little bit of a worry, and, well, all of a sudden, the Nottinghamshire match. A stunning victory in the chase there after a really good declaration. 800 championship wickets for Merter now. That'd be right.
And he's on a hat-trick. Don't know whether first 3 balls of an innings, hat-trick. Long way to go for Middlesex, but as you said, really encouraging. A couple of hours of play here. Merter with the new ball. How many slips? It's 4, 5 slips. Short leg slip. Man up on the drive.
What does he do? Nip it away or nip it up the slope?
That is a claustrophobic field, isn't it? It's a batsman.
Come on, Gus, what's he going to go for? Nip it in or nip it away?
I think we'll try and nip it in. OW.
2 go down on the onside. And down the track comes Leaning. That's a pretty good ploy from him, actually. Use of the feet, down the track, block Merter. What a start. Wicket. Ouch. For Kent. 0 for 2, 3 balls gone. They trail by 43. 20.3 overs remain on day 2. They could really do with that. That dark cloud we've been talking about shifting across in front of the sun. It hasn't quite done so just yet. I wouldn't think the light was that big a threat just yet. Mercer's a threat though, a very, very big threat, and it's extraordinary. He started that Essex game slowly here at Lords, as did Roland Jones in the first innings. They just weren't quite at it. And at that point, you have to wonder, don't you? A guy who's about to hit 42, is it just going to catch up on him? 6 wickets in this match, and counting. Leaning down the track and punches off the back foot, having charged down the track. Game on at Lords.
Yep, Kent off and running. Feel a little bit better in that dressing room. Just dragged it a bit short there by Merters. Probably thought the batsman was coming down the pitch, and almost you've got an automatic reaction to pull your length back a bit. As a bowler, you sort of sense what's taking place. But he's double bluffed him there, didn't he? Stayed on the back foot and or moved forward then back and punched the ball through the offside.
That's very, very good leave. A very, very good over from Tim Merter. 2 wickets. Crawley caught Eskenazi, bowled Merter. First ball of the innings. 2 in 2 as Bell Drummond was trapped at LBW. The old fella's still going. He's still got a fire in the belly, hasn't he? He's still got a desire. He wants to play. He doesn't want to miss out on a game.
Yeah, he's never been a sort of aggressive he's a competitor, he's a warrior because of the way that he bowls over after over after over, but not in a in-your-face confrontational way. He's sort of just quietly on the field gone about his business. Opposition always knew they were in for a battle against him because he was all keep coming back and asking questions. But he does still enjoy being out there. I know he was disappointed to be left out of the game last week against Notts here, wasn't he? Thought he might well come back in on the rotation. But quite rightly, Ethan Bamba maintained his position in the side, having bowled very well. And again, just important now for Middlesex that they keep that pressure on at both ends. That Bamba, who bowled beautifully in the first innings, continues from where he left off, challenging batters on and around that off stump.
Three slips and a gully. Backward points. Mid off, mid on, short leg and long leg. Just see the chandeliers there in the pavilion. Doesn't feel too bad just yet. They're beaming through, but short. And runs down to long leg. And Luke Holman. Compton off the mark for the second innings. Four for 42 in the first innings, best of 5 for 41, his best bowling in an innings previously, as it still remains. Shape on that ball after pitching. They can see a few rays of sunshine breaking through behind the grandstand. That grey stuff that we were worried about, it seems to be shifting off behind the pavilion. Couple to be had here. This could be a fascinating passage of play tonight, and actually if that does continue on the trajectory it's going, that grey stuff, and there's a big bank of it behind the Warner, then there really is some quite bright skies coming in behind. There might be a bit of cricket to be had here tonight, which in some ways, you know, Ken have got to get their teeth into this innings, so it's almost harder to go out there for 3 or 4 overs if you know you're going to be out there for a while, which they've got to think that they'll be out there for 20 now. Or even when they walked out at the beginning of the innings, they've got to mentally prepare themselves that it's going to be 21 overs. It might be 3, but set yourself up for the whole lot, and that's something that you can get an innings begun. You can, well, knock off this deficit. 9 for 2, trailing by 34 in their second innings. I'm pretty pleased with their recovery to 186 this morning from 113 for 6 overnight. First ball for leaning from Bamba. He's got 4 slips and a short leg. You can just see the shadows either side of Bamba as he runs in there. Oh, down the track comes leaning. It'll be a different contest coming down the track to Bamba than Mercer. Nearly 10 miles per hour difference in them. Outside the line of off. Moving down the track. Big stride in and with it as well. Miles outside of off, but enthusiasm, and also just to get in the batters' minds to say, yeah, all right, but it'll nip back down the slope, it'll hold its line.
That's quite good batting. That if actually the batsman there would have been better been in his crease, it'd have hit him further. The ball would have deviated more and probably trapped him in front. So that sort of tactic, that method has saved him there. Ball nipped back quite a little bit, and maybe would have been given had he not been a yard out of his crease and trying to smother the movement that Bamba's looking to produce.
Full for Mercer to Compton. For 2. What a start. Sun starting to break through again at Lord's. That grey stuff has slipped away, which, as I say, it could be one or two ways of looking at it for Kent. Get off the field now, 9 for 2, come back and start again in the morning, or equally have a good 19 overs at it tonight now, get settled in, get this inning started, get going in the 3rd innings. The ball's that little bit older, that little bit quicker tomorrow morning then as well. Got to try and take a positive mindset to it. Very much be hoping another big grey cloud rolls in from somewhere and Middlesex don't get another hour at them tonight. And they get off with what they've got and start again tomorrow, but I'm sure they won't want to let themselves get trapped into a thought process that will, well, it will favour Middlesex if they become too negative tonight. This man will be a big wicket again, Ben Compton. 57, his first class average.
Yeah, it's interesting this morning's play, wasn't it? So Compton and Stewart at the crease, and almost Middlesex were more keen to get Stewart out because he could do some more the damage quicker. Certainly with the tail enders. Compton's not renowned for going after the bowling and score aggressively, but sort of the flip side of that is now that you do want Compton to. Middlesex do want to get Compton out because he's sort of the glue around which the rest of the side may well play.
Keeps that one going up the slope, Mercer. Just one scoring shot in, what, 11 deliveries? That punch through the covers for 4 by Leaning. 12th delivery coming up from Mercer, and it all started with 2 wicket-taking deliveries. Oh, that's trouble if there's not bat involved. I think there's 2 noises, there are. Thought I heard 2 noises. Kept a fraction low, didn't it?
It did. I think it must have. Well, if it didn't hit it, umpire must have thought it pitched outside leg, but it did have the right shape on it for capturing a left-hander at LBW from the nursery end, coming back into the batter.
Full slip still for Bamba and a short leg. And stride from Leaning once more. Interesting to weigh up how many overs we've had in this match so far, because there's only 46 on day 1. Middlesex's innings lasted 65.2 overs, so 66. Sorry, that was the Kent first innings. Kent's first innings 66, Middlesex 59th over. 3 overs into this.
Do you need a calculator to add that up?
Hold on a minute, taking the shoes and socks off. Again, I think there were 2 noises there. We'll have a look on the replay.
We saw in the previous over how leaning getting down the pitch. Oh dear me, that looks pretty close.
I mean, like I say, I've got an earpiece in, which you don't, Gus. It sounded like there were 2 noises there, but goodness me if there wasn't. Pace of bounce. What a take that is by Simpson. The thing about Simpson, which I think I have to be criticised for Warriors over the years, is he makes it look so easy. You can't forget he's there. He's best keepers, you don't notice them.
He's tight, isn't it? Graceful, elegant sort of keeper, the way he takes the ball.
Oh! Spilled up into the air by Simpson, taken at the second attempt. Stairway to heaven tonight for Middlesex. They are in a very, very strong position. Is the LBW shout against leaning?
Well, if he hasn't hit that, that's out.
2 noises, the front and back pad?
Possibly, yeah.
Solid defence. How was I getting on with my maths? 125 in total now, including this innings.
Before this innings. So it's near 129 now.
"22 wickets, I could do that bit."
I would have thought you were an age where you can do mental arithmetic because it's something you still did at school.
School?
It's amazing now. When you go into
playing
well,
cricket.
actually, not that many people pay with money. I suppose because you don't pay with money, and that's the best mathematics test you can get. But it's a pint of beer, £6.20. You give them a tenner, and a calculator comes out to work out the change. It's £3.80.
Is that where all my money's gone? Ten for 2. Simpson up to Mercer as well, with leaning on striker, who's really positive in that last over coming down the track. Simo helping out Carl McDermott there behind the stumps, doing a bit of gardening. Oh, goodness me. That's close. He's back to having it on a piece of string, Mercer, isn't he? Apparent from the off in the Kent first innings. Really had his control back. And you know, if there was any doubt about Mercer being back this year, which obviously is a conversation to be had, isn't there? And there has been for the last couple of years at his age, but a return to Division 1 early season matches at Lord's, Murtagh from the nursery end. Roland Jones rotated out of this game, rested. It was either a case of, well, if Murtagh goes, they're going to have to sign a replacement. Just had that senior head, that experience, had a strike bowler. But he's still there, and he's still doing it. That goes again. Goodness me.
Bowling beautifully here, Tim Murtagh. Middlesex need to strike. It's playing and missing some close calls. It's a team you don't want the opposition to sort of get through this period, difficult period here. Half an eye on the sky where the clouds are. Are we going to come off for bad light, or the light's good now? That's not a worry. With all that doubt around, Middlesex need to capitalise.
Good start. Ethan Bamba helping out his bowling partner. Phenomenal thing about Bamba as well. You look at these two and the baby-faced assassin I was calling him a couple of years back, Bamba. Taking his first 100 wickets at near enough 20. Astonishing average for a young age. Oh my goodness me. Well, he's getting closer and closer, Murtagh. He can't believe that that hasn't bowled leaning.
Another excellent over there by Tim Murtagh, challenging. Oh dear, that's gone over, hasn't it? That's gone over a middle stump there. I thought must have beaten off stump. So an unbelievable leave from leaning.
Almost an off-cutter, that. I mean, shaped through the air. You're fancying that leave. Ten for 2. Murtagh, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4, 1 scoring shot. Leaning scored to the boundary. Clip straight to the short leg, Peter Milan. Stoneman, sorry. Very similar gait. Stoneman and Milan. Oh, it's gone straight through him. Back up the slope from Bamba. Put an awful lot of doubt into Compton's mind, that one. But with great determination in the first innings. A lot of durability. He's going to need it here this evening. And for a fair old chunk of tomorrow for his side. He's the one that holds its line. Not tempted Compton. Anything from Stoneman? So you can see if something was going to chirp up there in the background.
No, he's probably saving his chirp for the man just in front of us there, Max Holden. Arsenal fan. Stoneman's a Newcastle fan. So there's been a bit of jousting going on, I think, between those two.
There goes the one that goes away down the slope, but starting too wide. inside edge, bottom edge of the bat. Just tucked him up slightly. What were your Friday evening plans, Gus?
Sit here with you. What could be more delightful?
You got the lemon drizzle, didn't you? End of the 6th, 10 for 2. I don't want to keep banging on about it, but it really is. The skyline has brightened up. We were quite worried about a big old dark grey cloud. That's drifted off into the distance there to the left of the pavilion. The really heavy one, which has really filled in. There wasn't really much hope if that one sat over the sun for long. Another couple coming in. They're not quite as big. But this time of day, and he's going to take a brief dip in light, and the umpires will call it. Starting a little too straight. Couple of leg buys. 12 for 2. You can imagine Tom Hell will be champing at the bit to get on tonight. Bowled far better this morning than he finished yesterday. But still wicketless, so he'll be determined to get back on.
Important little moment this, I think, for Middlesex in the game. Again, they've bowled very well. They've put Kent batsmen under a lot of pressure. When you're doing that, you want to take 2 wickets, which obviously had a dream start first 2 balls of the innings. But even now, you still want to get that third, break this partnership, really just keep
stretching
for field in there by Max Holden at point. Certainly saved 2 runs. Batsman scampering through for a second. Saved a couple of runs there at backward point. The Middlesex want to keep Kent on that back foot, keep them under pressure. Don't give them anything.
Chance to have a look at Compton again for Murtagh. Survived that big LBW shout, Compton. Kept a fraction low.
Met Tim Murtagh's mother around the ground this morning. Still turning up to watch her son play, had a chat with her. Still gets nervous. Parents do, even though he's in his 40s. Still want to see your son go out there and achieve.
It's interesting thinking about his coaching career ahead, Tim Murtagh, which he clearly wants to give a go. And eventually the playing days come to an end. I always understood of Murtagh in the dressing room, as I know as well as you do, he's a pain in the backside at the best of times, but equally he's quite quiet in the dressing room. I've always been told when when there's something to be said in there, if he says something, everybody listens, because he doesn't actually offer that much. Other than being a pest, but when he's got something serious to say about cricket, everybody listens, which probably from a coaching perspective isn't bad, not saying too much. 7 gone, 15 for 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose you lead in different ways, don't you? There are some leaders that speak well, present their ideas well. don't shy away from difficult decisions, and there are others who do it through their actions. And Mert has led Middlesex's bowling attack for more than a decade now by taking the responsibility of the new ball, taking the responsibility of getting into the opponent's top order batsman, and taking the responsibility of bowling the tough, important overs year after year. So yeah, it's not some of the most demonstrative leadership, but it's leadership.
You've heard the story about his Test 50 for Ireland in the post-match at the close of play, the close of day interview.
No.
Talking about leading by example. 50 for Ireland's top of the Ireland run charts. Well, you know, my door will always be open all night if any of the batters need to come and have a chat about which end of the bat to hold.
Don't know whether that's leadership. The batsmen appreciate comments like that. We're a bit more sensitive.
Good from Bamba again. Jaws leaning into it. Joyce told me that his phone lit up that night from Tim Mercer, and took a while to quieten down.
Well, no, I was sort of in exchanges about batting with Mercer. Sort of my highest first class score was 92, which is higher than his. But it's then, well, how many Test 50s you got, mate? That always comes out, and I didn't get one of them.
Couple more here. 17 for 2. 26 behind. Goes past the edge. Stumping appeal from Bamba.
Maybe a matter of time before he nicks one of these. He's played and missed at a few leaning, left a few as well that have been close to his off stump. It's never the crease there, so a simple decision for Steve O'Shaughnessy. I was going to say square leg umpire, he's backward point umpire.
He's getting a little straighter there, Bamba. Even with the slope, leaning quite rightly, keeping that bat face open at this stage. Pushing too hard at it. No sign of Helm or Higgins warming up yet. They're the fourth and third slip respectively. Robson's at second, Eskenazi at slip as ever nowadays. Sloman under the helmet at short leg. Beats in the forward defence again. 17 for 2, end of the 8th. Let's have a look. Was there a little tickle?
Like it might have been just from the reaction of the players briefly.
Mercer's 5th over. Helm is now warming up at 4th slip. Oh, whether this is his last over or not, that kind of line and length there can be very problematic. If he can just leave it there and do the usual, nip one in, keep one going across the left-hander. Short and wide, he's got away with it, cut straight to point at Max Holden. Compton not leaving that alone. Again, you can't get into too negative a mindset as a batting side here. Got to score the runs. All that talk of the third innings wobble that we had earlier. England across again from Murtagh. 2 to come of the over. Two angling across. One ball to come with the over. Compton's got a bank on this next one. Nip him back in. We often talked actually, you know, in last season or so about, you know, bowlers. We talk about, yeah, he's trying to do this, he's trying to do that, or this is what he's done and this is how he's done it. How much control does Murtagh have? Because look at these ones angling across. You pretty much fancy this ball will do what he wants it to do. This next one.
They don't have as much control as you give them credit for. We never have.
Singleton the over. 17 for 2, end of the 9th. But Murtagh in particular, though.
No, I think you'd look at it at good length. And if it does something one way or the other, it doesn't matter. You're still asking questions. Controlling seam movement, yes, swing, undoubtedly, because that's, you put the shiny side on one side and you can move your wrist accordingly to try and push the ball in or try and keep it behind or outside the ball to swing it away. But seam, I mean, most seams wobble a little bit and you don't know quite which side of the seam the ball's going to nip. So there's a quite a bit of sort of poetic license you've seen by commentators, and you see so much more now, don't you, on the video replays. The ball as it moves down. In the olden days you couldn't make out the seam, let alone sort of see which side of the ball was hitting the ground or which side of the seam might be hitting the ground. That was close. Short leg. But I almost sort of think, well, when the way that it's spoken about on some occasions, you think, well, if a bowler's got that control, he should never bowl a bad ball. And you haven't got that. There's natural variations, and that natural variety of length sometimes just comes in an order that does sort of catch a batsman on the back foot. But you are trying to move the ball a certain way, undoubtedly, but it doesn't always come out your fingertip just quite how you want it to.
I think Mercer had cast my mind back. He's been going for a long while now, hasn't he? But I cast my mind back to when he was really starting to come into his own as a Middlesex bowler, and you know, that kind of seam movement that he was getting, having always been renowned as a swing bowler. I think he gave a lot of credit to you and Richard Johnson actually for helping him seam the ball.
I think Jono should take most of that. I don't remember working with him religiously in the nets, but I mean seam bowler. I mean, again, people look for bowlers to swing the ball. Why? Because it takes the pitch out of the equation. Swing is something that happens in the air before it pitches. Seam bowling is harder to face. Why? Because the movement is later. When you're bowling swing, the ball happens before it pitches, and sometimes it carries on with that sort of on that trajectory, moving away from the batsman or moving into the batsman. But seam bowling, it can go down quite straight, or it can sometimes go in slightly and then hold its line, which you see those absolute jaffers that sort of nip up the slope when the Courtney Walsh used to bowl them. Middlesex coach Richard Johnson and Roy Cootes, his assistant. Peter Waxman, the physio.
I was about to say, truly outstanding cricketer there. And Richard Johnson.
A bit harsh.
Roy Cootes, you say he was the academy coach before, wasn't he? And it's hard with the bat, the young batters. Richard Johnson, unlucky with injuries, wasn't he, Jono?
Yeah, I think not many bowlers that have taken their test wickets for England cheaper than what he's done. I think the 10 or 12 wickets he took in 2 or 3 test matches, an average of about 17 apiece, something like that, aren't they? So when he did play, he was very effective. I remember him getting wickets up at Durham, I think, wasn't it? Test match against Zimbabwe. Proper bowler.
Best post-war figures by a Middlesex bowler. 10 for at Derby. 10 for 45.
Yeah, I didn't play in that. I was playing for England when that happened. I just remember there's a very funny bloke who used to play for Middlesex, good cricketer, Mark Felton. Came from Surrey to Middlesex at the end of his career, an all-rounder. When Jono had 8 or 9 wickets, Gatt was telling him not to bowl at the stumps or not to get a wicket, and Felt said he spent all his career getting rollickings for not taking wickets, and then all of a sudden he's getting told not to take wickets. He couldn't work it out. But Johnny, yeah, 10 for, remember that. Derbyshire.
Single for leaning, looks at the inside edge of his bat there, high up the inside edge.
Yeah, you just feel that sort of little moment's not gone for Middlesex, but Kent are lining the ball up a little bit better now, aren't they? Not so many play and misses, seem a bit more sure in their stroke play. So just sort of thinking, a few overs ago you were saying that Middlesex need to strike now while they've got that momentum. It just keeps it going, keeps that intensity. And I'm not saying it's relaxed out there in any shape or form, but Kent's batsmen look a bit more composed. They were a bit sort of frantic 4 or 5 overs ago.
Yeah, 10 for 45 it was against, or at Derbyshire for Johnson. Just looking at that Zimbabwe test at Chestley Street. Open the bowling, 6 for 33 with a certain James Anderson.
Richard bowled well.
2 for 30, Jimmy Anderson.
Out bowled Jimmy.
And Steve Harmison, 2 for 22.
John bowled a heavy ball. Although his bowling sort of changed a bit, because, I mean, young man, he came through the Middlesex setup, playing at Sunbury in all our age group sides, and was a sort of, I suppose, my type of bowler, really. Sort of back of a length, hit the pitch hard, got a bit of bounce. Then he left Middlesex and went to Somerset, worked with Kevin Shine and started to swing the ball. But he bowled a heavy ball, and I suppose what's a heavy ball? I suppose a ball that seems to hit the bat harder than you sometimes think. Maybe get a little bit more bounce. Therefore it hits a bit higher up the bat and sort of jars in the batsman's hand. I always remember a game Middlesex played against Worcestershire, I think, at Kidderminster. It was the summer that Jack Callis played for Middlesex, and Callis was quick. Everybody's always medium pace. So you get down the other end from him, pal. He's not medium pace. He was quick, and Richard and Jack Callis really did rough up Worcestershire in that game at Kidderminster. It was quite brutal at times, the way they went after them.
Short run up for Mercer. He's got him going behind the stumps. Kidderminster, trying to think. I did a game there. It may have been. It was Hick's last game at Kidderminster. So I remember he got a
220 or something like that.
Yeah. But you know, everyone knew it was his last season, so it was going to be his last game that he'd play at Kidderminster. So it was quite the atmosphere for that one. End of the 11th. 10 to go tonight. Lights permitting, and at the moment, we're all right. Could almost turn the floodlights off at the moment. Lovely sun belted down, but certainly old Father Time up there in the clock face. It's got a nice light about it, nice summer evening's lights. It's only going to take one cloud though, isn't it, over the front of it, and it'll be a concern again. Bamba goes on a 6th over for him. Mertz 6 overs now, 2 for 11. Oh! I thought I heard a noise on that one, but it might have just been out of the keeper's gloves. Down the track he comes, and he's cutting 2. Back down the slope it goes from Bamba.
Well, we're just seeing that. I mean, it's a game of chess, isn't it? So earlier on in his innings, leaning down the pitch, got just outside off stump to a ball that, if it had been in his crease, it would have trapped him LBW. So Simpson comes up the stumps to keep him in this crease. Simpson struggled to sort of hold on to a couple that have bounced a little bit when batting, and you think, well, if he gets the edge, I don't want to drop it. He's moved back, comes down the wicket, that'd have been a stumping.
Down the track again and pushes it straight at the mid-off. Runs here. Chase for Milan. Back for 3. That's quick running from Leanham. Over to you, Ben Compton. 3 to go in the over.
Excellent little session here for Middlesex. You say the run rate just over 2 and over. So Middlesex's bowler's been accurate, been creating pressure. But just to seal this evening session, do feel they need to take one more with them into the dressing room before walk off for bad light, I would imagine, at some stage in the next 20 minutes or so.
leave by Compton. 24 for 2, 12 gone. 2 to fall with the first 2 balls of the innings. It's Tim Murtagh, but he's done. 2 for 9 from 6, and it's Hick. It's Hick. It's Helm from the nursery end. Still looking up that Graham Hick innings at Kidderminster, but 24 for 2 it is, and 12 overs gone. Smile on the face of Helm. He'll be desperate to get in amongst the wickets. That man to his left there has got 6 so far in the game. He's returned to the side, having taken 5 in the Essex match. Helm took 4 against Essex, just 1 at Northampton though, and lost his place against Nottinghamshire. 3 slips behind leaning. Mike Selvey and I were chatting first thing this morning about Tom Helm. One thing that Self touched on, which was something I was thinking myself, was, you know, an attack like this, a quartet that Middlesex have, do you ask Helm to bowl shorter, sharper spells, 4 over spells? Get in there, go at them, go at the stumps. He's got all the attributes. It's a lovely ball. That's where he just wants to leave it. Have 5 overs most, with 9 left in the day. 5 from the nursery end, 4 from the pavilion, where the lights have just got that little bit brighter again, haven't they? Coming up for 7 o'clock. Lovely. Lovely from Helm. It's unplayable. Mentioning Worcestershire there, it was his 5 for at Worcester where he really confirmed his potential, Helm. Funnily enough, Jeff Arnold, who's here again today, was there for that one with a few of the other England bowling coaches and watched on and said it's as close to test standard as you can get. And again, on the spot once more. It's 2 miles an hour, that one. Be interesting to see what the ball before was. The speed gun does give us at the bottom of the screen the ball by ball comparison towards the end of the over, so we'll keep an eye on it. Very good over for Helm. First one was down the leg side, but got it going after that. 24 for 2. 8 overs to go tonight. So have 4 or 5 of them, Helm, if he so chooses and the captain agrees. But one in particular, really unplayable delivery there, which is what he's so capable of. And that's why Self and I were discussing this morning. The discussion's there because you want to see him get into that England side. He's in the England squads. He's forced his way into the side. It's going to be a consistent spell that's required, and you want to see him take the chance when he gets it as well. Ryan Higgins top scorer of the summer. As he's hit another 50 in a first innings, his 4th consecutive first innings 50 to start the season. And he's on the spot right away. Interesting actually, that was 70 miles an hour, but Higgins clocked up around 75, 76. Oh, now it's an inside edge onto the bat. Around the wicket, we'll have a look again. Three on the spot. Saw Middlesex will want of Higgins here. Just keep it on that line on the top of off stump. We've seen swing, we've seen seam.
Got the feeling the umpires might be having a chat after this over. See there, the clouds, thicker clouds. Lovely picture that. Good bit of work. Suddenly getting in front of the sun.
Edged. Fast helmet, 3rd slip. Hamilton retrieving it as they've taken a couple. Compton's on to 10. Still trailing by 17 runs, 26 for 2. You
just wonder whether, not looking too bad over there, but you see the shadows, the light just changes, and you can sort of see it there. Floodlights taking control. So it might be the pace of helm that makes the umpires get together, potentially after this delivery.
As the sun breaks through again. It's just one of those evenings, isn't it? Every moment you think, oh, we could be in trouble. It's just enough breaking up on the banks of cloud over there.
Well, Middlesex would like to stay out there. One more wicket. It's been their session already, 26 for 2, but one more wicket would completely seal that.
7 to go, light permitting. 26 for 2. It'd be interesting if you turn off the light at the moment. One of the biggest considerations, because the sun is out. I mean, it's a low, late evening sun, but the sun's actually out on the pitch. But clearly, those shadows are quite visible.
I suppose it's the explanation that people struggle to understand is, well, the floodlights are supposed to cause shadows, but the fact is if the floodlights light is showing, or the shadows have been created by the floodlights, it shows that the level of light has gone below a certain level. And that's sometimes, trying to explain that to someone is quite difficult.
We can see it there. There's
the sun's out now and the shadows are natural rather than those created by the floodlights.
But bizarrely, you can still see 4 shadows. Obviously, one of them is very, very strong. But you can see 4 shadows around the players. That's a lovely scene. Look at that. As you said, Gus, what more could you want from life right now?
On a Friday evening. Sat here next to you.
Your old mate, Kev. Remember, it was my job to pest you back in 2008. As the contract negotiations going with Middlesex, Gus, you got that job yet? BBC Hatton.
What did I say?
Don't know, ask Vinny. Vinny Codrington, the chief executive back then, he was out in Antigua. It was at the Stamford Super Series.
I wasn't at that.
No, I was on the phone to you, remember? And then
Stephen Brenkley covered that for the Independent.
That was a good trip. Them were the days. There was a bit of money to go abroad. Mind you, I got to go in 2017 to Abu Dhabi to watch the Champions game. Punched away by Leaning. Single taken. There wasn't a Champions game this year, was there? Champion County match. .27 for 2. And the sun out on a Friday evening at Lord's. Helm hunting a first wicket in the game. This isn't digging him out, but it's it's 1 wicket now into a 4th innings for Helm, isn't he? Got 2 in the first innings against their 6-2 in the second, only 1 at Northampton. Bowler in the England squads. He'll be feeling it. He'll be wanting to get a wicket. Roland Jones will be wanting to be back in the side for the next match. Middlesex with a week off and then off to the Oval. Bamba bowling well. Mercer will want to play on his old stomping ground. Higgins, crucial cog for Middlesex now with bat and ball. So it's a bit of competition. There's 4th seamer. Round the wicket he comes. End of the 15th. 27 for 2. It's interesting, the light, isn't it? We sat here in the Essex game and the shadows which are reaching onto the pitch now, it's the shadow of the Warner stand, isn't it, that's creeped out halfway across the pitch. That was almost 3/4 of the way across all of the Lord's turf, and they came off, as I seem to remember, they came off with the sun shining, didn't they? But the light, because the sun was that much lower in the sky only 3 weeks or so ago. The shade of the Warner and the grandstand made the light too bad.
Well, I played in a test match where it came off for sunlight. Old Trafford, shining on the. There was a DIY centre at one end of the ground, and the lights was or the sun was reflecting off the glass roofs at the DIY centre down the pitch, and Dickie Bird took the players off.
Yeah, it came off for light at Canterbury in that day-night game in 2017. They came off for light there, for sunlight. It's just creeping down below. I don't remember the name of the stands, but the members' stand where we'd sit to do the commentary. Just over our right shoulders there was a little glint where it managed to creep through. And they had to keep coming off for a couple of overs each day if the sun was shining at that point.
But it's almost well, if you've got new cricket grounds now, it's an unwritten rule, isn't it, that you don't sort of line your pitches up east or west, because obviously the sun sets and sets behind the bowler's arm, which makes it deliberate. I always remember there was a famous bowler playing club cricket with Stanmore at Luton, which I think was obviously set up east to west, and he bowled lobs into the sun at the end of the day's play and used to clean up. Well, they're a bit better than lobs, but you know what I'm saying. He used to throw it up there into the sun.
So a bit like Mercer then.
No, I couldn't say it.
Leg sides. And runs, leg byes. 31 for 2. Just lost a little bit of tempo out there. That first helm over was very good. Higgins has been on the spot, but...
Well, there was a period, wasn't there? We thought Middlesex were going to take a wicket with every ball. Bamba on the creating trouble, more so with Leaning than with Compton. And Murta doing the same, a couple of leaves from Leaning that seemed to go over middle and off stump. And you thought it was just a matter of time before Middlesex took that third wicket. But full credit to Kent batters. Sort of blunt that initial burst, and batting's looking a little bit more comfortable in the last 6 or 7 overs.
On for 2, 5 overs to go. Helm continuing at the nursery end. Crunched to backward point by Compton. I won't mind too much Compton getting involved at this stage. 49 deliveries faced for him. 10 runs, digging in again, as he did in the first innings. Survived a couple of big LBW appeals, as is Leaning. Width again. And that time he doesn't make a mistake. Crunches that one and times it sweetly. Trail by 8.
Good shot there by Compton. Helm. Short wide, got what it deserved. Welcome relief. Kent batters. All of a sudden, Middlesex's lead reduced to single figures.
Bounce from Helm. Three slips and a leg gully for Helm. Side, they've gone up, but I think it's just pad or bat onto pad. See if there's any deflection at all on it. Just clip the pad on the way through. Nice work by Simpson as ever. Probably feel their owed a strangle, Middlesex. Got a few down the leg side go already this season. End of the over, 40 for 2. Trail by 3 now, Kent.
Well, expensive over there for Middlesex in comparison to what's taken place before. 2 umpires are actually having a chat. Might not be a bad thing for Middlesex. Kent's batsmen have just got in, looking a bit more accustomed. They're going to say, right, and that's it for the day.
Sun will come out now, won't it? It's behind a cloud, but let's have a look and see. It's an awkward position because they could find themselves putting this meter on, and that sun is about to glimpse through. But what time is it? 12 minutes past 7. Umpire's taking a meter reading again. 40 for 2. The game very well advanced. It's 46 overs or so possible yesterday. 100 today. So haven't quite had 2 days yet for the 22 wickets that have fallen. They trail by 3 runs. End of day. It's play to resume at 11 tomorrow. With Compton on 15, leaning on 19. Awkward position for the umpires there, as I say. Could see bright sunshine on the pitch again in a moment, so that's what the 1 or 2 boos are for in the crowd. But at this time of evening, it is an awkward one for the umpires. You're dancing in between the rays of sunshine, so they've decided, for the sake of the 4 overs, let's come back and do it all again tomorrow. Middlesex will have an eye on the weather forecasts. That's 2 all Kent. Kent only 2 down, so it's pretty well balanced on this second evening now that they've knocked off the best part of that deficit. You've got 8 Kent third innings wickets as such against the 4th innings, the final innings, where Middlesex will have 10. How many can Kent muster tomorrow? The ball's only 17 overs when they come back in the morning. It'll be fascinating to see. There's the summary of the situation of the game at the moment. Higgins, 71, is top scorer of the season, top scorer of this match. Only the second batter in the match to pass 50 after Compton's 52. He's still there, Compton, in the second dig. Unbeaten on 15. Middlesex had to find a way to get past him. Agar's 4 for 60 was great today. Bamba and Murta 4 for 40, 4 for 42. Bowled well as well. Murta back by stumps today to pick up 2 more. First 2 deliveries of the innings, removing Crawley and then Bell Drummond. Thanks for your company on the live stream today. Thanks to all the guests that have been in as well. We'll be back with you in the morning on the live stream. But from everybody involved on the live stream tonight, myself, Kevin Hand, very good night to you all.